Chapter 45-65. On this day, the bloodthirsty demon king came over. We can go now. Ever since the scarlet devil demon king left, nothing had happened to Lin Fei. The bloodthirsty demon king heaved a sigh of relief. After all, it was not easy for him to get that scroll. He did not expect Luo Shan to target it. If it was anyone else, the bloodthirsty demon king would not have handed it over. But he had no choice. Luo Shan could not be offended. Fortunately, he gave the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei seemed to have given it to the scarlet devil demon king. The bloodthirsty demon king had thought it through. He did not plan to go to the Phoenix Wood. There was no need to offend Luo Shan. He would pretend he had not seen the scroll. If he really went and Luo Shan saw him, Luo Shan would bear a grudge against him. If something happened, he might lose his life. Lin Fei had been practicing the demon god escape these days. His mastery of the devil god escape technique was also very good. When he went to the tomb, the demon god escape would be even more effective. I didn't expect it to be so soon. I thought I would have to wait a long time. Lin Fei pushed the door open and came out. His face was calm, and no emotions could be seen. There are many people here. They should all be going. The four of them came to the square of the demon god palace. At this moment, there were not many people standing on the square of the demon god palace. Every one of them was a demon king. There were some young masters among them, such as Luo Shan. There were quite a few people like him. Lin Fei glanced around and found at least a dozen young masters. These people had brought experts with them. They stood there with a strong aura. The demon kings were much quieter in this direction. That is the palace lord of the demon god palace, the eternal demon king. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of this indestructible demon monarch. It was said that the eternal demon king was very strong. In the territory of the demon god palace, he would be invincible. This should be a clone. I didn't expect a clone to be so strong. It is almost at the heavenly king realm. With just a glance, Lin Fei could see the clues. This was not the real body, but a clone. It was rare for a clone to be able to cultivate to such a level. The imperishable palace master will open the entrance to the heavenly king's ancient tomb soon. I heard that there are two entrances like this in our spiritual realm. One is at our demon god palace, and the other is at the first sacred king's side. That is the so-called heavenly saint gate, the number 1 immortal gate. Lin Fei knew that the opening of the ancient tomb of the heavenly king would be much more lively than he had imagined. There were quite a number of foreign experts. The humans were clearly inferior to the demons. After waiting for an hour, imperishable palace master spoke. His voice was as loud as a bell, reverberating in the sky and falling into everyone's ears. It seems like this person is almost here. We can make our move now. With a wave of his hand, a door appeared. So the door to the ancient tomb of the heavenly king was actually kept by imperishable palace master. The door floated down and grew larger. Finally, it landed in the sky and turned into a huge door. Inside the door, one could see a huge grotto heaven world. The door opened. One by one, figures rushed in. The demon king was the fastest, followed by the young masters of the human race. Lin Fei had been watching Luo Shan. He had come for the Phoenix Wood. Now that Luo Shan knew the whereabouts of the Phoenix Wood, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't fall behind them. No matter what, he had to go to the small world first. I plan to get the Phoenix Wood back first. I think you don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei turned around and told the bloodthirsty demon king. The bloodthirsty demon king naturally knew that from the moment he handed the scroll to him and the scarlet demon king came looking for him, there would be some problems with their cooperation. No problem, no problem. I can give you a general location. When the time comes, you can come over. I will wait for you there. I will come over once I get the phoenix wood. Lin Fei still had to return this favor. If he didn't return it, it would be a little unreasonable. If the bloodthirsty demon king hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about the phoenix wood. Although he would have found out if he was lucky, it seemed that not many people knew about the phoenix wood. As for whether the human race knew about it, he didn't know. Luo Shan and the others went in as well. After Luo Shan and the others went in, Lin Fei followed them in. As soon as he entered the tomb, Lin Fei's pupils constricted slightly. The void was filled with rays of light. These rays of light were very obscure and couldn't be detected at all. However, they were very powerful. A demon king charged around and bumped into several rays of light. These rays of light exploded with extremely powerful power, severely injuring the demon king and almost killing him. The tomb of the Heavenly King is indeed the tomb of the Heavenly King. It's different. I have to be careful. Lin Fei was also strong enough to detect the existence of these rays of light. These rays of light spread throughout the void like a spider's web. If he wasn't careful, he would bump into these rays of light. These foreign experts are more cautious. They must have more information. Lin Fei used the demon god escape technique and disappeared on the spot like a gust of wind. Inside the palace, Lin Fei also tried the demon god escape technique, but it wasn't as fast as outside. The rays of light quickly dodged the attack. Good movement technique. It's indeed a good movement technique. It's just that it consumes a lot of energy, but I can still handle it. Lin Fei first confirmed his location before heading straight for the phoenix wood. During this time, he also sensed that experts from the human race had entered. There was another spatial fluctuation in the tomb of the Heavenly King. It wasn't too obvious, but he could clearly feel that there was an entrance to the tomb. There was no doubt that experts from the human race had arrived. Therefore, Lin Fei had to get ahead of everyone else and get the phoenix wood first. It would be best if he could plot against Luo Shan. The most obvious thing in the tomb were the 32 huge stone tablets. Each stone tablet was indomitable and hundreds of feet tall. Just a single stone tablet could form an oppressive might and form a territory. Unfortunately, there were no words on these stone tablets. On the contrary, there were seals on these stone tablets that were extremely strong. One could vaguely sense the existence of small worlds. And each stone tablet occupied a huge area. They seemed to mind their own business. It should be in this area. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. He entered the range of a stone tablet. As soon as he entered the range of this stone tablet, he smelled the aura of danger. Book House website. Chapter 4566. Lin Fei had indeed sensed a dangerous aura, and the most dangerous aura came from the surroundings of the stone tablet. Invisible methods were set up all around him. Looks like I should be the first to arrive. Luo Shan and the others should be behind me. After all, my demon god escape is no joke. Lin Fei did not hesitate, he bypassed these methods and approached the entrance of the small world. With a whoosh, he entered. From the beginning to the end, he had never encountered these traces. After he entered the small world, there was movement outside. It was obvious that someone had already arrived at this place. No matter who it was, they would be interested in the 32 ancient tombs of the Heavenly Kings. Without knowing the situation, they could only try their luck. He didn't expect to find an ancient tomb so quickly. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had arrived quickly. Otherwise, someone would have beaten him to it. As soon as he entered, he saw that the entire world was filled with flames. The temperature of these flames was extremely high, almost burning Lin Fei into nothingness. These flames had a huge power of fire that constantly seeped in. With a thought from Lin Fei, the Heavenly King's body locked his body, and his entire body was like an iron plate. No matter how much the power of fire seeped in, it did not affect Lin Fei's body in the slightest. However, for ordinary human race experts, even if they were at the Saint King level, they would still be threatened by the power of fire. As expected of the place where the phoenix wood grows, the flames are indeed different. This place was filled with flames, but Lin Fei's demon god escape was still quite useful, so it did not affect him at all. Within the flames, there were constantly giants formed from flames that attacked Lin Fei. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out the sky extermination bow. With a single arrow, the flame giant was blown to smithereens. Wherever it passed, not a single flame giant could get close to Lin Fei, and they were all destroyed by the arrow. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature of the flames and the stronger the penetration. Fortunately, Lin Fei's half-step Heavenly King body was no joke. His body was even more different from other bodies, and his resistance had also become stronger. Is that the phoenix wood? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw a huge tree appear in the middle of the flames. This tree was burning with raging flames, and on this tree, there was actually a huge firebird. This firebird blotted out the sky. For a moment, Lin Fei wondered if this giant bird would crush the tree. There's actually a firebird protecting it. It seems like this should be the phoenix wood. Lin Fei was delighted. He had finally found the phoenix wood. The tree of life was also stirring. Wait, it seems like the firebird isn't protecting the phoenix wood, but something else. The sharp-eyed Lin Fei noticed a small problem. Beneath the firebird, one could vaguely see a beating heart. Composed of flames. It vaguely looked like a small phoenix. This caused Lin Fei to feel slightly surprised. The scroll that the bloodthirsty demon king gave me didn't mention that there was a little phoenix on the phoenix wood. Although this little phoenix isn't a real phoenix and is just a condensation of its appearance, I can feel its extraordinary aura. Could it be a precious treasure? What kind of person was Lin Fei? He instantly understood what was going on. This small phoenix must be a treasure. Whether it's a treasure or not, it belongs to me now. There were already fluctuations outside, and naturally, some people had begun to charge in. Lin Fei wanted to end the battle quickly. As soon as he approached, the entrenched firebird fixed its eyes on Lin Fei. With a flap of its wings, 2 flaming storms swept over. This scroll made Lin Fei feel that it was almost comparable to the power of a heavenly king. What a powerful technique, what terrifying power. As expected of a small world left behind by a heavenly king powerhouse. This must be a manifestation of a divine ability. Lin Fei's body was instantly covered with a large sword intent defense. Then, the sky destroyer bow moved. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Streams of light flew over. Every stream of light exploded in the storm, setting off waves after waves. These storms were very powerful. Thankfully, Lin Fei was not weak either. He sent out one attack after another and easily broke through these attacks. He also fixed his eyes on this big bird. The sky destroyer bow in his hand moved again. The sky full of arrow lights shot over like streams of light. This was also what Lin Fei had figured out himself. He felt that he had to do something fierce no matter what. What could be more ferocious than a concentrated attack? Although he could consume about 30% of his strength in one go, it was still worth it. Lin Fei really didn't believe that anyone could withstand his attack in one go. The firebird obviously had some tricks up its sleeves. After being targeted by Liu Guang's trick, its body also burst into flames. It directly attacked and quickly collided with each other. Wave after wave of power continued to spread out. Good fella, it can actually withstand my first round of attacks. However, this firebird also consumes a lot of energy. It shouldn't be able to withstand my second attack. Lin Fei used the Sky Destroyer bow again, consuming another 30% of his strength. Streams of light filled the sky again. The streams of light were all real. The firebird let out a sharp cry. It was obviously using all its strength. Illusory things couldn't fight with Lin Fei for a long time. After the second round, the firebird seemed to be on the verge of death. Lin Fei shot another arrow through it. It directly exploded. The little phoenix seemed to be about to leave and stop struggling. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The little phoenix turned into a phoenix heart, which had the power of nirvana. It's indeed a treasure. It's really a treasure. This should be the heart of the phoenix. I heard that the heart of the phoenix has the power of nirvana. I didn't expect it to appear on the phoenix wood. I finally understand. Luo Shan should have come for the heart of the phoenix. Lin Fei put away the heart of the phoenix without any hesitation. Then, he uprooted the phoenix wood and put it in. They came in. It seems like there's more than one group of people. Lin Fei's voice also faded away. He wanted to see who else was eyeing the phoenix wood. As soon as Luo Shan entered the small world, he released his treasures to resist the invasion of the power of fire. We should be considered early. No one can snatch my heart of the phoenix. In order to find this small world, Luo Shan had used a lot of treasures. After paying several dangers, he finally broke through. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid that someone would beat him to it. We have the scroll in our hands. Naturally, we're the first to come in. The woman next to him also laughed. Even if the bloodthirsty Demon King and the Netherworld Demon King rush over, they won't be as fast as us. If they really want to, we can just give them another gift. I think they won't have this opportunity. The Scarlet Demon King should be looking for them. Chapter 45-67. When Lin Fei, who was in the dark, heard this, he frowned slightly and understood what was going on. Luo Shan, not only did he take the scroll, but he also dared to plot against me. If I'm not mistaken, the Scarlet Devil Demon King is here to kill us. Not only me, but also the bloodthirsty Demon King. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Luo Shan was quite a ruthless person. He probably knew that the phoenix wood could produce the phoenix heart and was afraid that the news would leak out. That was why he wanted to kill these two people who knew about it. Lin Fei understood this. Unfortunately, he had heard it. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have planned to do anything to Luo Shan. Unfortunately, Luo Shan was a little ruthless. Fortunately, I came a step ahead and took away the phoenix heart, as well as the phoenix wood. They came here in vain. Originally, Lin Fei had planned to sneak out, but now it seemed that he had to stay and watch the show. It would be interesting to see their expectant faces turn into helplessness, anger, and unwillingness. As the saying went, happiness was built on the pain of others. Since Luo Shan had dared to arrange for the Scarlet Devil Demon King to kill him, he had to make him suffer. Luo Shan's group of 6 sage kings were extremely powerful. They carried many treasures with them and carried the power of fire all the way to the depths. Luo Shan's expression kept changing as he continued to walk inside. They had been walking for a long time, but they did not see the phoenix wood at all. Something's wrong. There should be no phoenix wood here. Logically speaking, the phoenix wood grows in the sea of fire. Naturally, we can see it when we look up. We can't say that there's a problem with the scroll. I think that scroll is genuine. It should be in this area. But where is the phoenix wood? Luo Shan frowned, took out the scroll again, and kept looking at it. No, it's clearly here, but why can't we find the phoenix wood? You guys split up and look. Maybe it's around here. The 4 Saint Kings quietly split up to search for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei's eyes lit up slightly. This Luo Shan won't be easy to deal with for the time being. However, since he's a subordinate, I can deal with him first. This can be considered as collecting some interest. With Lin Fei's current speed and strength, Luo Shan and the others could not detect him at all. Moreover, Luo Shan's thoughts were all on the phoenix wood. No, it should be the heart of the phoenix. It wasn't easy for them to come here, but in the end, they couldn't find the phoenix's heart. That was really shameful. Luo Shan also looked around, but he couldn't sense the presence of the phoenix wood at all. He clearly felt that he had come to the right place, but it disappeared just like that. Apart from the sea of fire, there was nothing else. We can't possibly say that someone else took it, right? A thought popped up in his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He had rushed straight to this grotto heaven small world, and there was no one faster than him. Even the method outside the door had not been broken, which meant that no one had entered. If one didn't break through the means outside and sneaked in without a trace, how powerful would one have to be? At the very least, Luo Shan couldn't do it. He was already a young master from another small world, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. If even he couldn't do it, then the geniuses from other small worlds could forget about hiding from him. However, the more it was like this, the more Luo Shan couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that the phoenix wood and the heart of the phoenix had already been taken away? The scroll that was left behind would only cause them to make a wasted trip. If that was really the case, it would be a big blow. Those guys have been gone for so long. Why haven't they found it yet? At this time, Luo Shan returned to his original place. When he returned to his original place, he couldn't help but frown when he didn't see his 4 subordinates return. The woman had also returned. I walked around and didn't find the phoenix wood, nor did I find any traces of anyone coming in. This is really strange. Did you see those 4 subordinates? The woman who had returned noticed that the 4 subordinates who had gone out earlier had not returned. No, I thought they were all back. No matter how stupid Luo Shan was, he still understood. This is bad. Something must have happened to them. D***MN, there's someone hiding here. A powerful expert is hiding here. Luo Shan's face also started to turn pale. Those were the subordinates of 4 sage rulers. If they were to really fight, it would definitely cause a commotion. However, there was no movement at all, not even a single energy fluctuation. This was simply beyond Luo Shan's imagination. He immediately realized that there was an expert hiding in this small world. This expert had taken the phoenix wood and the heart of the phoenix. With a swoosh, a stream of light shot over. Luo Shan put up a defense in front of him, but the stream of light exploded as soon as it was put up. His entire body was sent flying by the explosion. As soon as the defense on his body was broken, the wandering power of fire instantly seeped in. Luo Shan's entire body was set ablaze, and he looked like a man on fire. The woman next to him gritted her teeth, took out a talisman, and directly hit Luo Shan's body with it, sealing him in ice. Luo Shan only returned to normal after the ice fragments cracked. However, his entire face was pale, and there were burn marks all over his body. He wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Who is it? Come out, you bastard! Luo Shan roared angrily. Another stream of light flew over. This time, Luo Shan didn't dare to block it at all. The stream of light was too powerful. The woman next to him also launched an attack. However, after this attack was launched, it was directly crushed by the stream of light. Luo Shan was once again sent flying. Once again, the power of fire seeped in, and he screamed repeatedly. The mysterious person didn't appear, but instead attacked twice. This made Luo Shan understand what was called terror. This was definitely an expert who had surpassed the sage ruler realm, and it was very likely that he was a heavenly king expert. He didn't dare to imagine how there could be a heavenly king expert in the dark. Even if he wasn't a heavenly king expert, he was still a veteran expert at the peak of the sage ruler realm. I'm from the Luo Gate small world. If you dare to attack me again, my sect will definitely not let you go. If you know what's good for you, hand over the phoenix wood and the heart of the phoenix. Otherwise, there will definitely be no place for you to hide at the ends of the earth. Lin Fei originally wanted to teach Luo Shan a small lesson. He also wanted to make him a scapegoat. He didn't expect this guy to have such a temper. He even dared to threaten him. He really didn't know who gave him this courage. A stream of light came. This time, Luo Shan couldn't withstand it at all. The stream of light directly passed through his defense and hit his body. Luo Shan was directly blown up and turned into ashes. The woman here released her treasures and ran outside. How could she dare to stay? However, this action was also superfluous. Following that, a stream of light also came, and this woman was also killed. Why bother? Originally, you still had a chance to live, but now there's nothing left. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4568. Lin Fei's strength had increased greatly, and he was now a half-step heavenly king. If he could find some more powerful tree species, such as the phoenix wood this time, after absorbing and refining it, his body would probably be able to reach the level of a heavenly king in one go. At that time, his strength would become even stronger. Unlike now, there were still some flaws in it. Right now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to find a place to let the divine tree of life refine the phoenix wood as soon as possible. As for the other things in the Grotto Heaven small world, Lin Fei was not interested in them for the time being. No matter how good the other things were, could they be better than the increase in his strength? Lin Fei destroyed the corpses and searched for the things before leaving the small world. About an hour after Lin Fei left the small world, a group of people arrived at the Grotto Heaven small world. As soon as they entered, their faces frowned slightly. Especially the white-clothed woman in the lead. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. It seems that we're too late. The phoenix wood should have been taken away by someone, and the phoenix heart should have been taken away by someone else. The several experts following behind the white-clothed woman revealed a look of astonishment. Miss, it shouldn't be possible. We're finally faster. Or maybe the person who obtained the first half of the scroll came in first. However, we didn't sense the aura of the phoenix wood and the phoenix heart along the way. If you don't believe me, you can go ahead and take a look. I can already smell the aura of death. The white-clothed woman and her group did not use any treasures at all. The originally terrifying power of fire had actually become docile and kept circling around the white-clothed woman. Just like that, they arrived at the phoenix wood. One of the experts took a deep breath and his expression changed. There are traces of a battle here. It should have been an hour ago. All the people who died were saint rulers. I also smell a familiar aura here. It should be young Master Luo Shan from the Luo Men world. His subordinates all died here. The woman in white firmly believed the words of the person next to her. I didn't expect that the person who did this would be so bold. He even dared to attack Luo Shan from the Luo Men world. He's not simple. We just don't know who did it. Why didn't we sense anything? Could it be that the phoenix wood was kept in a top-grade treasure box and cut off from our search? That shouldn't be the case. That's right. Young Mrs. Bloodline is the most sensitive. It's too strange that she didn't even feel it. The woman in white walked around in a circle. It seems that I can only use my great karma technique. Only then can I find the phoenix wood and the phoenix heart. When the people behind him heard this, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Miss, you can't do that. If you use the great karma technique, it will greatly affect your lifespan. Young miss, you don't have much lifespan left to begin with. If you use the great karma art, you will only have a few decades left. That person actually took away the phoenix wood and the phoenix heart. They must still be in the Heavenly King's ancient tomb. With just the few of us brothers, we can definitely find them. The few of them spoke in unison. They definitely didn't want their young miss to use the great karma technique. It was a technique that consumed a lot of lifespan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would use it. It was extremely difficult to learn the great karma technique. The person who did this even dared to kill Luo Shan. Naturally, he's someone with strength. Even the phoenix wood and the phoenix heart were hidden so well. If I don't use the great karma technique, you won't be able to find them. This is our only chance. You guys don't have to say anything. I've already made up my mind. The woman in white's words were much more serious. The people behind her didn't say anything else, but their faces were filled with worry. The woman in white formed a seal with her hands and instantly used the great karma technique. A faint light spot appeared, bringing with it a mysterious aura. As the woman in white pointed her finger, the light spot automatically disappeared without a trace. However, the woman in white's face turned pale, and she seemed to be in a weakened state. The expert beside her quickly took out a pill. The woman in white ate it, and her complexion returned to normal. Then let's see if the heavens protect us. Is that person still in the Heavenly King's ancient tomb? If he's not, it will be difficult to find him. At this point, the woman in white was also very curious. Who was it that had snatched the phoenix wood and the phoenix heart away? After all, these two things weren't so easy to take away. Taking them away was one thing, but to think that the person could hide them so well, not even a trace of their aura leaked out. She had no choice but to use the great karma technique, burning 30 years of her lifespan. Now, the woman in white only had 60 years of lifespan left. There were already a few strands of white hair in her black hair. The group came out of the small world. The woman in white formed another seal with her hands, and a smile finally appeared on her weak face. Seems like my luck is not bad. That person is in the Heavenly King's ancient tomb. Let's just head east. Lin Fei had already found a small world in a grotto heaven. He began to refine the phoenix wood. This small world had been visited by others, and there was nothing left. Lin Fei sat in the void, allowing the divine tree of life to refine the phoenix wood. Hold on, something seemed to have connected with me just now. It was faintly discernible. No, this is the great karma technique. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He was a person who had seen a lot. Just now, he had a vague feeling that there was a mysterious power connected to him. Although it was very vague, he was able to sense it immediately. What else could it be other than the great karma technique? That's not right. Someone used this karma technique on me. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Lin Fei had never cultivated the great karma technique, but he knew that this technique was very powerful. When one's strength was cultivated to the extreme, they could kill experts instantly by relying on the connection of karma. This kind of method was really too rare. It could be said that there were very few people who could cultivate it. He didn't expect that he would be targeted by the karma technique. Could it be because of the phoenix wood? No, it should be because of the phoenix heart. Only then can I have a karma connection with the other party. It should be someone who has another scroll. Compared to Luo Shan, this person is much more powerful. He can actually use the great karma technique. Lin Fei glanced at the divine tree of life. The phoenix wood was almost done absorbing, so he was relieved. As for the phoenix heart, he didn't plan to refine it. Now that someone who knew the great karma technique had come, he would probably be a good buyer. Lin Fei didn't cut off the great karma technique. Others couldn't cut it off, but he could. However, he didn't do so. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 4569. That person hasn't left yet. The white-robed lady had been searching all the way over. Her great karma technique was very effective. However, the other party did not move, which surprised her a little. She heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the person hadn't left, everything would be fine. That person is in this small world up ahead. The great karma technique led the white-robed lady all the way to the outside of the grotto heaven. Outside this grotto heaven small world, all kinds of methods had been broken, which proved that this grotto heaven small world had already been visited by others. The white-robed lady was quite familiar with such situations. Young miss, wait outside first. We'll go in and find that person. We'll come in when there's no danger. The white-robed lady's people started talking. The white-robed lady shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, that person should know that I used the great karma technique. That's why he hasn't moved. He should be waiting for me. They knew very well how powerful their young miss was. Hearing this, they were slightly shocked. It was a little unexpected. Young miss, how is that possible? There are very few people who can successfully cultivate the great karma technique. Ordinary people really can't detect it. Could it be a mistake? Logically speaking, no one should be that powerful. There aren't many people in the vast thousand domains who have successfully cultivated the great karma technique. If it was an ordinary method, they naturally wouldn't be surprised. They also knew that the great karma technique wasn't something that could be cultivated casually. It was very difficult for someone who was targeted by the great karma technique to detect it, unless their strength reached a very strong level. In the spiritual realm, there weren't many people who were strong enough. Even outsiders like them weren't strong enough to detect the great karma technique. Nothing is impossible. All of you just wait outside. I'll go meet this person. I believe he won't have any ill intentions towards me. In the end, they still stayed outside. If the white-robed lady was in any danger, they would rush in at the first instant. The white-robed lady entered the grotto heaven. The entire grotto heaven was empty. She couldn't sense anyone. However, the great karma technique brought her to an inconspicuous place. Since you haven't left, why don't you meet me? Lin Fei was also waiting. Wait for the person who used the great karma art. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly, especially when it was a woman. Lin Fei also knew that there were experts standing outside, and they were all extremely powerful. At the very least, it would be rather difficult to find such a group of powerhouses in the spiritual realm. It seemed that the white-robed woman had quite a background. Lin Fei walked out and shook off the great karma technique. It's rare to see someone as smart as you. I thought people like you would definitely come in with your subordinates to find me, or use some tricks. It seems that you're different from others. The woman in white had not expected that the person who could detect the great karma technique would be so young and ordinary. It was really inconspicuous. Unfortunately, the other party knew that he would come and knew that his subordinates were outside. He was glad that he had done the right thing. This person was very mysterious and extraordinary. The woman in white sensed an aura of death from the other party's body. In fact, he felt that even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to block it. This was a terrifying expert. She had never met such an expert before, and she didn't know which small world he had come from. I don't know what you want to talk to me about. If you wanted to meet me, you've met me now. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what the woman in white wanted. She was most likely here for the phoenix heart. As for the phoenix wood, there was no chance. The divine tree of life was almost completely refined. I come from the Skyfire world. My name is Xiaofan. I know that the phoenix heart was taken by you, so I want to know how you can take it out. You can name your conditions. Xiaofan also knew what kind of situation she was in. If she wanted to get the phoenix heart, she had to offer something. The only thing she was glad about was that the other party had not left, but had waited for her here. This was also an opportunity for Xiaofan. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find the other party if the other party did not have the idea to turn around and leave. Since the other party could detect the Great Karma technique, she could easily shake off the Great Karma technique. If she wanted to use the Great Karma technique a second time, it would be very harmful to Xiaofan. More importantly, the other party already knew about the Great Karma technique. Lin Fei knew this would happen. This person was here for the heart of the phoenix. Looks like your Hu family has the bloodline of the phoenix. Lin Fei also believed that Xiaofan had the bloodline of the Hufeng phoenix. The heart of the phoenix was like a priceless treasure to them. The phoenix heart is in my hands, but it's not essential to me. If you can really take out something that can move me, then it's not a problem to take out the phoenix heart. It all depends on whether you can understand my intentions. Hearing the other party admit it, Xiaofan heaved a sigh of relief. At the very least, she finally knew about the existence of the phoenix heart. This time, she had come to the tomb to try her luck. Whether or not she could find the phoenix heart was still an unknown. She did not dare to make any guarantees. Immediately, Xiaofan realized that the other party needed something. It was just that she needed something. She had to think about it. Perhaps this was a small problem that the other party had identified. If she could solve this problem, then she would naturally be able to get the phoenix heart. If she couldn't even solve this problem, then it would be even harder to get the phoenix heart. For the other party to stand here and wait for her, she must have great confidence in her own strength. Lin Fei had indeed thrown a small problem to the other party. He wanted to see if Xiaofan could guess it. If she could guess it, then it would be even easier to negotiate. After all, his suggestion and Xiaofan's guess were completely different. I can give you the time of an incense stick to think about it. After that, I might leave. Lin Fei's lips curled into a faint smile. I don't need the time of an incense stick. I can guess it now. Xiaofan said very seriously. Lin Fei smiled, then I'm all ears. I hope you can satisfy me. Xiaofan also took a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, you should be more interested in the special tree of God because you took the phoenix wood. However, I did not sense the aura of the phoenix wood. You should have refined it or kept it. I don't know if I'm right. Chapter 45-70. Xiaofan was really smart. She had guessed Lin Fei's intention in a short time. If you want a special sacred tree, a phoenix wood alone is not enough. However, our Hu family knows several special sacred trees that can meet your needs. Xiaofan was really smart. She had guessed the other party's intention in an instant. Since he could wait for her here and didn't refine the heart of the phoenix, there was no doubt that he was interested in this aspect. When she thought of this, Xiaofan was still very uncertain. She felt that it was impossible. In the end, she still said so. She trusted her judgment. This young man in front of her must want the sacred tree. Although the effect of the sacred tree was quite good, there were very few people who could use it. It was very rare, but not impossible. Lin Fei smiled and clapped his hands. You're really smart. You figured it out so quickly. Yes, I am indeed interested in the sacred tree. As long as you can give me a sacred tree that can move my heart, then we'll cooperate. Naturally, there won't be any problems. I can give you the heart of the phoenix. Finally, Xiaofan heard a sentence that satisfied her. Can I see the heart of the phoenix? Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. The item was in his hands. No one could snatch the phoenix heart away from him. So he took out the heart of the phoenix. As soon as she opened it, Xiaofan knew that it was a genuine heart of the phoenix. She didn't expect that she was a step too late. The person in front of her beat her to it. Luo Shan of the Luo men world was also killed by this person. I saw it. However, it will take some time to get the sacred tree. I don't know which world you're from. Let's set a time to trade. Xiaofan had made this trip to the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King for the Phoenix Heart. Now that she saw the heart of the phoenix, she was relieved. All that was left was to exchange for the heart of the phoenix. 3 months. Come to the spiritual world and we'll trade there. I believe you can feel the location of the heart of the phoenix. Xiaofan was shocked. She was a little surprised by these words. She subconsciously thought that this person was from a small world. However, from the looks of it now, it didn't seem to be this person. It was very likely that he was a native of the spirit realm. However, in Xiaofan's eyes, the spirit world was a very unremarkable minor world. There were no experts, no treasures, and even very few heavenly king experts. Yet, he was born and raised in the spiritual realm. I bet you're quite surprised that someone like me is born and raised in the spirit realm. Actually, there's nothing to be surprised about. Xiaofan did have such a thought for a moment. Now that she heard it, she knew that she had thought too far ahead. Alright, 3 months it is. 3 months later, I will definitely bring the tree of God here, as long as you are satisfied. Lin Fei was naturally not worried that Xiaofan would play another trick. If they dared to play another trick, the sky extermination bow in his hands was no joke. If 1 came, he could blow up 1. If 2 came, he could blow up 2. There was no problem at all. Just as Xiaofan was about to turn around and leave, the sounds of fighting suddenly came from outside. It was very intense. You can't go in. Stop them, we can't let them hurt the young miss. Swoosh. A red figure rushed in. I knew there was a treasure inside. It seems that this thing is quite good. The person's voice spread in the small world of the grotto heaven. In a few breaths' time, the figure came to a place not far away from them. It turned out to be a handsome young master. At this moment, his eyes instantly fell on Lin Fei. Well, the treasure should be with you. Considering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, hand over the treasure and I can let you go. Otherwise, once I take action, you will definitely die. When Xiaofan saw the handsome young master, her expression changed slightly. She recognized him. Scram! A cold voice came out of Lin Fei's mouth. The young master still had a smile on his face. I always thought that I had a temper, but I didn't expect that there would be someone with a bigger temper than me. How dare you ask me to scram? Do you know who I am? I am from the Sky Saint sect. My name is Dubai. Of course, Lin Fei knew about the Sky Saint sect. As for Dubai, he had never heard of the top celestial sect in the spiritual realm. However, his aura was not weak. At such a young age, he had broken through to the level of a holy king, which was relatively rare. It was no wonder that he had such a big temper. Since he asked him to hand over the treasure as soon as he came, it was obvious that he had something that could find treasures. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find him. Lin Fei laughed. It turns out that you are from the Sky Saint sect. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, I am quite interested in the treasure you have. Hand it over after the count of 3, and you can leave. If you don't hand it over, you will die immediately. It's that simple. As a member of the Sky Saint sect, Dubai had outstanding potential and a bright future. Naturally, he also had a powerful treasure. However, he did not expect that someone would speak more arrogantly than him. Knowing that he was from the Sky Saint sect, he still dared to speak to him like this. He really did not take him seriously. I didn't expect that someone would target my treasure before I took action. You are quite interesting. While they were chatting, Dubai made his move. In an instant, countless lightning bolts descended from his body. They were like lightning serpents swimming around, causing the void to crack. These lightning snakes continuously charged at Lin Fei. This move displayed the strength of a holy king. As the lightning snakes slithered around, the void collapsed, which was a great threat to the physical body. However, the corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. He spread out his 5 fingers and reached forward. Dubai instantly felt a terrifying and dangerous aura. The lightning snakes collapsed one by one. These 5 fingers were like mountains, and they instantly pinched him. The moment he was pinched, lightning flashed on Dubai's body and pierced towards Lin Fei's palm like spears. However, when these thunderbolts landed on Lin Fei's palm, they were completely useless. Dubai's neck was pinched by Lin Fei. The thunderbolt technique is a good technique, but the power that you can display is too weak. I can only say that you are unlucky. Lin Fei exerted force in his hand, and a wave of power surged out. Dubai did not even have the chance to scream. He directly turned into fragments on the ground, but the ring remained intact. It fell into Lin Fei's hand casually. This kind of person really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What do you think? Chapter 45-71. There were a lot of changes in Xiaofan's eyes, which verified the conjecture in her heart. She naturally knew about Dubai and the existence of the Heavenly Saint Gate. This was the #1 immortal sect in the spirit world, and it was extremely powerful. They were the most likely force to unify the entire spiritual realm. The mysterious young man in front of them had killed a saint ruler without any effort. His strength was unfathomable. It was no wonder that the other party agreed so quickly. This showed that he was extremely confident in his own strength. You killed the heavenly sacred gates, Dubai. There will be a lot of trouble. The heavenly sacred gate is not that easy to get along with. Xiao reminded him. He had also learned about the situation in the spirit realm before coming here. Naturally, he knew more about the heavenly saint gate. The #1 immortal sect, the #1 expert. Lin Fei said calmly, I have never been courteous to those who don't have eyes. Even if the heavenly sacred faction wants to find trouble with me, they have to be prepared for casualties. If 10 Saint Kings die, perhaps there is nothing to be afraid of, but if 10 or 20 Saint Kings die, no matter who it is, they will feel heartache. Xiao found it hard to refute these words. In reality, this was the logic. The more Saint Kings died, the greater the impact on a faction's influence. Even the Heavenly Saint Gate would not be able to withstand such an attack. Furthermore, with the other party's strength, it would be easy for him to kill a Saint King. At that time, it would not be difficult for 10 to 20 Saint Kings to die. But to the Heavenly Saint Gate, it would definitely be a great blow. Xiao left. Although the people outside were restraining Xiao and the others, they were no match for them and were easily repelled. Only after Xiao left did they enter the Grotto Heaven's small world. After entering, they found that young Master Dubai had disappeared. There was not even a trace of his aura, and everyone was greatly shocked. Before they could come back to their senses, they saw a stream of light coming over and instantly killed them. Naturally, Lin Fei was the one who made the move. If he wanted to cut the weeds, he would have to remove the roots. Even if the Heavenly Saint sect was the #1 immortal sect, it wouldn't stop Lin Fei from killing these people. From Dubai's storage ring, Lin Fei took out a treasure. It was a compass-shaped treasure. After pondering for a moment, he understood. Moreover, he knew its specific uses. As expected of the Heavenly Saints faction. To think that they would possess such a magic treasure. It is actually a treasure for searching treasures. I can use it to search for treasures inside the tomb of the Heavenly King. That way, I won't be making a wasted trip. Lin Fei erased the mark on the feng shui treasure and placed his own mark on it. Now, he could use it. Once the compass treasure was activated, it would automatically search for it. As long as he followed this direction, he would be able to find it. This treasure-hunting treasure didn't care about ordinary treasures, but it reacted very strongly to powerful treasures. After Lin Fei came out of the Grotto Heaven pocket world, he discovered that there were at least 3 places with the most intense fluctuations. Let's go to the place in the middle. This treasure has the strongest fluctuations. I can take a look at it. What is it? Lin Fei had already obtained the Phoenix Wood and the Phoenix Heart. Therefore, there was nothing to be anxious about. What was left was to search for powerful treasures. He didn't expect that Dubai would send him a treasure-hunting treasure. This treasure was of the Sage King level. It could search for the most powerful treasures within a certain range. Along the way, from time to time, he could activate some skills. Of course, he could also see the people fighting. They were obviously fighting for something. It should be this pocket world. Lin Fei came to the front of a pocket world. There were methods set up in front of the pocket world. As soon as Lin Fei got close, he saw a resplendent light coming at him. He raised his hand and pressed forward, breaking the resplendent light. In the blink of an eye, he was in the pocket world. As soon as he entered, there were energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were people fighting here. This thing belongs to our 9 Spectres sect. No one can snatch it away. What is your 9 Spectres sect? Have you asked our Divine Martial sect? Lin Fei heard it clearly. He couldn't help but laugh. He had just killed some experts from the 9 Spectres sect not long ago. He didn't expect to meet them here so soon. However, he knew about this Divine Martial sect. One of the 10 celestial sects. It seemed like the thing they were fighting for should be quite precious. The more precious it was, the more Lin Fei cared about it. Otherwise, this treasure-hunting treasure wouldn't have brought him here. After walking for quite a distance, Lin Fei finally saw a group of people fighting. At first glance, it seemed that the 3 parties were locked in a fierce battle, but they were all evenly matched. Not far away, there was something that made Lin Fei's eyes light up. No wonder the treasure hunting caused such a huge commotion. It is actually an armor. This armor is even a Heavenly King grade armor. It wasn't a surprise to find a Heavenly King treasure in the tomb. It was just that he didn't expect to find a Heavenly King armor here. This thing was still useful to Lin Fei. It could make one's defense even stronger. At the very least, a Heavenly King armor could dissipate most of the power. Along with the physical body of a Heavenly King, one could say that he wouldn't be injured even if he stood. There was no way Lin Fei would miss out on such a good item. Lin Fei instantly used the Demon God Escape technique. The Demon God Escape technique was like a gust of wind and didn't leave any afterimages. It directly passed through the crowd and arrived next to the Heavenly King armor. At this moment, there was no one beside the Heavenly King armor. No one could enter. As soon as Lin Fei grabbed the Heavenly King treasured armor, a phantom image appeared on it. It pressed down with a palm. Lin Fei raised his head and met it with a palm. There was a loud explosion. A ripple swept out. The 3 parties that were fighting were immediately blasted away by the energy wave. They couldn't even stand properly. When they looked back and saw that there was a young man next to the Heavenly King armor, their expressions changed and they became even more furious. Someone wanted to steal the Heavenly King armor right under their noses. Bastard, this thing is what our 9 Spectres sect wants. Let's go and kill this guy first. You want to take away the Heavenly King armor right under our noses? Don't even think about it. Everyone attacked together. The 3 sides were very united. They wanted to kill this person first. When they fought against the shadow just now, they could feel that this young man was very strong. He was so strong that they couldn't even fight against him. After Lin Fei took a palm, he saw the 3 sides attack directly. They had all kinds of methods. Starlight shone brightly and they were very aggressive. I've taken a liking to this armor. It belongs to me now. Lin Fei's body instantly burst with light and directly collided with the light. Boom and boom. Peak. Chapter 4572. With a single palm strike, Lin Fei had neutralized all of these attacks. The three forces finally realized that the young man in front of them was actually a demon king. They didn't know the demon king and were quite unfamiliar with him. They couldn't help but be shocked. Since when did the demon nation have such an expert? It was no wonder that their methods were so easily broken by someone. Lin Fei struck out with another palm strike. The palm wind was like a torrent. It washed over everyone's bodies. With this wash, everyone's great path defenses were propped up. Then, they quickly collapsed. One by one, they were sent flying. Whang! A sword intent swept across and instantly slashed at them. In an instant, countless experts were killed on the spot by this sword. These people weren't weak, but after breaking through their great Dao defenses, they didn't have much combat power at all. Moreover, the human body was the weakest. After being slashed by Lin Fei's sword, most of them died. If you don't want to die by my sword, scram immediately. Scram as far as you can. The people from the Nine Spectres sect and the Divine Force sect didn't dare to attack again. Such a tyrannical demon king wasn't someone they could fight at all. In this exchange, they had suffered heavy losses. I didn't expect the demon nation to have such a powerful guy like you. You killed so many of our people, you should at least leave a name. They really couldn't beat him, but they were all from the 10 major immortal sects. They were powerful, so they naturally had to vent their anger. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Naturally, it's not a problem to know my name. Remember, my name is Demon King Netherworld. The words Yellow Springs Demon King echoed in their minds. Their hearts trembled as a surge of energy exploded within them. The explosion caused them to bleed from their orifices. They were all battered and didn't dare to stay any longer. They turned around and left. They were quite unfamiliar with Demon King Netherworld. They didn't have any information about him at all. This was a new rising expert in the demon nation. When they returned, they had to properly investigate this Demon King Netherworld. He was actually so powerful. They, the Sage Kings, were actually no match for him. They felt a little embarrassed. Lin Fei did not chase after these people. Since he had used the name of the Yellow Springs Demon King, he naturally had to spread this name. Without a doubt, the 9 Serene Gate and the Divine Force Gate would definitely investigate him. However, the result of the investigation would be extremely disappointing. There was no such person in the Demon Kingdom at all. Even if there was no information to speak of. Lin Fei turned around and subdued the Heavenly King armor. This Heavenly King treasure armor was called the Devil Fire Treasure Armor. A treasured armor of the fire attribute. Not only could it be used for defense, but it could also release raging flames. Within a certain range, it would turn into an azure field. It was extremely terrifying. This also caused Lin Fei to be slightly shocked. The Heavenly King treasure armor really did have some background. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Lin Fei wore the Heavenly King armor, and the effect was pretty good. After he put on the armor, a small accident occurred. No, it should be a small surprise. The tree of life in his body had finally finished refining the phoenix wood. After refining it, there was actually a trace of flame. This trace of flame was actually purple, and it exuded a dangerous aura. Flame of the Great Path. Such a strong flame of the Great Path. It actually reached the first rank directly. Lin Fei had never encountered such a thing before. He had a guess in his heart, so he refined the purple heavenly flame. After refining, it instantly merged into the demonic fire armor. Instantly, the armor turned into a purple flame. In an instant, the surroundings turned into a purple sea of fire. The sea of fire burned the void. Crackle. So terrifying. It seems that this demonic fire armor and I are fated. Its power has increased by a lot. If the Nine Serene Gate and the Divine Force Gate knew about this, it would probably be too late for regrets. No matter what, they would have to fight me to the death. Lin Fei could indeed feel that the demonic fire armor's power had increased by a lot, especially the heavenly flame, which was even more domineering. In the surroundings, people with weak bodies would be penetrated by the power of the fire, and their bodies would be directly threatened. It could be said that the treasured armor's power had increased by a lot. Lin Fei was also quite satisfied. Coming out of the small world, Lin Fei was about to search for the next small world when he remembered something. He had promised the bloodthirsty Demon King that he would help him. He had almost forgotten about this matter. After confirming the location, he went to look for the bloodthirsty Demon King. He did not forget Luo Shan's words. The Scarlet Demon King had probably gone to look for the bloodthirsty Demon King. Since he knew about this, Lin Fei had to let the bloodthirsty Demon King know what regret was. He could not let him kill the bloodthirsty Demon King no matter what. If not for the bloodthirsty Demon King, he would not have obtained these things. He could forget about cooperating with people from other small worlds. He had also seen the Great Karma Technique. That Xiaofan was still quite powerful. She had mastered the Great Karma Technique. When she became stronger, she could use the Great Karma Technique to kill experts with doppelgangers. They would die instantly. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this cooperation. He believed that Xiaofan would not let him down. Lin Fei had the demon escape, so his speed was naturally fast. After going around and around, he found a small world in the grotto heaven. He plunged in. As soon as he entered, he felt that the bloodthirsty Demon King's aura was weakening. It was not as strong as it was at the beginning. If he was right, the Scarlet Demon King must have tricked him. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Scarlet Demon King, you are indeed ruthless. I did not expect you to trick me in a place like this. By the lake. The bloodthirsty Demon King half knelt on the ground, surrounded by corpses. He had been dead for a while. Even the other two sage kings were on the ground. I had no choice. Someone bought your life, so I had to kill you. Anyway, no one would suspect you if you died in the tomb of the ancient king. I can only say that you were unlucky. The Scarlet Demon King was a little disheveled. He had underestimated the bloodthirsty Demon King's ability. He had almost been defeated. Fortunately, he had severely injured the bloodthirsty Demon King. Now, it was impossible for the bloodthirsty Demon King to escape. The Scarlet Demon King walked over step by step. He was ready to give the bloodthirsty Demon King the final blow and destroy him. When his injuries recovered, he would go and finish off the Yellow Springs Demon King. At that time, the mission would be completed. The bloodthirsty Demon King was a little regretful. He already knew what was going on. Luo Shan must have wanted to kill him. Because he knew the scroll. Indeed, the young masters of the foreign world were ruthless. Even the Scarlet Demon King had been bribed. The bloodthirsty Demon King knew that he was finished. He was dead for sure. Even if you kill me, you will regret it if you try to deal with the Yellow Springs Demon King. He will definitely take your life. Crimson Devil Demon King laughed heartily. That Yellow Springs Demon King. When the time comes, I can destroy him easily. With a pft, a palm passed through the Scarlet Demon King's body. Are you sure you can deal with me? Top. Chapter 4573. The voice sounded familiar to the Crimson Devil Demon King. He could not recall who it was for a moment. He lowered his head, and when he saw the outstretched hand, he instinctively turned around. Then, he saw a figure that was beyond his imagination. It's you. How did you manage to find me? I heard Luo Shan's words, so I came to have a chat with you. Unfortunately, you're too slow. I had no choice but to do it myself. Lin Fei snickered as he willed it. The Crimson Devil Demon King felt the essence, spirit in his body being sucked dry. In the blink of an eye, he lost consciousness and collapsed. The bloodthirsty Demon King stared at the Yellow Springs Demon King with wide eyes, unable to recover. The majestic Crimson Devil Demon King was killed just like that. It was faster and easier than expected. Since when did the Yellow Springs Demon King become so strong that he could kill the Crimson Devil Demon King so easily? Thank you, Brother Yellow Springs, for saving my life. From now on, if you need any help, just let me know. I will do my best. The bloodthirsty Demon King said in a low voice. He could naturally tell that the Yellow Springs Demon King's strength had increased greatly. He was no longer the same as when they fought. Even the Crimson Devil Demon King, one of the 10 Demon Kings, was killed so easily. The Yellow Springs Demon King must be even stronger. He immediately corrected his attitude. Lin Fei had used the Demon God escape to get behind the Crimson Devil Demon King. Unfortunately, he did not react. He was just unlucky. Did you get the item? If not, I can help you. Lin Fei said. The bloodthirsty Demon King laughed bitterly. I got the item, but I fell into the Crimson Devil Demon King's trap. Both of them died. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. The Crimson Devil Demon King followed them all the way here, using the excuse of helping. But the moment he got the item, he attacked and caught them off guard. 2 Demon Kings were killed, the bloodthirsty Demon King was severely injured, and the entire team was almost wiped out. This Scarlet Demon King is pretty smart. He actually chose this moment to strike. Lin Fei laughed, since you've got the things, you should find a place to heal your wounds and leave this ancient tomb. The people here are much more difficult to deal with than you. Thank you for the reminder. I will leave the ancient tomb soon. This place is indeed not easy to survive in. Actually, the bloodthirsty Demon King knew what to do even without being told. It would take some time for him to recover from his injuries, so he had no choice but to leave the tomb. I heard that this Scarlet Demon King knows a lot of secrets. I believe there must be some secrets hidden in his ring. Brother Yellow Springs, you can take a look. Perhaps you will find something new in the tomb. The bloodthirsty Demon King said as he left. Lin Fei picked up the storage ring and broke the seal. He was curious as to what secrets this Scarlet Demon King knew. There were a lot of things in his ring. Spirit stones, cultivation techniques, and elixirs were all available. For the time being, Lin Fei was not interested in any of them. However, the last map piqued Lin Fei's interest. This was a map of the ancient tomb of the Sky King, and it was very detailed. This was the most detailed map that Lin Fei had ever seen. All the tombs of the Sky King were marked, unlike the map in Lin Fei's hand, which was very blurry. He could roughly figure out the general location, but it was not as detailed as this one. As expected of the 10 great demon kings. Even the map of the Sky King's tomb is so detailed. On this map, there was a big red heart marked in the center. This piqued Lin Fei's interest. Could it be that this ancient tomb is the most powerful of the 32 ancient tombs? Lin Fei had entered a few ancient tombs, and the mini-worlds inside were indeed very different. However, there were not many that made him feel threatened. In that case, I can go take a look at this ancient tomb. This ancient tomb was called the South Moon Ancient Tomb. Lin Fei had never heard of the South Moon Ancient Tomb, nor had he heard of the South Moon Heavenly King. Since this Scarlet Demon King marked it with a big red heart, of course, Lin Fei had to go take a look. What if it was really the most lively ancient tomb? Lin Fei was very interested in this kind of thing. Once the Demon God escape was activated, Lin Fei shuttled through the void. There were rays of divine light in the void, but Lin Fei was able to avoid them one by one with ease. He arrived at the South Moon Ancient Tomb. As soon as he arrived outside the South Moon Ancient Tomb, Lin Fei smiled. Outside the South Moon Ancient Tomb, there were actually 5 Sage King powerhouses guarding outside. It was really very rare. So far, Lin Fei had not found anyone guarding in front of any ancient tomb. However, there were actually 5 Sage Kings in front of this South Moon Ancient Tomb, and they were the very strong kind. It was hard not to be surprised. 5 Sage King powerhouses, Lin Fei did not recognize them. They were very unfamiliar, and did not look like Sage Kings from the spiritual realm. They looked more like Sage Kings brought by the young masters outside. No wonder they were so arrogant guarding outside. Who is it? Come out. Lin Fei just stopped in the void. One of the 5 Sage Kings instantly made a move. A treasure flew in and directly smashed towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei flicked out a divine light, hitting the treasure and sending it flying. Then, he also came out. His reaction is quite fast. Lin Fei flicked a treasure away with a finger, which made the Sage King powerhouse's expression change. This is the territory of our Heavenly Fire sect, no one is allowed to enter. The 5 Sage King powerhouses said coldly. How would Lin Fei know anything about the Heavenly Fire sect? It sounded grand, but since he was here, he had to go in. So much nonsense. Lin Fei snorted coldly. With this cold snort, the bodies of the 5 Sage Kings trembled. Then, Lin Fei came in front of them. The void collapsed, and a force hit their bodies. In an instant, everyone staggered and couldn't stand steadily anymore. A sword will slashed across their bodies, and the great Tao defense of the 5 Sage Kings was broken. All of them vomited blood. They could not even stop it. How can there be such a strong person here? We can't withstand it at all. This is bad. Quickly go in and inform the young master and the others. Even now, they still had lingering fears. They could not withstand it at all. How could there be such a strong guy, and he seemed to be a demon king? They had also fought with demon kings before, but they were far from this strong. They could not withstand it at all, and even their great Tao defense collapsed instantly. As soon as Lin Fei entered the small world, he felt that it was completely different. It really is a little different. As expected of Heavenly King Nanyue's small world. I said that I would have a good harvest here. Lin Fei sensed it for a moment and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. He could not help but smile. It is indeed a good place. Chapter 45-74. In this small world of Heavenly King Nanyu, Lin Fei did find something useful to him. There was actually a divine tree here. This divine tree's ranking was not very high, but it was very tall. Its entire body was decorated with starlight. This was a starlight divine tree. It could absorb the power of starlight. At this moment, there were people picking starlight fruits. They were condensed. The starlight fruits grew one by one. They were very beautiful. The greatest use of these starlight fruits was that after refining, they could be used to create a treasure body, which was the Heavenly King body. It was called the Starlight Treasure Body. There was no fighting here, and it was very quiet. A few Saint King experts were attacking the Starlight Divine Tree, and they took the opportunity to pick the starlight fruits. This was also the reason why Lin Fei smiled when he came in. He did not expect his luck to be so good, to actually find a divine tree. Its ranking was average. At the very least, it was a divine tree. For Lin Fei, it was very useful. How could Lin Fei miss such a rare opportunity? Those people seemed to have a strong background, and Lin Fei did not think much of it. As soon as he came over, a large net appeared in the void, blocking Lin Fei's path. Lin Fei raised his hand and punched out, sending the large net flying. As soon as he made his move, the Saint King experts on the other side sensed it. On a stone platform, a young expert stood, and he looked over with a cold gaze. What are the people outside doing? They actually let someone slip in. An expert next to the young man waved his hand, and the area where Lin Fei was instantly collapsed. The power of the void came crashing down. It was ferocious and swift, not giving anyone a chance to react at all. The void power collapsed, and when it got close to Lin Fei, it stopped. The void around Lin Fei also collapsed, and the two forces collided, disintegrating the opponent's power. I heard that Heavenly King Nan Yu's small world doesn't belong to anyone. When did it become your territory? Lin Fei neutralized Zhang Xian's attack with a single move. The expert next to the young man was shocked. He had underestimated this kid. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you act so impudently in front of our Heavenly Fire sect? How dare you spout such arrogant words? I'll kill you. In an instant, it shook. He arrived behind Lin Fei. The moment he appeared, the void around Lin Fei collapsed as a wave of power slammed into the other party's body. Following that, a resplendent light burst forth, riddling the other party like a beehive. He couldn't be more dead. Even the great path defense on his opponent's body could not withstand the sword will attack at this moment. It was gone. Friend, you probably don't mind me taking care of this blind guy for you. Not everyone can be casually killed. Who asked me to have a good temper and only kill him? At this moment, the young man's expression finally changed. The expert beside him was an expert at the peak of the Saint King stage, and some of them were even half a step away from reaching the level of a heavenly king. He did not expect that they would be easily killed by the other party. He didn't even see any tricks. Such a person did have some ability. Do you know that I'm from the Heavenly Fire sect? You're making an enemy of the Heavenly Fire sect. You should know what the consequences are. The young man snorted coldly. Lin Fei didn't know anything about the Heavenly Fire sect. The name sounded quite scary. Lin Fei was not someone who would be scared by a few words. Don't use the Heavenly Fire sect to scare people. It's useless against me. If you dare to say the words Heavenly Fire sect again, I don't mind sending you to hell. Anyway, you guys are no match for me. The young man's expression became more serious. Since he dared to not take the Heavenly Fire sect seriously, could it be that he was also from another small world, or a very famous low-level small world? From the fact that the other party could break in and easily kill his subordinates, the other party's strength must have reached the peak of the Saint King stage. He was even half a step away from the level of a heavenly king. Such a person was very difficult to deal with. It was not easy to find a starlight treasure tree. The young man was a little reluctant to give it up just like that. We saw this starlight treasure tree first, and we also saw the starlight treasure fruit first. If you really want to take it by force, I don't mind playing a few rounds with you. The young man naturally wouldn't let his reputation down. I'm not too interested in this starlight treasure fruit. This thing is only useful for ordinary people. I can wait for you guys to finish picking the starlight treasure fruit first. There aren't many people as generous as me. You have to cherish this opportunity. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, calm and composed. The more he was like this, the more the young man couldn't see through him. He didn't even take the Heavenly Fire sect seriously, and he didn't even seem to care about the starlight treasure fruit. What was this person's goal? For a moment, his expression was different, and countless thoughts came to mind. Are you sure you don't want the starlight treasure fruit? The effect of the treasure fruit was very powerful. As long as a certain amount was obtained, one could cultivate the starlight treasure body. It was the dream of many people to reach the level of a heavenly king in one fell swoop. The number was very large. If one could find the starlight treasure fruit, they would naturally have the chance to cultivate the starlight treasure body. The young man was very surprised that the person in front of him didn't seem to care, and he couldn't see through him. He couldn't possibly say that he was going to take advantage of others, right? Do you think I care about this kind of thing? Even if it's piled up in front of me, I won't even look at it. Lin Fei laughed. I'm very interested in the starlight treasure tree behind you, so I'll wait for you guys to pick the starlight mango before I take action. I think you guys have no objections, right? The young man was stunned again. Someone had actually come for the starlight treasure tree. This was very rare. Some people also wanted to take the starlight treasure tree back and plant it so that they could obtain the starlight treasure fruit. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. As a result, the young man let out a sigh of relief. As long as you don't want the starlight treasure fruit, everything is fine. The starlight treasure tree is not a problem. The sage rulers were all ready to fight. As soon as they heard this, they continued to pick the starlight treasure fruit, and their movements were much faster. May I know which world you are from? This is the starlight treasure tree, and it's not something that just anyone can plant. How could Lin Fei not know that the other party was testing him this time? I'm just a nobody. This little bit of strength is insignificant. As for my name, there's nothing much to say. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Apex. Chapter 45-75. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down. The young gentleman was a little puzzled that he did not know the other party's background. But thinking about it, it made sense. Someone who could easily deal with an expert next to him was naturally not a nobody. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to be interested in the starlight treasure fruit, so he was relieved. The other party did not want it, but he was not like the other party. He had finally come across the starlight treasure fruit, so he had to pick them all. From beginning to end, Lin Fei did not look at the other party. He just stood there quietly. Those who did not know would have thought that it was a subordinate. An hour later. The starlight treasure fruit on the starlight god tree had been picked clean. The young gentleman finally smiled. Needless to say, he was still under pressure. Especially in a situation where he could not see through the other party, and could also kill a Peak Saint King subordinate. How could he not be afraid of the other party? He also knew that in the vast 1,000 domains, there were many experts. It was very normal to meet an expert. Fortunately, his goal had been achieved, and the rest was simple. The young gentleman did not think of revenge at all. The other party did not care about the Heavenly Fire sect, but he was naturally a capable person. He did not need to fight to the death with the other party. After all, this was the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King. There were a lot of experts here. If they were ambushed by someone, who could they complain to? He had encountered this kind of thing several times, and there was a shadow in his heart. I have always kept my word. If I don't want the starlight treasure fruit, then I don't want it. Now that you have all picked it, it's time for me to take action. Hearing the word take action, the young gentleman was a little afraid, and subconsciously called the Saint King experts back. They stood behind him. In the end, Lin Fei did not even look at them, and directly came to the side of the starlight god tree. As soon as he came, the starlight god tree blossomed with thousands of rays of light. Each ray of light was extremely powerful, reaching the Peak Saint King level. Some even reached the half-step Heavenly King level. It was a very powerful counterattack. As soon as these attacks got close to Lin Fei, they were repelled by the collapsing power around him. Stop struggling. You're no match for me. Be a good boy and give me your last bit of power. Lin Fei's 2 hands landed on the starlight god tree and countless starlights exploded. It was simply unable to withstand Lin Fei's power. There was a loud rumbling sound. The massive starlight god tree was actually lifted up by Lin Fei. The young man standing in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong. Even the Starlight Treasure Tree was shaken, and he still wanted to uproot it. Could it be that he really had to bring it back and plant it as he had guessed? Everyone knew that these sacred trees were very difficult to grow, and there were very few that could grow. Therefore, when everyone saw the sacred tree, they naturally didn't have much interest. However, this brat before him had exceeded his expectations and really wanted to take him away. Whoosh! The Starlight God tree was uprooted, and countless starlights exploded, instantly enveloping the entire area. The young man immediately retreated with his men and only stopped when they were far away. The area in front was covered in starlights, and no one knew what was going on. The young man couldn't wait to see such an expert die inside. Unfortunately, his wish was a little disappointed. After the starlights dispersed, a figure walked out. The Starlight God tree had actually disappeared. It was obvious that it had been kept. A ring that could store such a large Starlight God tree was definitely not an ordinary ring. For a moment, the young man was very interested in this young man. No, this wasn't a young man from the human race, but a demon king. The young man came back to his senses because this person didn't have the aura of a human race. All he had was the aura of a powerful demon king. If you're interested in these sacred trees, I think we can cooperate. Out of the blue, the young man said. Are you sure you want to cooperate with me? Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? After all, I can still kill all of you. The young man was usually quite arrogant, but at this moment, he was a little afraid of the other party's strength. Even the Starlight God tree's last attack didn't seem to have any effect on the other party. Clearly, this guy was quite strong. Lin Fei was quite surprised that the other party actually wanted to cooperate. Especially since the other party didn't even know him, it was really rare to see such a person. I see that you seem to be interested in these sacred trees. It just so happens that I know another place in the ancient tomb of the Sky King has a sacred tree, but it's of a higher grade. I wonder if you're interested. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about this. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to know. It seemed like he had a lot of information. You're quite smart to be able to guess it. That's right, I'm really interested in these sacred trees. Tell me what kind of sacred tree it is. If it doesn't have a name, I won't be interested. Lin Fei wouldn't be tempted just because of a sentence from the other party. No matter what, he had to listen. The Starlight God tree is only ranked 82, but this sacred tree has a great origin. It's ranked 48, and it's called the Wind God tree. Lin Fei had seen the mutant tree list, so he naturally remembered some of the sacred trees behind it. There was indeed a Wind God tree. The fruits of the Wind God tree were called Wind God fruits. After refining these Wind God fruits, one could naturally cultivate the Wind God treasure body. This was a Sky King treasure body that specialized in speed. The grade of this tree was indeed a lot higher than the previous Starlight God tree. No wonder the other party proposed to cooperate. With just these people, they probably wouldn't be able to snatch these Wind God fruits. You're quite smart to know how to cooperate. Coincidentally, I've heard of the Wind God tree before. We can indeed cooperate. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. He had an idea. This person was extremely strong, but he didn't seem to be interested in the fruits. Instead, he seemed to be interested in the sacred tree. If that was the case, everything would be easy. My name is Wu Hai. I hope we can cooperate happily. Wu Hai also reported his name. Lin Fei laughed. Demon King Netherworld. Wu Hai had indeed never heard of this Demon King Netherworld. The other party was indeed very strong, especially his physical strength. It was really very strong. Cooperating with such a person was indeed advantageous. Wu Hai was also prepared to take a gamble. If he could really obtain some Wind God fruits, that would be the best. Even if they didn't cooperate, they might not be able to snatch the wind god fruits. But if they cooperated, the situation would be different. The probability would be much higher. Apex. Chapter 45-76. The young man quickly got into the zone. Now that they had reached an agreement, they wouldn't waste any more time. They immediately brought Lin Fei to look for the wind god tree. Lin Fei didn't know much about the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King, but he felt that the information these foreign young masters had was very detailed. It was much more detailed than the information in the spiritual realm. No wonder they couldn't get anything good in the spiritual realm. They were all taken away by these foreign young masters. Whoosh 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 whoosh. When they arrived near the entrance of a small world, a gust of wind started blowing. When the wind came, it turned into a series of blades that slashed at them. Fortunately, they were all Peak Sage King experts. Once they activated their Great Dao defense, they were able to block it. When the continuous blade attacks came, they still felt a great deal of pressure. The wind god tree is inside. This is the wind god tree's way of fighting. Lin Fei had to admit that the wind god tree was indeed very powerful. It could even affect the surroundings. It left behind gusts of wind. This wind was extremely sharp and specialized in cutting through flesh. Without any defense, it was impossible to get close. The closer they got to the entrance of the small world, the stronger the power of the continuous blades and the denser they became. Most importantly, as long as you didn't get close to the small world, you wouldn't be able to detect the existence of such a method. Lin Fei was very interested in the wind god tree. He had to take a look first. No wonder it was ranked so high. These methods couldn't stop them. They carefully approached the small world and dove in. Once inside, they found that it was far more dangerous inside than outside. One after another, storms swept over. Within the naked eye, there were at least 7 or 8 storms rotating back and forth. At the end of the small world, there was a towering tree. Wind blades attacked Lin Fei from all directions. Before they got close to Lin Fei, they saw the void around them collapse. They blasted the wind blades away. Lin Fei could vaguely see many figures fighting over something at the end of the small world. Obviously, they were a little late. We must hurry up. Otherwise, if they take away all the wind god fruits, our trip will be in vain. When Wuxia saw the fight for the wind god fruit, he started to get anxious. It's fine. It's not too late yet. There are still a lot of wind god fruits hanging on the tree. Since we're here, they won't have a chance. Lin Fei could clearly see the wind god fruits hanging on the wall. There were many wind blades protecting these wind god fruits. If he wanted to pluck these wind god fruits, he would need some strength. Hearing that, Wuxia became spirited. This time, he had found a helper. With such an expert, obtaining the wind god fruit should be very easy. What powerful treasures do you have? Tell me about them first. We have to kill them all in one go. That way, we can harvest these wind god fruits. Lin Fei did not rush over. Instead, he asked about Wuxia. Wuxia's heart jolted. This guy couldn't be thinking of going all out, right? In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, I have a powerful talisman that can stop everything for 3 breaths of time. Only 3 breaths of time. Lin Fei laughed when he heard that. 3 breaths of time is enough. We can injure them severely and save a lot of time. Indeed, Lin Fei did not have many treasures on him. He did not care for these treasures. But now, he realized that he should still bring some treasures with him. They could be used at critical moments. For example, it would be difficult to deal with these people in one go. But if he had treasures, it would be a different story. Wuxia knew what to do. After all, the wind god fruit was still very valuable. It could definitely use this talisman. In any case, this guy did not want the wind god fruits. In the end, all the wind god fruits would belong to him. Where else could he find such a good deal? When we get close to them, I will use this talisman. Then, I will leave the rest to the Yellow Springs Demon King. Wuxia might not be able to injure them in one go, but the Yellow Springs Demon King could do it. It was not easy to pass through here. These windstorms were very powerful. They could be said to be an overwhelming attack. If one could withstand it, one could live. If not, one would die immediately. It was very overbearing. Lin Fei's Heavenly King body withstood the wind blades, so he could feel how powerful they were. As expected of the wind god tree. It had its own protection method. Not just anyone could come in. Even if one had a powerful defensive treasure, they would not be able to last long. The closer they got to the wind god tree, the more powerful the wind blades became. A few breaths of time could be unbearable. For example, Wuxia was wearing a treasure armor, but it also consumed a lot of energy. They arrived near the wind god tree. After arriving here, the wind god tree's methods became more and more ferocious. The sage kings who were picking the wind god fruits were also very careful. They did not dare to make too much noise. Whoosh! The black mist floated toward them. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly corroded. It turned out that they did not welcome people to snatch the wind god fruits. Lin Fei could also clearly feel that with their arrival, the power of the wind god tree seemed to have increased a lot. It was quite an interesting tree. Void freeze. Wuxia immediately took out the talisman. It turned into a golden stream of light and swept across the crowd. After Jingguang's sweep, the sage kings who were attacking stopped one by one and fell into a temporary state of stillness. Lin Fei also took out the Sky Destroyer bow at the first moment. He pulled the bow. They turned into dozens of streams of light and hit the bodies of these experts. The first arrow had injured these experts. Then the second round of attacks directly pierced through their bodies. After the third round of attacks, there was almost no one left standing. 3 breaths of time. Wuxia knew that the Yellow Springs Demon King was extremely powerful, but he never expected him to be so powerful. He actually had a Heavenly King weapon. In 3 breaths of time, he had seriously injured these sage kings. No one at the scene could stand their ground. From now on, this tree belongs to me. The wind god fruits on it belong to you. Lin Fei said to Wuxia with a smile. Wuxia felt like he was dreaming. He did not expect to get the wind god fruits so quickly. The injured peak sage kings were also seriously injured. Without a word, Wuxia ordered the sage kings beside him to attack. Actually, even without the sage kings, they could not withstand the attacks of the wind god tree and were directly torn to pieces. Chapter 45-77. Just like that, Lin Fei stood near the wind god tree. Without the sage king experts, the wind god tree seemed to be much weaker. Lin Fei just stood there casually. The wind blades passed through him from both sides, not affecting him at all. Wuxia did not stay idle either. He picked the wind god fruits with the sage king experts. If he wanted to pick the wind god fruits, he would need some time to break the spell. Lin Fei had no obligation to help them pick the wind god fruits. It was already good enough that he could help him deal with these sage king experts. After all, he had to guard against the other experts that came in. Wuxia was truly relieved. It was not easy to use a void stop talisman. The effect was naturally good. After dealing with these sage king experts, he could finally pick the wind god fruits with peace of mind. Whether or not he could pick more wind god fruits depended on this Lin Fei. Wuxia could naturally tell why the other party did not come to help him. He was simply helping them resolve their worries. When the wind god fruits were all picked, the Yellow Springs Goblin King would take the Wind God tree away. With the previous example, Wuxia knew what was going on. Without any hesitation, he quickly put away the Wind God fruits. Who knew what kind of experts would come here? After all, there were about 20 to 30 young masters that came to the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King. They were all experts from the lesser worlds. Get out. This place is not for you. Lin Fei wielded the Heaven Destroyer bow. The moment someone entered, he attacked. As soon as those people entered, they encountered such a powerful technique. They were immediately scared witless, turned around, and ran away. This was not the first or second time such a situation had happened. Yi Xian's long-range technique could definitely make them tremble in fear. Why would they have the mood to enter again? They were about to lose their lives. In this way, Lin Fei saved a lot of trouble. He did not even need to do much to chase them away. Ha ha ha, looks like our luck is not bad. There is a Wind God tree here. There should be Wind God fruits here. We did not come here for nothing. Right at this moment, laughter came from outside. Wuxia, who was picking the Wind God fruits, had a slight change in expression. Yellow Springs Demon King, this is bad. The people I left outside have all been killed. It should be someone from another small world. You have to be careful. Naturally, Lin Fei also sensed that someone had arrived outside, and his strength was not weak. Just focus on picking the Wind God fruits. I'll take care of the rest. No matter who came in, they couldn't stop Lin Fei's determination to take away the Wind God tree. If it wasn't for the fact that Wuxia wasn't bad, there wouldn't be any cooperation. An arrow light shot over. Just as the arrow was about to hit them, a huge shield rose up and blocked the power of the arrow. They surged towards both sides. Those people are fine hiding behind their shields. Everyone be careful. There's a long-range guy inside. He's pretty strong. The people on the other side reacted quite quickly. Following that, shields appeared one after another, and they charged towards Lin Fan. The shields emitted a faint glow, but they were extremely tough. Even the wind blades couldn't break the glow in a short time. At the same time, streams of light shot towards Lin Fei. It turned out that they had a long-range expert as well. His archery skills seemed to be quite outstanding. They kept appearing around Lin Fei. The void around Lin Fei had long collapsed, forming a fault. Any method that wanted to come over would have to pass through this collapsed void. This was a small trick that Lin Fei had figured out himself. After all, he had a strong body. With a single move, he could cause the void to collapse. However, he had always controlled the area of the collapse to be around 1 meter. 1 meter wasn't a large area, but it was very effective. So there's an archery expert here. I'll have to kill this guy first. As soon as he thought that, an arrow light appeared beside him. The arrow light hit Lin Fei's body, but it only left a faint mark. It didn't affect Lin Fei at all. However, it also let Lin Fei know that this long-range guy was also an archer, and he was quite strong. Although Lin Fei had the Sky Destroyer bow, his archery skills were indeed average. The guy in front of him seemed to be quite good at archery. It was a good opportunity for him to catch him and learn a few moves so that his archery skills would become more powerful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Another 9 arrow lights appeared around Lin Fei, instantly erupting with terrifying power. The 9 arrows seemed to have attraction. With Lin Fei as the center, a terrifying power erupted in an instant, and it was amplified. The power was actually increased by more than 10 times. This guy doesn't know what's good for him. He actually dares to go against us sharpshooters. I guess he's stunned. Old sure, your 9 stars chasing the moon is really good. This guy is probably a rogue cultivator. How could he have seen 9 stars chasing the moon? The guy called Old Shi was wearing a black robe and holding a big bow in his hand. He was the one who launched the long-range attack. Just now, the 9 stars chasing the moon was his doing. Not everyone can withstand my 9 stars chasing the moon. This guy dares to go against me. He really doesn't know what's good for him. This guy was very proud of himself. He was most proficient in long-range attacks. He was very popular in any team. This was because a long-range archer could let you feel the aura of danger at all times. For example, although he was shocked by the opponent's power at the beginning, such crude archery skills were even more disdainful in his eyes. Your archery skills are really good. 9 stars chasing the moon increases the power. It's a pity that you met someone you shouldn't have offended. I can only say that you're unlucky. A voice appeared in the ears of the black-robed man. Then, a hand reached out and pierced through his chest. All of his energy had been completely plundered. The ring on his hand was quickly taken away, and so was the big bow. The expressions of those young masters, who were feeling proud of themselves, suddenly changed. They didn't notice how the opponent moved at all. However, Old Shi, who was good at long-range attacks in their team, was killed without a sound. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. This made them feel the aura of danger. Thank you for sending me a gift, so I'll send you a gift too. I'm sure you'll like it. Lin Fei laughed, and the surrounding void collapsed in an instant. Now Lin Fei's strength could cause the void to collapse in an instant. Moreover, these people were not far away from him. Everyone was struck by the power of the void. Following that, the heaven's extermination bow shot out beams of light, killing all of them. From the beginning to the end, it was so easy. Top. Chapter 45-78. Among these people, the most powerful one was the long-range archer. As for the others, their strength was only so-so in Lin Fei's opinion. He heaved a sigh of relief and continued picking the wind god fruits. Lin Fei took out the archer's ring. He wanted to see what this fellow had brought with him. After all, his archery skills were quite powerful. Lin Fei was good at many things, but his archery skills were just a so-so. Even though the Sky Destroyer bow was in his hands, it wasn't very powerful. This was something that couldn't be helped. If he had good archery skills, he would be able to increase the power of the heaven exterminating bow. Lin Fei planned to take a look inside the ring to see if there was anything good in there. If he was lucky, he might be able to find it. Even though Lin Fei was capable of creating powerful archery skills himself, that required time. For Lin Fei, the heaven exterminating bow wouldn't take too long. The archer's ring didn't contain many valuable items. Just as Lin Fei had expected, the archer indeed had some archery skills. However, they were all so-so and not worthy of his attention. Lin Fei felt that it was quite a pity. Since he was bored, he took out the other rings. Apart from spirit stones and cultivation methods, there were all sorts of items inside. In the last ring, however, Lin Fei found something interesting. I didn't expect this fellow to have an archery skill as well. It looks like it's quite good. In the last ring, Lin Fei found something. It turned out to be an archery skill. Compared to the archer's skill, this skill was obviously much better. However, it was still an incomplete skill. It was quite surprising. Space arrow skill. When he saw these words, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. There was only one archery technique in this incomplete technique. This archery technique made Lin Fei realize that this archery technique was suitable for him. I didn't expect this guy to have such an archery skill. No wonder he kept it in his storage ring. This kind of archery skill is not something that just anyone can cultivate. It's like God has given me a gift. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Wu Hai, who was picking the wind god fruits, was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He didn't know why the Yellow Springs Demon King was smiling, but he must have gotten something he was satisfied with. It was better for him to pick this wind god fruit. Lin Fei himself had cultivated the space law before. Naturally, he knew that the Tao of space was broad and profound. It was very powerful. He didn't expect that there would be someone who could fuse space and archery together. It was indeed very powerful. This kind of archery was untraceable, and it was indeed extremely ferocious. Lin Fei studied it for a bit and mastered the spatial arrow technique. He had already cultivated a small part of the spatial laws. Although it was mostly used for movement techniques, it didn't seem too difficult for him to use it for archery. Lin Fei had cultivated in the past, so he knew that mastering one technique was the same as mastering all techniques. He just didn't think about it normally. The one who created the spatial arrow technique should be an expert in the space law. He might even be a long-range spatial archer. Lin Fei drew the bow. The spatial arrow technique was unleashed. Compared to the previous archery technique, it was truly untraceable. Hitting the bullseye directly saved him a lot of time. There was no sound, no movement. It was extremely powerful. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this spatial arrow technique. This spatial arrow technique was extremely powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy. If Lin Fei didn't have the divine tree of life, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. A spatial arrow technique consumed 30% of his energy. It wasn't something anyone could display. 3 to 5 arrows would completely cripple him. Lin Fei returned to his original position. Wu Hai and the others moved much faster. The wind god fruits were picked one by one. It seemed that before long, all the wind god fruits on the wind god tree would be picked clean. Although some young masters came in during this period, they weren't very powerful. Lin Fei easily drove them away. Lin Fei thought that no more experts would come in. However, in the next second, a few figures barged in. The moment these figures barged in, they gave off a strong pressure. Young Master Yi, we found a wind god fruit here. We're quite lucky. The moment these people entered, they immediately locked onto the wind god tree. Wu Hai, who was picking the wind god fruits, frowned when he heard the name, Young Master Yi. He turned around and saw a figure in black. When he saw the figure in black, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his face turned pale. Demon King Netherworld, oh no. That guy is here. It'll be difficult for us to get the wind god fruit and wind god tree. Wu Hai, who had been beaming with joy, was now pale as if he hadn't seen the sun for a whole year. He was even trembling. Needless to say, Lin Fei could also feel the aura of a heavenly king from this person. At this time, a heavenly king actually came in. It seemed like this heavenly king had a powerful background. Wu Hai's body was trembling from head to toe. This trembling came from the bottom of his heart. In other words, these people had a powerful background. Do they have a powerful background? Wu Hai swallowed. Very, very powerful. They're from a mid-level small world. Lin Fei finally understood why Wu Hai had such a big reaction. So they were from a mid-level small world. No wonder. They indeed had that kind of deterrence. These people were all at the Heavenly King realm. So it's Wu Hai from the Heavenly Fire sect. You're quite lucky to even run into a wind god tree. You should know what to do, right? A voice that was neither loud nor light floated over. Only then did Lin Fei notice that this black-clothed young master was glowing with divine light. He was completely different from the other young masters, exuding a mysterious aura. As expected of someone from a mid-level small world. Wu Hai had finally run into a wind god tree and plucked the wind god fruit without anyone competing with him. In the end, such a master came. If you asked him to hand over this thing, he would be a little reluctant to do so. But if he didn't, a mid-level small world would definitely make him suffer. Not to mention getting out of here alive. This young master was called Young Master Yeyue. He was a top-notch genius from a mid-level small world. Wu Hai was well informed. He naturally knew which mid-level small worlds had people he couldn't afford to offend. Among them, young Master Yeyue was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Young Master Yeyue, I've just arrived and haven't plucked many wind god fruits. Why don't we just forget about it? I'll leave now. Wu Hai didn't dare to make an enemy out of him. He could only be a coward. Disobedient guy, clear the field. Peak. Chapter 45-79. As soon as the black-clothed man gave the order, the three figures behind him moved in an instant, directly breaking through the void and appearing in front of them. They were so fast that no one could react. They appeared just like that. For example, a figure appeared in front of Wu Hai. With a slash, the saber light was like flowing water, breaking through Wu Hai's great Dao defense. Wu Hai was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wind god tree. In the blink of an eye, he was attacked by countless wind blades. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hai was beaten beyond recognition. As for the remaining Sage Kings, they were no match for a Heavenly King and were directly killed. They couldn't even withstand a single slash. Lin Fei was also attacked by a Heavenly King powerhouse. However, when the opponent's slash came, Lin Fei used the Demon God escape technique and floated far away. He reached out and pulled Wu Hai to the side. This guy's slash just now had made him vomit blood. It was not easy to survive against a Heavenly King powerhouse. The Heavenly King powerhouse was a little surprised that his slash missed. Once again, he broke through the void and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Another slash came, but Lin Fei managed to widen the distance between them again. He dodged again. Lin Fei hadn't met many Heavenly Kings who could fight in close combat like this, but the Heavenly King powerhouse in front of him was very strong. His saber technique was outstanding, and he could easily kill a peak Sage King. Even a half-step Heavenly King would not be able to withstand his attack. The opponent's weapon was also a Heavenly King level weapon, incomparably sharp. It was a divine weapon. Demon King Yellow Springs, let's go. They're too strong. We can't beat them at all. Wu Hai was already trembling in fear. The opponent was too strong. 3 subordinates had already caused them to suffer heavy losses. For example, now, only Wu Hai and Demon King Yellow Springs were left. If Demon King Yellow Springs hadn't helped him, he would have been killed long ago. He wouldn't have been able to breathe. After failing to take them down twice in a row, the opponent, the Heavenly King powerhouse, was also a little angry. With his movement technique improved, his saber technique became even more outstanding. Streaks of saber technique slashed over. It ignored the existence of the void and directly appeared around Lin Fei. It was extremely domineering. Do you really think that I'll be afraid of you just because I won't retaliate? The wind god tree is something that I've taken a fancy to, so it naturally belongs to me. If you want to take it from me, that will depend on whether you have the strength to do so. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He was enraged. Once again, he widened the distance between them, even faster than the other party. After pulling the string, he took out the Sky Extermination Bow and unleashed a spatial arrow technique. There were no traces to follow. The Heavenly King Stage powerhouse's body was constantly moving. His brow furrowed as he sensed danger, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck. He fell from the sky and became a pile of mud. Lin Fei had killed a Heavenly King Stage powerhouse with a single sword strike. This was also because the other party had not been able to guard against Lin Fei's strength. Moreover, the power of the spatial arrow technique was also extremely strong. It was not easy to withstand. The other 2 Heavenly King Stage powerhouses also attacked. One on the left and the other on the right. They even unleashed their own domains. Once their domains were unleashed, it was indeed quite powerful. However, Lin Fei was very calm. With the sky extermination bow in hand, he unleashed spatial arrow technique after spatial arrow technique. The two Heavenly King stage powerhouses blocked several attacks, but they could not keep up with the inconceivable power of spatial rules. In the blink of an eye, they were killed. As soon as the three Heavenly Kings died, young Master Yeyue's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful guy like you. You're quite powerful to be able to kill three of my Heavenly Kings. Wu Hai was a little dumbfounded at this moment. Wasn't this Yellow Springs Demon King a little too powerful? The three Heavenly Kings had killed without hesitation, and their archery techniques seemed to have become even more powerful. There was no trace of them at all. This was too terrifying. This is just a small trick. I wonder if young Master Yeyue plans to give it a try. If you do, I'll be more than happy to fulfill your wish. Yeyue had seen all kinds of experts, but this was the first time he had seen such a long-range archer. He could see that the other party's archery technique actually contained spatial rules. It was unimaginable and extremely difficult to block. This was also why the other party could kill his three subordinates, who were Heavenly Kings at that. The important thing was that they were in a small place like this. No one would believe it if word got out. You're quite powerful, and your archery is so outstanding. You're a talent. It's indeed a little unfair for you to stay in such a small place. If you're willing to follow me, I can guarantee you a bright future. Yeyue was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he spoke with a smile. An expert like this was too rare. If he could recruit him, he would be a great fighting force. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Yeyue actually wanted to recruit him. She was indeed someone from a big place. Her breadth of mind was a little different. She did not feel the slightest bit of heartache over the death of three Heavenly Kings. Lin Fei was even more interested in middle-grade small worlds. It was a pity that he did not understand the concept of small worlds after coming to the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King. However, he could guess. A small place like the spiritual realm should be a small world, commonly known as a low-grade world. Above the low-grade world was a middle-grade small world. There was no doubt that this young Master Yi came from a middle-grade small world. He had seen many of them. I'm sorry, I don't want to work for others. You're destined to be disappointed. Lin Fei smiled and refused. What a joke. How could he be someone's subordinate? Yeyue was not surprised at all. He was a little worried that such a person could be recruited. A melon that is forcibly picked won't be sweet. Forget it. However, you killed three of my subordinates. I have to show you how powerful I am. As soon as Yeyue's words fell, a few dangerous auras appeared. It turned out that Lin Fei made the first move. When dealing with such a person, he had to suppress him first. When Lin Fei's technique got close to the other party, a divine light surged out. Divine light gushed out from the other party's surroundings. This divine light was like a domain. As soon as Lin Fei's technique got close, it was forced out. He could no longer get close. I know that your archery contains the rules of space. However, I, Yeyue, actually dare to stand here. I'm not afraid of your spatial archery. Are you surprised? Lin Fei shot a total of 8 arrows. However, these 8 arrows were forced out by the other party. They could not get close to the other party at all. They were forcibly blocked. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party had managed to block his attack. Otherwise, why would he say that he was an expert from a middle-grade small world? A proud son of heaven should have some ability. If this is all you have, then I'm sorry. You are not qualified to be my enemy. Chapter 4580. Lin Fei was not surprised that the other party had reached such a level of strength. Those divine lights were indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that they could block the might of his arrows. If the people from a mid-ranked small world were so mediocre, it wouldn't be appropriate. At the very least, this group of people was much stronger than the previous ones. If you think that I'm not strong enough, why don't you give it a try? Let me see how powerful you are. Otherwise, I'd advise you not to target the wind god tree. Lin Fei chuckled. Young Master Yi Yu snorted coldly. The other party's arrows were indeed powerful. However, in his eyes, the power of the arrows was only a so-so. His divine lights had easily blocked the arrows. Since you want to see how powerful I am, I'll show you now. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes, because there's no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Yu formed a seal with both hands, and the area where Lin Fei was instantly emitted rays of divine lights. These rays of divine lights shot up into the sky without any warning. The power of the divine lights was also extremely powerful and had a strong penetrative ability. A ray of divine light directly appeared below Lin Fei. He blocked it with both hands and the divine light hit his palms. In an instant, it turned into a spiraling force that was about to drill through Lin Fei's palms like a drill. Such a change happened in an instant. It was indeed very powerful. Layers of power appeared on Lin Fei's hands and disintegrated the attack of the divine lights. The divine lights were densely packed and innumerable. In an instant, the area where Lin Fei was enveloped. Wu Hai didn't dare to make a sound. In the distance, Wu Hai didn't even dare to make a sound. Every single one of these densely packed divine lights was filled with the aura of death, making it unbearable for him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless spatial arrows flew out from the divine lights and headed straight for Yi Yu. It turned out that Lin Fei had made his move. He directly used the spatial arrows. The power of the arrows was even stronger than before. He had directly used his full strength. Divine light appeared around Yi Yu's body again. He didn't take this spatial arrow technique seriously at all. It contained traces of the laws of space, but its power was limited. I really don't know how this guy still has the nerve to make a move. He had clearly seen through the spatial arrow technique, yet he still had the cheek to make a move. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, a spatial arrow technique pierced through the divine light and pierced through half of his body. Cracks instantly appeared on the place where he was originally injured. Kid, you actually hid your strength. Yi Yu lowered her head and looked at her wound. She couldn't believe that she was actually injured. The other party had clearly been enveloped by his divine light and was probably in the process of resisting. Who would have thought that he would be able to counterattack? Not only that, his strength would be so strong. He had actually gone all out, and he was even stronger than before. Yi Yu was quite annoyed that she had caught him off guard. Divine light, strangle. The dense divine light instantly turned into a huge vortex. As the vortex spun, the void cracked and the barrier of the world could almost be seen. It turned out that at this moment, the technique of the god light had changed once again. Its power had skyrocketed, causing the void to distort. Streams of energy bypassed Lin Fei's body. Yi Xian's body would be left with a white mark every time it circled around. But that was not the most dreadful thing. The most frightening thing was that every time the attack landed on White Scar again, it was still in the same position. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had suffered dozens of attacks, and each attack was quite terrifying. These forces continued to stack and finally, a bloody wound appeared on his body. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that his physical body was broken by the other party's means. The sky extermination bow in his hand was also firing continuously. Streak after streak of arrow light flew over. Yi Yu had also fallen into the trap. He felt a headache coming on. Lin Fei had to deal with the divine light's whirlpool strangulation, while Night Moon had to deal with the spatial arrow technique. However, the spatial arrow technique had no rules. It was impossible to defend against it. It could come from the left or the right. When the first two arrows were fired, the third arrow would be fired from another position. For a moment, Yi Yu was in a sorry state. No matter how powerful he was and how he was covered in divine light, he still couldn't deal with the unpredictable arrows. I've experienced your divine light's means. It's really powerful. But I wonder how good my arrows are. Lin Fei burst out laughing. Night Moon's face was a little gloomy. He kept blasting away those arrow lights, but there would be new ones every time. There were so many of them, and they were so powerful that they didn't affect him at all. Night Moon knew he had run into a tough opponent, especially when his opponent was at a distance. You are really good. No wonder you are confident that you can take the Wind God tree here. But it won't be so easy for you to run into me. Night Moon didn't think it was a big deal at first. But now he felt he had to do something. He had to kill this eyesore first. Whoosh! An invisible force shot over. When this force shot over, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately caught a trace of it. It was a dagger, but it was too fast. When he caught it, it was already in front of him. Layers of sword intent appeared around Lin Fei. But these sword intent methods were instantly penetrated by the dagger. It didn't stop and directly pierced through his body. A bloody wound appeared. After the dagger pierced through Lin Fei's body started to crack. The cracks grew more and more. Even if Lin Fei wanted to heal the wound, he couldn't do it immediately. He knew that this dagger must be a very terrifying treasure. As expected of someone who forced me to use the blade of Nirvana. Night Moon heaved a sigh of relief after the dagger pierced through Lin Fei's body. He was really afraid that Lin Fei's body was strong and invincible. Now it seemed that his blade of Nirvana was more powerful. It consumed a lot of energy, but the gains were still acceptable. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. Under such circumstances, Yi Yu would rarely use this dagger, the Blade of Silence. It consumed too much energy, and he couldn't bear it at all. He had no other choice. He couldn't suppress this guy's long-range attacks at all. Even Lin Fei's body was strong. He could only use his trump card. Fortunately, his trump card didn't let him down. He had finally broken Lin Fei's body. If there were another 7 or 8 wounds like this, Lin Fei's body wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Fei looked down at the wound. He wasn't surprised at all. He had finally met his match. Chapter 45-81. There was a big difference between a low-level small world and a mid-level small world. At the very least, Lin Fei felt that this guy called Yi Yu was quite difficult to deal with. His spatial arrow technique had indeed affected the other party quite a bit, and it had also damaged his physical body. However, Yi Yu's silence blade was also very powerful and hard to defend against. In comparison, neither of them had any chance of winning. In the blink of an eye, they had been fighting for an hour. Neither of them had any advantage and it was hard to tell who would win. Anyway, both of them were injured and looked very embarrassed. Whoosh! Lin Fei shot another arrow, but this time, it hit the silence blade directly. The Nirvana blade was sent flying a great distance away. Activating the Devil Escape technique, Lin Fei's figure disappeared and a palm print appeared in front of Yi Yu's body. The light in front of Yi Yu was dazzling, but it couldn't withstand Lin Fei's palm and shattered. Then, a palm print appeared on Yi Yu's body. There was a loud bang. Yi Yu was sent flying. Countless rays of divine light gathered together in midair, forming a barrier that blocked Yi Yu's path and dissipated the power within. 5 fingers like a mountain, suppress. Before Yi Yu could even catch her breath, another palm appeared. This palm hit Yi Yu's head. The void collapsed and Yi Yu was sent flying again. This time, even the divine light was instantly shattered. Streaks of flowing light rushed over and engulfed Yi Yu. It turned out that Lin Fei had finally seized the opportunity to attack. The effect of the counterattack was very obvious. At least, Yi Yu suffered a big loss. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Several streams of light hit the silence blade. Yi Yu, who was about to control the silence blade, didn't have time to do so and was interrupted by a huge force. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him control the silence blade. The power of the silence blade wasn't as strong as it was at the beginning, but it still made Lin Fei a little afraid. He had to cut off the connection first. With this, Yi Yu instantly lost her advantage. This Nirvana saber was indeed powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. He never thought that this kid would see through it and take advantage of this opportunity to counterattack. Suppressing his advantage, he immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Whoosh! Streaks of arrow light covered the sky as they flew over. Even though his divine light was blocking in front of him, he still could not withstand it. He was hit several times in a row. Every time he was hit, his body would crack open with wounds. More and more cracks appeared on her body, covering her entire body. Yi Yu knew that if she were to take a few more hits, these cracks would link together and her body would collapse. At that time, he would definitely die. This brat was really ruthless. He could even use such a chain of moves. Kid, you're good. I don't want the wind god tree anymore, but I'll remember you. A faint light enveloped Night Moon, and she instantly rushed into the world's barrier. The Nirvana saber also followed. Lin Fei originally wanted to block the saber on the ground, but he was too late. Just like that, he watched Night Moon leave the small world. After Night Moon left, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was really difficult to fight against such a person. The opponent's Nirvana saber gave him a lot of pressure. Even his half-step Heavenly King body was broken by the opponent. Every move had a great impact on his body. Fortunately, the opponent only had one Nirvana saber. If he could control 18 Nirvana sabers in one go, the half-step Heavenly King body would be completely useless. Wu Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was really done for this time. Night Moon was a genius from a mid-level small world. When she used the Nirvana saber, his soul almost flew out of his body. Fortunately, the Yellow Springs Demon King finally drove Yi Yu away and launched a great counterattack. Demon King Netherworld, you're too powerful. Even Night Moon was defeated by you. Now, no one will come again. Wu Hai hurriedly flattered Demon King Netherworld. Hurry up and pick your wind god fruit. Otherwise, if another expert comes, you won't be so lucky. Looking at the Saint Ruler expert that had been killed, Wu Hai laughed bitterly. He could only do it himself, so his movements naturally slowed down. Helpless, he could only seek Demon King Netherworld's help. He really couldn't do it alone. Lin Fei also knew that it would be too slow for Wu Hai to pick the wind god fruit alone. He could only help to pick the wind god fruit. Picking the wind god fruit was much more violent than Wu Hai. Streaks of light shot out and knocked the wind god fruit down. The wind god fruit that was knocked down was well preserved and not damaged. This made Wu Hai heave a sigh of relief. He hurriedly collected the wind god fruits. One attacked while the other collected. They cooperated very well. It didn't take long for Wu Hai to collect all the wind god fruits. His face was full of smiles. He finally heaved a sigh of relief. All the wind god fruits had been picked. When all the wind god fruits had been picked, it was finally Lin Fei's turn. He had been thinking about the wind god tree all the time. He had almost lost the wind god tree. Lin Fei didn't want any more accidents to happen. Therefore, he started collecting the wind god tree at once. He met with some resistance, but how could he resist the tree of life? He was forcefully pulled in. Wuxia had also personally witnessed the scene of the wind god tree being absorbed into his body. He was truly filled with shock. This was completely different from what he had expected. Only then did Wuxia realize that he had been wrong. So Demon King Netherworld was actually so capable. No wonder he kept his eyes on the wind god tree. He was even willing to offend a mid-level small world expert like Yu. Lin Fei finally collected the wind god tree and heaved a sigh of relief. The rest would depend on luck. Our cooperation is complete. Let's go our separate ways before anyone comes. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Lin Fei had wanted to learn more about the secret of the small world. But now, it seemed like he didn't need to. I should recover from my injuries first. After saying that, he used the demon god escape technique and disappeared without a trace. Wuxia was about to say something when he realized that the other party had disappeared. He didn't know when the other party had left. There was no trace of him at all. He smiled bitterly. I have to go too. Let's go back first. Yu isn't easy to deal with when she goes crazy. I hope Demon King Netherworld can fend off her revenge. Apex. Chapter 4582. Lin Fei left after taking the wind god tree. He didn't dare to stay at his original place. He took the opportunity to find another small world. After all, this was the tomb of the ancient king. There were 32 miniature worlds here. Some of them had already been plundered by others, so there wasn't much danger and no one would go there. At this time, Lin Fei had one more thing to do. He had to let the tree of life absorb and refine the wind god tree. This required a process and a period of time. Therefore, he had to find a miniature world to deal with this first. Fortunately, the miniature world Lin Fei found was quite safe. No one came in. He found a random palace and went in. After setting up a trap, he allowed the tree of life to refine the wind god tree. The wind god tree resisted, but how could it resist the power of the tree of life? It was constantly disintegrated and refined, over and over again. There should be a lot of good stuff in the tomb. But I have to go find the strongest miniature world. It's a pity I didn't ask Wuxia just now. He might know. Lin Fei felt that it was a bit of a pity. Fortunately, there were quite a few outsiders from the small worlds this time. When the time came, he could capture one of them and ask them about it. If a miniature world like this could have something like the wind god tree, then what about the strongest miniature world? There should be quite a lot of good stuff there. Lin Fei felt he was a bit slow. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone to the strongest miniature world from the start. The tomb of the ancient king was more extraordinary than he had imagined. No wonder people from other miniature worlds would come here. But that night moon was quite strong, especially that Nirvana saber. It was really hard to defend against and caused great damage to the body. Fortunately, he had finally chased that night moon away. It was a pity he didn't manage to snatch the Nirvana saber. This kind of treasure that specialized in destroying the body was quite useful to him. Lin Fei waited for 3 days. The tree of life finally absorbed and refined the wind god tree. The tree of life also grew and improved greatly. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that after the tree of life grew, it left behind a ball of green light. This ball of green light exuded a familiar aura. Lin Fei figured it out. This should be the essence left behind by the wind god tree. He hadn't forgotten how powerful the wind god tree was. Back then, the wind god tree had set up almost all sorts of traps in the small world. Those who weren't strong wouldn't be able to barge in. Even now, Lin Fei had not forgotten that the tree of life had been preserved. This was a good thing. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the cyan ball of light. Then, he swallowed it and started refining it. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. After that, wind blades appeared around Lin Fei. These cyan wind blades were constantly swimming around. They were incomparably sharp and kept cutting the void. This was the essence of the wind god tree. Now that it had been completely grasped by Lin Fei, it was equivalent to having a trump card. After some experimentation, Lin Fei also understood that the cyan wind blades were more powerful the closer they were to each other. They could easily kill a peak sage king. The area that Lin Fei could control now was very small. It was only a kilometer or two around him, but its power was still very strong. These wind blades were also constantly condensing, becoming extremely sturdy and sharp. Although they weren't as good as Yi Yu's Blade of Nirvana, they were still quite powerful. At least, it gave Lin Fei another powerful trump card. After completely grasping it, Lin Fei came out of this small world. He had to find the strongest small world. If he didn't go now, it would probably be too late. He had to go take a look no matter what and see if there were any good things left behind. After coming out, Lin Fei tried to sense it. He didn't sense any strong small world. Clearly, no one had opened the small world and there were no fluctuations left behind. Then, the only thing Lin Fei could do was to slowly search for it. 32 small worlds still needed some time. So, Lin Fei was wondering if he should capture a foreign expert. A foreign expert would definitely know some secrets, just like Yi Yu. Lin Fei simply wandered around. After all, there were many people like him who were alone. So, he was quickly targeted. These people thought that Lin Fei was an independent cultivator. Naturally, they didn't have any misgivings and captured him as cannon fodder. This was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. As soon as these people got close to him, those traceless wind blades instantly appeared, turning into an overwhelming attack. They were instantly killed, and only one was left. The one who was left was a peak sage king expert. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He begged for mercy repeatedly. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything." This foreign young master didn't know that this fellow who looked like an independent cultivator was actually hiding his strength. From a little sheep, he had transformed into a tiger, catching them off guard. If they knew that Lin Yun was so powerful, they wouldn't have made a move. "I'll ask and you'll answer. Otherwise, I'll search your memories. At that time, your fate will be even more miserable." Actually, Lin Fei could also search the other party's soul. But that would be troublesome, so he might as well let the other party speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything." The young master's forehead was covered in cold sweat. How could he dare to think about anything else? His priority was to survive. "You should be from a low-level small world, right?" "I'm from a low-level small world, the Azure Sun Realm." Lin Fei didn't ask many questions, but they were all related. How could this young master from the Azure Sun Realm think so much? He answered every question, but he was also afraid that the other party would suspect that he didn't answer correctly. Instead, he spoke in great detail. After asking 10 odd questions, Lin Fei had a better understanding of the outside world. The great 1,000 worlds in the outside world were divided into low-level, mid-level, high-level, and peak level. For example, the spiritual world was a low-level small world, and it was the most inconspicuous one. Lin Fei's spiritual world was located in the Tianhe zone, which had a total of thousands of small worlds. It was no wonder that these people would come to a small place like the spiritual world. Then, do you know which small world is the strongest in the ancient king's tomb? Don't tell me you don't know. After understanding everything, Lin Fei asked the most important question. I know. The strongest small world is called the Ancient Cloud Small World. Lin Fei had never heard of the Ancient Cloud Small World before. He believed that the fellow before him wouldn't lie to him. He didn't have the guts. Lin Fei knocked the brat out with a palm and threw him into a small world. Peak. Chapter 4583. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he found out about the existence of the ancient cloud small world. It was really the same as what he had imagined. There was indeed the strongest small world here. However, for some unknown reason, they did not go over. This had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He only needed to know about the existence of such a small world. He would know the rest when he went over. When Lin Fei went over, he realized that he seemed to have thought too highly of himself. He had not reached that area yet. A series of ripples whizzed past them. These ripples were formed by lightning. They were like long ropes that were very strong and exuded a destructive aura. If one was not careful and was hit by these ripples, they would be injured. Lin Fei activated wind blades around him. When these wind blades collided with the ripples, a loud sound was heard. This test also made Lin Fei realize that these ripples were very strong. They were indeed formed by lightning. It was obvious that the ancient cloud heavenly king should be a guy who cultivated the great path of lightning. The power of the lightning was very penetrative. Fortunately, Lin Fei's wind blades were not to be trifled with. He was able to intercept them every time. It was just that they were slow. Fortunately, Lin Fei finally reached this area. The deeper he went, the more lightning there was. They kept swimming around, especially after Lin Fei came in. They all rushed towards him. There were lightning in all directions. It was no wonder that some people did not dare to enter. Before the lightning arrived, the power of the lightning would permeate and affect the physical body. Unknowingly, one would be hit. The entrance should be here. Since it is surrounded by lightning, it will not be easy to find it. Lin Fei had not been to this place before. However, all he could see were flashes of lightning. These lightning were different from the lightning he was used to. They were all golden. Lin Fei also knew that the more different the color of the lightning, the more powerful it was. It made sense that it could be called the strongest small world in the tomb. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light the moment he activated the demon god escape technique. He dodged the lightning bolts and rushed into the small world. During this time, some lightning landed on Lin Fei's body, but they were quickly deflected. With Lin Fei's current physical body, he was indeed able to do so. As soon as he entered, thick bolts of lightning descended. Above Lin Fei, numerous wind blades gathered together to form a blockade. Following that, Lin Fei used demon divinity evasion to evade the attack. Wow, this place is actually a small world of lightning. How strong is this ancient cloud heavenly king? Even I feel a sense of apprehension. Mighty lightning covered the sky. The deeper he went, the darker the color of the lightning. Especially in the center, it had been replaced by golden lightning. Lin Fei also felt a bit of pressure. Even his half-step heavenly king physical body was constantly being penetrated by the power of the lightning. It was no wonder that ordinary people did not dare to come. Before they even got close to the periphery, they would probably be killed by the lightning. After Lin Fei walked around, he confirmed one thing. The central area of this small world should be the place that was enveloped by the golden lightning. There, Lin Fei could vaguely see a palace, protected by a large area of golden lightning. He decided to go over and take a look. The demon escape was a little difficult to use here. It was affected to a certain extent, and the power of the lightning continued to penetrate. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He would not be able to eat hot tofu if he was anxious. It was better to take it step by step. The sky full of wind blades landed nearby, forming a blockade. When the power of the lightning seeped in, the wind blades would meet it, constantly breaking the power of the lightning. Lin Fei also walked over slowly. Although some of the power of the lightning seeped in, it did not threaten Lin Fei's physical body at all. When he approached the center, the golden lightning began to penetrate again, and its power was a lot stronger. Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. With such a strong power of lightning, this ancient cloud heavenly king was really something. From start to finish, it took about half an hour. Lin Fei finally made it through the golden lightning area. He had paid a huge price, and he had used up a lot of his life energy to recover from his injuries. It turned out that the power of the golden lightning was really strong. Once it came into contact with the physical body, it could split it. This was the strongest lightning that Lin Fei had ever seen. After making it through the golden lightning area, a palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. There were a few people guarding the entrance of the palace. They were chatting when they suddenly saw Lin Fei. Their expressions turned cold, and two people charged over. "This is not a place you can come to." The two of them cooperated very well, one in front and one at the back. Lin Fei knew that there would definitely be people guarding a place like this. Indeed, it was just as he had guessed. He did not say much to them, and the moment the wind blades appeared, they were instantly cut into pieces. They were just two puny sage kings. In a place like this, leaving two puny sage kings was enough. Those who could make it through the golden lightning area would have to pay a heavy price. At that time, their strength would be greatly reduced, and they would not be a match for two sage king experts. Unfortunately, they had encountered Lin Fei this time, and they had been killed in an instant. Lin Fei also felt that the wind blades were getting more and more useful. Especially at a distance, its power was great, and it specialized in penetrating the physical body. Moreover, it was a group attack, and it was impossible to defend against it. After killing the two sage kings, Lin Fei rushed into the palace. The inside of the palace was like a paradise. This place is not bad. I did not expect this heavenly King Gu Yun to be someone who knows how to enjoy life. Lin Fei also sensed that there were many people in this palace, and they were all distributed in every corner of the palace. Sigh, I am still too late. Someone has already beaten me to it. I wonder if there is anything left behind. Lin Fei sighed. After sensing for a while, he headed towards the place with the most people. He believed that there should be something there. There were palaces of all sizes in this palace. Lin Fei did not go to these small palaces, as there would not be anything good in them. He might as well go straight to the largest palace. At the entrance of the palace, Lin Fei finally saw that there were many people gathered here. There were about 20 people, and they were all experts. When Lin Fei came over, more than 20 people turned to look at him. What are the people outside doing? Someone actually barged in, and he is a loose cultivator. Some people were unhappy when they saw Lin Fei enter. So what if he is a loose cultivator? Could it be that this place belongs to you? Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 45-84. When these people saw that Lin Fei was an ordinary person and had come in alone, their gazes became unfriendly. It should be known that they were able to barge in because everyone had contributed. The power of the golden lightning outside was not small, and it was far from easy to withstand. Now that this guy had come in like this, and looked safe and sound, it naturally made them a little unhappy. What a big tone. After a cold snort, a figure quickly approached, and the sky full of saber light shrouded in front of Lin Fei. It turned out that a Sage King expert had made a move. This Sage King expert could be considered a smart person. No matter how this person in front of him came in, he must have paid a great price. Maybe he was here to put on an act, and he should kill him first. He could still gain something. As for the other Sage King experts who were a step late, they secretly shook their heads. What a pity, otherwise they could still gain something. Lin Fei laughed. You really can't. The void collapsed, and the power surged. Lin Fei stretched out one hand and pierced through the other party's chest. In the blink of an eye, he had plundered the other party clean. The dried corpse fell to the ground and turned into a pile of mud. I wonder who is still interested in fighting with me. I have no problem, but it depends on whether you are lucky or not. Lin Fei also glanced at these people indifferently. These people were originally prepared to watch the show, but who would have thought that the Sage King expert would be killed so quickly? His death was so miserable, and they subconsciously shrank their necks. They really could not tell that this person's strength was not affected at all, and most importantly, the other party was a demon king. It seemed that he had mastered some strange evil methods. After Lin Fei killed a person on the spot, the gazes of these people changed. He casually found a place to land. These people were observing. There were quite a lot of people present, at least 40 to 50 people. They were in groups of 3 to 5, and they were obviously in groups. After most of their gazes moved away from him, they once again fell on a place not far away. Only now did Lin Fei see clearly that there was a small stairway in front of the palace not far away. The stairway to heaven wasn't very tall, but there were black-armored warriors standing on both sides of the stairway. These black-armored warriors didn't have the aura of a living person, but they exuded a sense of danger. Many people had died on the stairway, and the air was still filled with the smell of blood. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. Clearly, someone had wanted to charge forward but had been killed by these black-armored warriors. From the looks of it, these people seemed to be quite fearful of these black-armored warriors. Therefore, he did not dare to go up again. It looked like he was thinking of a good way to rush up. There were about 30 black-armored warriors. They lined up on both sides, looking rather imposing. These black-armored warriors all wielded sabers, axes, and other melee weapons, giving off an incredibly sharp aura. This also proved that these black-armored warriors were indeed very strong. It was no wonder that they didn't dare to move. If they were not careful, they would be killed by these black-armored warriors. Lin Fei was also sure that at the end of this stairway, there should be a lot of good stuff in the palace, but he didn't know what it was for the time being. It was no wonder that Gu Yun's small world had become the strongest small world. Just the lightning outside was enough to make people feel an extreme sense of danger, not to mention the black-armored warriors here. Of course, Lin Fei could also see that these black-armored warriors were good stuff. Their strength was almost comparable to a heavenly king. If he brought a few back, it would be quite eye-catching. The others probably had the same thoughts as Lin Fei. With 30 black-armored warriors lined up on both sides, it wouldn't be easy to take them back. Lin Fei was naturally confident, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. This was because he saw that a few of them seemed to have quite a strong background. They should be from a low-level small world, and the kind that was very famous. Just by standing there, they gave people a great sense of deterrence. The group was led by a black-robed middle-aged man, and on his left and right stood 2 Heavenly King experts. Behind them were 5 Pinnacle Sage King experts. They didn't look like much, but the pressure of this group wasn't small. No one approached them, and it was obvious that these people were quite a deterrent. Lin Fei naturally didn't know these people, but he didn't intend to have any contact with them. I think the situation isn't good if this goes on. I have an idea. Who knows, we might be able to capture a few black-armored warriors and bring them back. The black-robed middle-aged man walked out and said to everyone. He had a faint smile on his face, and he looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Young Master and Qing, you are a smart person. I wonder what idea you have. Tell us, if it is good, we will definitely support you. One of the young masters stood up and said. Many other young masters also echoed his words. Clearly, this person called Young Master and Qing had quite a strong background, and he had gained the recognition of many people. So this middle-aged man was called Young Master and Qing. Lin Fei felt that this middle-aged man wasn't ordinary, and it seemed that his guess was right. This young master and Qing was indeed a little different. At this time, Lin Fei also wanted to hear what this young master in Qing could come up with. Actually, it isn't too difficult to pass this sky stairway. I have a treasure in my hands, and I'm sure many of you have heard of it. It's called Gravity Domain. These puppets are very strong, and as long as we suppress their speed, we will naturally be able to break them. However, we need someone to restrain them, so that I have time to activate this gravity domain. As young master in Qing slowly explained, everyone began to understand how to operate. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Knowing young master in Qing, they naturally knew that he had a treasure that could release a gravity domain, and it was very strong. This treasure could unleash an extremely strong power once it was used. It was indeed very useful against these black-armored warriors. Isn't it just restraining them? We can definitely find some people to bring back. For example, some of us here can also be put to use. I also agree with young master in Qing's idea. Many people's eyes lit up as they sized up the people around them. All of them instantly became vigilant. That's right. We need a batch of cannon fodder. As long as this batch of cannon fodder can restrain them, I will be able to activate the gravity domain. When that happens, I want half of the black-armored warriors, and you guys can split the remaining half. Apex. Chapter 4585. Everyone knew that this young master in Qing came from a low-class small world. This low-class small world was one of the top-ranked small worlds. Naturally, its influence was not low. When he asked for half of the black-armored warriors, everyone felt that it was reasonable. One must know that the gravity domain was very overbearing. It was said that once it was used, those without a strong physique would be crushed to death by the gravity domain. This was not a joke, it was the truth. Everyone knew that young master in Qing's gravity domain was very overbearing. Almost no one in the Sage King realm could withstand it. Everyone agreed with young master in Qing's words. If they could bring 1 or 2 black-armored warriors back, it would be a great harvest. In this ancient king's tomb, the strongest place was the ancient cloud small world. If they could enter the palace again, they would be able to obtain even better things. We have no objections. We support young master in Qing. We have no objections too. 100 of us support. Everyone reacted quickly and stood on young master in Qing's side. In the blink of an eye, almost no one objected. Some people hesitated and were immediately separated by others. Let's start from here. Let's clear out those who are suitable to be cannon fodder. Young master in Qing laughed and suddenly, a black pagoda appeared in his hand. This pagoda flew higher and higher until it appeared above everyone's head. With a crash, everyone felt as though they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Especially those who were hesitating, all of them let out muffled groans, and their bodies actually collapsed under the pressure. They knelt on the ground with a plop. I saw that the few of you were still hesitating. In that case, you will be cannon fodder. Anyway, one more does not make a difference. Young master in Qing had a faint smile on his face. It was as though he had done something insignificant. Those young masters who chose to stand behind young master in Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Otherwise, they would have been suppressed. Lin Fei also became one of the suppressed people. That gravity domain was indeed very strong. It directly suppressed his body to the point that it was about to explode. Even he was in such a state, let alone the others. They simply could not withstand it. As for releasing the treasure, that was simply impossible. It was suppressed in an instant. Indeed, this young master in Qing was very strong. I think there's no need for you to struggle anymore. I've only activated 5 layers of gravity. If I activate 1 or 2 more layers, you'll all be dead. If you can live, you'd better live well. These words were neither light nor heavy, but they were filled with a threatening aura. Out of everyone present, only Lin Fei was able to stand steadily. Everyone present was slightly taken aback. They didn't expect that there would be someone who could withstand the pressure of 5 layers of gravity. It was no wonder that he could kill a Saint King expert with a single punch. Isn't it just being cannon fodder? No problem, I'll do it. No one would have thought that the rogue cultivator, who looked powerful just now, would lower his head so quickly. This caused many people to laugh. In the end, young Master and Qing is still the strongest. 1 gravity domain is enough to make this fellow lower his head. Looks like this guy is quite strong. He is suitable to be used as cannon fodder. Young Master and Qing swept an indifferent glance at Lin Fei and didn't look at him anymore. There's no time to lose. You guys go out and catch a batch of cannon fodder. It's best if there are as many people as possible. That way, I'll have enough time to use the gravity domain. This time, everyone was quite obedient. They all went to other parts of the palace to look for those people. When they entered, Lin Fei also knew that there were other palaces of various sizes in this palace. There were also many people there. He didn't expect that they would become the target of their attacks. This young Master in Qing was really good at scheming. With a wave of his hand, he had roped in a group of people and killed another group of people. If the people had become cannon fodder, could they still survive? Lin Fei didn't think so. Of course, to him, it was fine as long as he was faster than them. There were so many black-armored warriors, but he wasn't that worried. As long as he went up first, he would be the first to break into the palace. He was quite confident in his physical body. Don't forget that he was someone who had the demonic escape technique. He had a trace of spatial laws. It didn't take long before the people in the palace were captured one by one. They were thrown into the gravity domain. The moment they entered the gravity domain, they instantly lost the ability to resist. All of them became obedient. Most of them were kneeling on the ground. There were only a few who were standing like Lin Fei. Lin Fei counted. There were about 60 to 70 of them. These people had an additional gravity shackle on their bodies. The moment the gravity shackle wrapped around their bodies, they instantly carried a huge mountain on their backs. This was one of young Master in Qing's methods. He didn't need to worry about anyone breaking free from the gravity shackle. When the time came, he could do whatever he wanted with just a word. The strength of all of you isn't bad. I've taken a liking to all of you. So, later on, all of you will become cannon fodder. Of course, if you do well as cannon fodder, you will also be able to survive. As long as you help me restrain these black-armored warriors, you will naturally have a chance to live. If you don't restrain them well, then sorry, all of you will die here. Young Master in Qing said coldly. Later on, all of you will activate the gravity domain together. That way, you will be able to exert gravity faster. As for the others, they weren't idle either. There was something they had to do. It wasn't that easy to take down the black-armored warriors. However, no one had any objections now. I will remove a layer of gravity. Then, all of you can go and restrain them. Remember, it doesn't matter if you are in a team of 3 or a group of 5. In any case, you have to suppress these black-armored warriors for me. If anyone has any ideas, just do the same as him. Young Master in Qing stretched out his hand and pointed. A middle-aged man, who seemed to be quite strong, was pierced through by the gravity spear. It turned out that the gravity domain could be transformed into a spear. A Saint King expert was killed with a single spear strike. Upon seeing this scene, those who had any ideas stopped thinking about it. Under this gravity domain, they really couldn't think of any other ideas. They could only obediently be cannon fodder. Lin Fei could tell that young Master in Qing's earlier actions were actually directed at him. This was because the only people present who could withstand the gravity were him and a few others. However, they didn't seem to be as strong as him. This was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The few of you will walk at the front. Each of you will restrain one black armored warrior. The rest of you will restrain them from the side. Remember to give it your all. Otherwise, my gravity spear is no joke. Within the gravity domain, black spears were constantly being condensed. They flickered with a cold light, giving off a heart-palpitating aura. Apex. Chapter 4586. And Qing's methods were indeed amazing. The moment the gravity domain was activated, many spears were formed and pointed at everyone. With just a thought from Qing, these spears would pierce through the air. It was impossible to withstand a single spear. One's body would be pierced. This was probably the reason why Qing was able to withstand everyone. With the gravity domain here, no one dared to ignore it. Once the gravity was activated, whoever could withstand it would be crushed. Although the black armored warriors were strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand the powerful gravity domain. No wonder Qing was so confident. Lin Fei became the first batch of people. Beams of cold light landed directly on his back. It seemed that as long as he moved, these gravity-long spears would directly stab him. You wouldn't even have a chance to resist and would be turned into a beehive. Although these spears were strong, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Don't forget that his body was strong to begin with. Coupled with the demon god escape, he could easily charge out of this stairway. It was so fast that they couldn't even react. So what if they took a few spears? Lin Fei didn't think much of it at all. Moreover, Lin Fei had the wind god domain. This thing could be considered useful. When the time came, he would be able to withstand a huge wave of attacks. Lin Fei was the first to step on the stairway. When young master Qing saw this, he laughed out. No matter how strong a person was, they would still have to behave themselves in this place. With Lin Fei being the first to step on the stairway, although the others weren't convinced, they had no choice. If they didn't go up, they would be beaten to death. If they went up, they would still be beaten to death. They might as well try their luck. Didn't they see that the young man had gone over? The moment Lin Fei stepped on the stairway, the black-armored warrior closest to him moved. A saber came slashing over. This saber was indeed very powerful. It broke through the void and landed in front of Lin Fei. It was so fast that one couldn't resist at all. Lin Fei was hit by the saber, leaving a white mark on his body. This white scar was very obvious. It was no wonder that the saint ruler from before could not withstand it. The black-armored warrior was indeed very strong. Especially this saber technique, it was a saber technique used to kill. This saber was also a divine weapon. It was extremely sharp and specialized in targeting the physical body. With such a black-armored warrior guarding this place, not everyone would be able to charge in. This also gave Lin Fei a thought. No matter what, he had to take a few black-armored warriors with him. He couldn't let them get away scot-free. It was better to keep such a good thing by his side. Initially, young master Qing didn't care much about this young man. He didn't expect that the other party's body wouldn't be damaged after taking the blow. This surprised him a little. The stronger the person who went up to restrain him was, the more time he would have to activate the next few layers of the gravity domain. At that time, he would be able to suppress these black-armored warriors in one fell swoop. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Qing snorted coldly. A long spear pierced through the air, piercing through some of the people who stayed behind. They were killed on the spot. Those people didn't dare to have any more doubts. They immediately rushed up. In an instant, the stairway to heaven was filled with people. Those black-armored warriors also made their move. As the saber light swept out, Saint Ruler experts fell. The strong smell of blood permeated the surroundings. In front of them were black-armored warriors, and behind them were long spears staring at their backs. No matter what, they could only fight with their lives on the line. All of you, don't just stand around. Activate this treasure of mine and suppress this black-armored warrior in one fell swoop. Don't you want the black-armored warrior? With that said, everyone started to move in an instant. Who didn't want the black-armored warrior? Now, they had to rely on young Master and Qing's treasure. After everyone activated it, this treasure began to emit a dazzling radiance. It was obvious that the killer move was about to be activated. At this time, Lin Fei was already at the forefront. There were 5 black-armored warriors in front of him. The 5 black-armored warriors attacked from the left and right. Every slash made Lin Fei feel a great deal of pressure. White scars were left on his body. Lin Fei didn't even know how many white scars he had left on his body. In any case, these black-armored warriors were very difficult to deal with, especially at close range. There was no one left standing beside him, because they had all been killed by the black-armored warriors. Lin Fei released his wind god's domain as well. Wind blades continuously landed on the bodies of the black-armored warriors. These black-armored warriors were also very capable. It was unknown what material their bodies were made of, but white marks were left on them. The wind blades that he controlled were actually unable to defeat them for a while. This was indeed a little out of Lin Fei's expectations. However, it also made him even more excited. This time, he had really found a treasure. There were 30 black-armored warriors here. No matter what, he had to get a batch back. When the time came, with this batch of black-armored warriors, it wouldn't be dangerous anymore. He wouldn't have to do it himself anymore. This heavenly king was indeed quite capable. Even the lightning outside was so powerful. Now, these black-armored warriors were also very powerful. Lin Fei was also looking forward to what was inside the palace for it to be so heavily guarded. At this time, it was very appropriate to describe it as heavily guarded. With 30 black-armored warriors guarding like this, even a heavenly king would have a headache and a sage king would drink blood on the spot. If it wasn't heavily guarded, what was it? This was something that Lin Fei could see very clearly. At the same time, he was also observing young Master and Qing. Young Master and Qing's treasure seemed to have reached its limit. It was emitting a terrifying might. This time, young Master and Qing revealed a proud look. Under everyone's activation, the gravitational treasure finally accumulated enough energy. 9 layers of strength, suppress for me. When the energy had accumulated enough, young Master and Qing finally unleashed his killer move. Although it was only a short period of time, it was unknown how many Sage King experts on the stairway to heaven had died. To him, this was nothing. He could finally activate this treasure and unleash the 9 layers of gravity. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire void collapsed along with it. As expected, these black-armored warriors who were originally attacking were instantly pressed to the ground. These black-armored warriors were also capable. After being pressed down, they continued to resist. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Fei and the other cannon fodder were also the first to bear the brunt. Those Sage King experts were crushed in an instant and turned into a pool of blood on the ground. It turned out that young Master and Qing had no intention of letting these cannon fodder live. Chapter 4587. After young Master and Qing's 9 layers force descended, these cannon fodder were directly annihilated. After all, the 9 layers force was still very strong, and it could even deal with the black-armored warriors, let alone these Sage King experts. Their physical bodies were not strong to begin with, and each of them was more or less injured. With a single exchange, they turned into a pool of blood. That scene was as shocking as it could be. This also made those who had made a move suck in a breath of cold air. Young Master and Qing was indeed as powerful as the rumors said, especially this treasure. It was simply too ferocious. When the gravity descended, Lin Fei was already prepared. He knew that young Master and Qing would not have it so easy. He must have been thinking too much to allow them to reach the palace. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. This was going to be a great massacre. It had to be said that the power of gravity was quite strong. When it landed on Lin Fei's body, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. This kind of crushing was very overbearing, and it was impossible for anyone to withstand it. With a loud rumbling sound, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's body. As for those black-armored warriors, they were also suppressed. After all, they did not have any consciousness and were purely relying on their instincts. In a single exchange, they had indeed caused the black-armored warriors to suffer greatly. Fortunately, when Lin Fei was being suppressed, he immediately used the demon god escape. The demon god escape was stronger in a short distance. Lin Fei's cracked body instantly recovered, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed forward. At this time, the black-armored warriors could not stop Lin Fei. These black-armored warriors were also being suppressed by the 9 layers force. Let's see how you people are going to fight with me. This palace is not something you can go up. Young Master and Qing snorted coldly in his heart. He was very confident in his treasure. He could suppress whoever he wanted, and he would not leave anyone alive. Everything was as he had expected. These cannon fodder could not withstand it at all, and they were directly crushed to death. It was the same for those black-armored warriors. They were all suppressed one by one. What? There are still people moving. The smile on young Master and Qing's face did not stay for long when he discovered an unexpected scene. This made him very unhappy. There were actually still people moving. Most importantly, when this person moved, he actually took away the black-armored warriors that were pressing down. What kind of joke is this? How could such a thing happen? It's actually that guy. How could he bear it? Shouldn't he be dead? And Qing was so angry that he was about to explode. He had managed to get these people to activate this treasure and unleash their ultimate move right under his nose, but in the end, someone had beaten him to it. The power of the 9 heavenly layers continued to press down on him. However, Lin Fei took advantage of this short period of time to collect 6 black-armored warriors. He had already reached the end of the celestial stairway. Although he looked a little disheveled, it did not affect him much. He turned around and smiled at Qing. Sorry, I came up first. It was a light sentence, but to young Master and Qing, it was like a heavy slap to his face. It was like a handful of salt had been sprinkled on his wound. Wow! Young Master and Qing was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The gravity that was originally enveloping the celestial stairway dissipated. With this, the entire celestial stairway returned to normal. Those cannon fodder were all dead. Only the black-armored warriors were still standing. Those who thought that they could collect the black-armored warriors were all staring with their eyes wide open. They were in a state of shock. How had such a drastic change happened? Even the black-armored warrior had been taken away. How could that guy have such a strong physical body? He actually made it through. Damn it! How did he make it through? He even collected a few black-armored warriors. Those are our black-armored warriors. These people were infuriated. Some of them rushed up the celestial stairway impulsively. After all, these black-armored warriors had just been suppressed. They probably had not recovered their strength so quickly. However, when they reached the celestial stairway, they realized that they were thinking too much. In the blink of an eye, they were injured, leaving behind corpses. Lin Fei had already rushed to the front of the palace. He stretched out his hand and pushed. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The door of the palace was pushed open. He didn't dare to hesitate. Who knew what other tricks young Master and Qing had up his sleeve? Therefore, he had to collect the good stuff in the palace first. Young Master and Qing's face turned even uglier. He knew that the door of the palace had been pushed open. He didn't expect that the cannon fodder would actually hide his strength and have such a powerful movement technique. He could even withstand the pressure of the 9-layered gravity. In that short period of time, he actually beat him to it and killed him. All of you, hurry up and activate this treasure together. Otherwise, none of you will be able to go up. That kid has already entered the palace. When the time comes, it is very likely that he will snatch everything inside. None of you will be able to get anything. Young Master and Qing became even more anxious. At this time, if he was any slower, he would probably not be able to get anything inside. Lin Fei had already entered the palace. However, when he entered the palace, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning. The lightning swam non-stop and turned into a real lightning zone. In that instant, Lin Fei's entire body was hit by the lightning. Lin Fei knew that there would be good stuff inside. However, he didn't expect that there would be so many lightning bolts. These lightning bolts were filled with destructive power. Once they entered, his entire body felt like it was going to be torn to pieces. He immediately activated the life reserves of the divine tree of life to continuously strengthen his body. Only then did he barely manage to hold on. However, it also made Lin Fei look like a bloody man. His entire body was dripping with blood. What a terrifying palace. It seems like I am right. This heavenly King Gu Yun should be a guy who cultivates the great path of thunder. Moreover, this great path of thunder should not be a simple first stage great path heart. It is very likely to be a king stage great path heart or an emperor stage great path heart. Lin Fei couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this was really the case, then he would have gained a lot from this trip. The Great Path of Thunder was originally a relatively strong and destructive great path. If one wanted to obtain more powerful and stronger great paths, they would need to be of a higher grade. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw movement in front of him. In the middle of the lightning bolts was a stone box. Lin Fei didn't know what material this box was made of, but he could clearly feel that this box might contain the Great Path Heart of Thunder. Chapter 4588. There was a loud rumbling sound outside. Lin Fei also heard it clearly. He didn't even need to think to know that young Master and Qing must have panicked and pushed the gravity treasure with all his might. Those black-armored warriors were not easy to deal with, especially after pushing the gravity treasure once. If he wanted to push it a second time, the consumption would definitely be greater. He should be able to understand this, so there was more than enough time for him to do so. Lin Fei was now more and more certain that the box contained a heart of the Great Path. And it was lightning. Among all the great paths, lightning was one of the most terrifying. Although it was very different from fate, time, and space, it was still a very powerful great path. In the past, Lin Fei would definitely not care about these great paths. Now, he felt that if he got a few more great paths like this one, it would also make him stronger. Lin Fei headed towards the box. He moved. The lightning whizzed over, its power unbelievably strong. It constantly moved around Lin Fei's body. Every time it swam, cracks would appear on Lin Fei's body. More and more cracks would appear on his body. Lin Fei was like a work of art that could collapse at any time. Fortunately, Lin Fei was already used to it, so there was nothing to be afraid of. It was just lightning. To his body, it was completely able to keep up with the speed. When one side was injured, the other side's life energy would recover. The life energy that he had accumulated usually would be put to use. Moreover, the current tree of life could condense large amounts of life energy, so it could still keep up with the speed. It was a short distance, but it took Lin Fei a while to reach the box. The closer he got to the box, the stronger the power of the lightning, one after another. Every time it moved, the wound would open wider, as if it was going to split him into pieces. Lin Fei could feel that the great path of lightning around the box was the most terrifying power. Even if a person at the pinnacle of the Saint King stage were to come over, he would immediately be hit by the attack and be directly blasted into pieces. He would truly be the kind that would not be able to resist at all. Let me see exactly what's inside. It couldn't be any better if it's an Emperor rank Lightning Grand Dao Core. My gains from this trip would be great. Lin Fei knew that this pocket dimension was filled with the power of lightning. Previously, he was quite curious as to why there was so much lightning power in this world. Now, he knew that it was very likely that the lightning power came from this box. Once he obtained the Great Dao Heart of Lightning, he would casually refine it. At that time, the power of lightning in a small world would belong to him. Naturally, he would be able to unleash an extremely powerful attack. Lin Fei had collected a lot of thunder techniques, but he didn't have any. Once he had the Great Path of Thunder Heart, it would be much more convenient. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the box. A layer of faint light appeared on the surface of the box. It turned out that it was the power of lightning, and it instantly destroyed Lin Fei's palm. This technique was indeed terrifyingly powerful. After Lin Fei's palm had been destroyed, he had immediately cultivated it back. His current physical body could indeed reach such an achievement. Of course, it was only limited to Lin Fei. Outsiders couldn't achieve it at all. Let's see how long this power of yours can last. Lin Fei snorted lightly and continued to grab. It was just like before. The power was extremely domineering, and it directly destroyed the palm. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. He attacked again. Every time he attacked, a wave of power would burst out from the box, and it was extremely powerful. After this continued for more than 10 times, the power started to weaken. Even though it wasn't too obvious, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to obtaining the box. After this happened 40 to 50 times, Lin Fei finally obtained the box. He casually lifted the box and opened it. As expected, there was a Great Dao Heart of Lightning flickering with lightning in the box. Lin Fei only needed a glance to know what kind of Great Dao Heart of Lightning it was. This was definitely an Emperor rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning, and it was much better than the King rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning he had imagined. It was even a grade higher. Coming to this ancient cloud small world wasn't in vain. I didn't expect to obtain an Emperor rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning. Lin Fei could be said to be satisfied. With this Emperor rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning, his strength would increase by a huge amount. Especially during a fight, it would definitely be a huge blow to a physical body expert. He casually swallowed the Great Dao Heart of Lightning. After the Great Dao Heart of Lightning swallowed it, it erupted with terrifying power. It was as if it wanted to pierce through Lin Fei's physical body. The divine tree of life moved, and a huge amount of energy enveloped the Great Dao Heart of Lightning. If he wanted to refine the Great Dao Heart of Lightning, he would have to first subdue it. This was nothing to Lin Fei, and he easily suppressed it. In just a few breaths, he had completely refined the Great Dao Heart of Lightning. It was much faster than Lin Fei had imagined. The Emperor rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning is indeed different. I have also refined a first-rank Great Dao Heart before, but this one is far inferior. Lin Fei shook his head. With a thought, the lightning in the entire hall instantly stopped moving. Then, the lightning transformed into a lightning spear. The might of this lightning spear was still very terrifying. At the very least, after Lin Fei held it in his hand, he could feel that this lightning was like a heavenly king's treasure. It was a top-notch heavenly king's treasure, and one spear could kill a heavenly king powerhouse. Good stuff. Really good stuff. And this was just one of Lin Fei's most ordinary methods. But the Emperor rank Great Dao Heart of Lightning was indeed different. It had been refined to a certain extent, and one could imagine how powerful it was. After Lin Fei refined the Great Dao Heart of Lightning, the hall became completely quiet. After strolling around, Lin Fei knew that he had obtained the best thing, which was this emperor-rank Great Tao Heart of Lightning. As for anything else, there was nothing else. Looking at the time, they should be here by now. Lin Fei did not forget that there were still people outside that he had to deal with. He simply took out a pot of wine and slowly drank it. After waiting for less than an hour, he finally saw people rushing in from outside the hall. Bastard, everything in the hall is mine. No one can take it away. A figure quickly rushed in. It was none other than young Master and Qing from before. Young Master and Qing seemed very anxious. As soon as he entered, he felt that there was something wrong with this hall. Then, he saw someone. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Peak. Chapter 4589. Young Master and Qing had indeed come up. He had paid a huge price to finally barge in. However, as soon as he entered, he felt that something was wrong, because he could no longer sense the existence of the lightning. No one was more clearly aware than him that it was very likely that an emperor-rank lightning Grand Tao core was left behind in this palace. Outsiders might not be clear about it, but young Master and Qing was very clear about it. He'd come to the tomb precisely for the emperor-rank heart of the Great Tao of Lightning, and he'd come to try his luck. If he was lucky and really obtained an emperor-rank lightning heart, then once he refined and absorbed it, he would be able to grasp terrifying lightning techniques. Lightning itself was filled with destructive power, capable of destroying everything. It wasn't something that an ordinary expert could withstand. Moreover, this was an emperor-rank lightning Grand Tao heart, which was extremely rare. Within the Tianhe region, it was practically impossible to find an emperor-rank lightning Grand Tao heart, and only a few experts had cultivated a king-rank lightning Grand Tao heart. In comparison, the strength of the arch-rank Great Tao Heart of Lightning was extremely clear. Back then, Heavenly King Gu Yun was so powerful because he had cultivated the Great Tao of Lightning, and it was at the arch level. Gu Yun's strength was so strong that basically no one could get close to him. Once they got close, they would be penetrated by the power of lightning and their bodies would be directly destroyed. At this moment, he finally couldn't feel the existence of the power of thunder. The entire palace was silent. This was something that was completely impossible. Earlier, when he was outside the heaven stairway, he'd sensed a formidable and dangerous aura within the palace. Now that the emperor-rank heart of the Great Tao of Lightning was gone, it was very likely that it was in the hands of that person. I didn't expect you to be the first one to make it here. You're not slow either. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. I've already gotten the item. Are you feeling regretful? Lin Fei smiled. He was in an exceptionally good mood. Young Master and Qing almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had put in so much effort, but in the end, someone had beaten him to it. He never expected that this guy would actually have a hidden card. Quickly hand over the Emperor-rank Lightning Grand Tao Core. Otherwise, don't dream of leaving here today. Young Master and Qing roared. This was the only way to vent the unwillingness and hatred in his heart. He was so close, but in the end, all his efforts were in vain. Even the Emperor-rank Lightning Heart of the Great Tao had been taken away. Fortunately, he still had a chance. Since the other party was able to take away the Arch Great Tao Lightning Heart, there was no way he could refine it. Perhaps his injuries were not light. Right now, he was putting on an act. Did he really think that he, young Master and Qing, was so easily fooled? Then you're definitely thinking too much. He, young Master and Qing, is quite smart. I advise you to give up. If you fight, you'll only be humiliating yourself. It's better to hand over all your valuables. Maybe I'll spare your life later. After all, it's not easy to cultivate to your level. Who asked me to be a good person? This time around, young Master and Qing really spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood in his body was attacking his heart. Gravity. After a loud rumble, gravity appeared in the entire palace. Kacha! Kacha! A series of cracks appeared on the ground. Young Master and Qing's face twisted and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. In order to suppress his opponent, young Master and Qing immediately used his trump card. The aura around his body surged, and he actually managed to activate the treasure, exploding forth with 8 layers of power. This was already his limit. As for 9 layers, he couldn't activate it at all. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect there to be such a method. You alone can display the effects of 8 layers of power. However, this strength of yours is really useless against me. After a loud rumble, instantly, the great Tao of lightning spread out in the palace. These lightning bolts continuously broke through the gravity. Unknowingly, the effects of the 8 layers of power kept on weakening. This was because the great Tao of lightning was originally about destruction and destruction. When it met with this gravity, it could naturally display its original strength. Young Master and Qing retreated a few steps. Impossible, how can you refine the Emperor rank lightning heart of the great Tao? You definitely can't refine it. Even a heavenly king powerhouse can't refine it in such a short period of time. At that moment, young Master and Qing really couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't expect that the other party would really refine the great Tao of lightning. The might of the great Tao of lightning was also super terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it tore apart his 8 layers of power. What terrified him the most was that when the power of lightning swam over, his physical body felt a dangerous aura. There was a loud explosion. The lightning spear stabbed over. Many defenses appeared around young Master and Qing's body, but in the blink of an eye, they collapsed. The spear had pierced through his body. Streaks of lightning instantly seeped into his body. Wah 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 wah. With each step Qing retreated, he would spit out a mouthful of blood. He spat out dozens of mouthfuls of blood and retreated dozens of steps all the way to the entrance. You should know that there is always someone better out there. It is normal for me to be stronger than you, so you can only admit defeat. I thought that you could live if you handed over the item, but unfortunately, you don't listen. So, I can only do it myself. Young Master and Qing knew that he was finished. Lin Fan had refined the Emperor rank lightning Tao and just one move was enough to make him unable to take it. A thought appeared in his heart. Run. He would run as far as he could. When the time came, he would call the experts of the sect and snatch the Emperor rank lightning Tao heart back. There was a hua sound. The great Tao of thunder instantly turned into a spot of light and pierced through Qing's physical body. This light spot was really strong and contained a terrifying and thick lightning power. It exploded in Qing's body. He didn't have time to take it and was ripped to pieces. With a clang, a ring fell to the ground. It was perfectly fine. Then, it landed in Lin Fei's hands. I told you that you could live if you handed it over. Why didn't you listen? Did you really think that my words were nonsense? After refining the Emperor rank lightning Tao heart, Lin Fei's strength soared once more. Controlling the lightning Tao was as simple as moving clouds and flowing water. Killing young Master and Qing was naturally even easier. His physical body wasn't strong, and that was his greatest weakness. This was also the time when the lightning Tao could display its strength. Lin Fei came to the entrance of the palace. At the same time, people charged up from the stairway but all of them were injured. The moment they came up, they saw a person standing at the entrance. Wasn't it the fellow who charged in just now? They remembered that Qing also entered, but why was he nowhere to be seen? A bad premonition appeared in their hearts. Maybe something happened to Qing. Chapter 45-90. Those who had barely managed to rush up, after seeing that young Master and Qing wasn't around, understood what was going on. It was highly likely that something had happened to young Master and Qing. This guy in front of them was too savage, even killing young Master and Qing. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? Without saying a word, they turned and ran, but they forgot that below them was the stairway to heaven. As soon as they turned, the black-armored warriors behind them rushed up and killed more than half of them. Those who were barely able to survive also knelt on the ground one by one. "Young hero, please spare us, we didn't see anything. We just came up, we really don't know anything, please spare us." At this time, how could they not know what was going on? It was highly likely that young Master and Qing was finished. As they knelt and begged for mercy, two figures pounced on them. They were the two Heavenly King powerhouses who had been following young Master and Qing. Originally, they wanted to follow young Master and Qing in, but they couldn't resist young Master and Qing leaving them outside to defend against the people coming up from the stairway. In the end, they didn't expect young Master and Qing to be finished. He was killed by someone. Immediately, they were infuriated. If they didn't kill this person in front of them, they wouldn't be able to go back and explain themselves. At that time, what awaited them would be death, and a very miserable one at that. With a whoosh, a large amount of lightning suddenly descended. Everyone felt their bodies go numb, including the two Heavenly King powerhouses. Their bodies were indeed not bad, and they had defensive treasures on them. Their bodies weren't weak either, but how could they withstand the power of the great Tao of Thunder? As it continuously seeped into them, they could feel the immense power. Following that, a series of lightning spears pierced forward. In just a few minutes, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. After a dozen or so moves, just the power of lightning alone tore through their defenses. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they were killed with a single thrust of the spears. This was the power of the great Tao of Thunder. For those with weak bodies, once their defenses were broken, they basically had no ability to resist and would be directly killed. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If the Emperor rank lightning heart of the Grand Tao wasn't powerful, then it wouldn't be at the Emperor rank. The remaining people's bodies were all numb, but when they saw the two Heavenly Kings die in front of them, their hearts shattered. They didn't dare to take another look, and they didn't even dare to breathe. They were simply too scared. If the other party wanted to kill them, they would be completely annihilated with a single thought. "Leave behind your rings, then you can scram from here. Scram as far as you can." Lin Fei did not have any intention of exterminating these people. Instead, he wanted to take all of their rings back. He could not let them off so easily. How could these people dare to say anything? Even if it was painful, a ring was nothing in front of their lives. Without saying a word, they left behind the rings and left one by one. In the blink of an eye, the place was empty. There were many corpses on the stairway to heaven, which reeked of blood. "Tell Lin Fei that there was a battle here." Lin Fei didn't look at the rings. In any case, the things in the rings should be pretty good. Since they were kept by their side, they naturally wouldn't be too bad. Lin Fei had his eyes on the black-armored warriors again. Previously, he had taken away some of them. However, he couldn't miss out on the remaining black-armored warriors. Forming a seal with both hands, these originally motionless black-armored warriors all charged at Lin Fei. It turned out that the Emperor rank Lightning Heart wasn't just used to attack people, it could also control these black-armored warriors. With a whoosh, these black-armored warriors underwent a sharp change. In the blink of an eye, the lightning flashing around them changed drastically. From ordinary black-armored warriors, they turned into lightning warriors in the blink of an eye. Damn, I really underestimated these black-armored warriors. I didn't expect them to turn into lightning warriors in a flash. Their strength has also skyrocketed. While Lin Fei was controlling them, he had instantly refined these thunder warriors. He also knew that these thunder warriors were much stronger than the black-armored warriors he had encountered earlier. This was their ultimate form. With these thunder warriors, it looks like I'll be able to block any danger I encounter in the future. At the very least, they're perfect as cannon fodder. There's no one more suitable than these Thunder Warriors. They're loyal and won't say anything else. Lin Fei was very satisfied with these 100 Thunder Warriors. He also activated the new forms of the Thunder Warriors that he had taken away earlier. One by one, they transformed into Thunder Warriors. The corpses on the stairway to heaven were cleaned up by Lin Fei. At the same time, he also collected the rings. The densely packed rings gave Lin Fei a huge harvest. After circling around the palace, Lin Fei didn't find anything and understood what was going on. The best thing in the palace was the Emperor rank Lightning Dao Heart, and these Lightning Warriors. The only thing that made Lin Fei's heart ache was that these Lightning Warriors were quite damaged. A few of them wouldn't be able to last much longer. After all, these Lightning Warriors had been guarding this place for a long time. Naturally, they would be injured after a long battle. As these injuries continued to expand, they were naturally on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei wondered if he should repair these Thunder Warriors when he was done. He couldn't just waste them like that. After coming out of the ancient cloud world, Lin Fei went to a few lesser worlds. However, he didn't gain much. Hence, he wasn't interested in them anymore. There were too few things that could interest him. For the rest of the time, Lin Fei waited in a lesser world until the time was up. The tomb of the ancient king had a repulsive force that pushed Lin Fei out. When he came out again, Lin Fei was in the Devil Kingdom. Previously, everyone gathered together, especially in the Demon God Palace. However, this time, when Lin Fei came out, he wasn't in the Demon God Palace. Instead, he was in the Devil Kingdom. It was a very random place. It seemed that it was random. Originally, Lin Fei planned to go to the Demon God Palace to see what other things there were. Since they were sent outside, Lin Fei didn't have the mood. It was better to go back to the Sky Reaching School. Lin Fei was still thinking about the good things of the Sky Reaching School. The Sky Reaching School had a good impression of him. However, some things still needed to be fought for. If he didn't fight for it, he wouldn't be able to get it at all. This time, he had gained some capital. As soon as Lin Fei activated the Demon God Escape technique, he returned to the Sky Reaching School. He could take a good rest on the way. Book House website. Chapter 4591. Lin Fei didn't encounter any trouble on his way back to the Heavens Reaching Church. Instead, he was quite relaxed. After returning to the Heavens Reaching Church, he went back to his mountain peak. After returning to the mountain peak, Lin Fei had a short closed-door training. It would only take a few days for him to sort out his gains from this trip and consolidate his strength. When he came out of the mountain peak, Su Tianqing came to him with a solemn look. Lin Fei was a little surprised. "Look at you. Did something happen to you? Why do you look so sad? Did you get stuck in your realm again? Or did someone bully you again? That should be impossible." Lin Fei had a pretty good impression of Su Tianqing. At least when he was not in the Heavens Reaching Church, Su Tianqing would help him pay attention to the situation and would know any trouble as soon as possible. Therefore, Su Tianqing said that if Su Tianqing really encountered any trouble, Lin Fei wouldn't mind helping him. At least, he could leave one of his men in the Heavens Reaching Church. Su Tianqing's face was indeed filled with worry as he said with a wry smile. "Junior fellow apprentice, I think you don't know what happened in our Heavens Reaching Church. The eldest apprentice brother of our Heavens Reaching Church has come back. It's said that a lot of things have happened since he came back. You might not believe it." Of course, Lin Fei had heard of the eldest senior fellow apprentice. This eldest senior fellow apprentice had a very mysterious background and was the most powerful one. Most of the time, he was not in the spiritual world. It was very likely that he had gone to the worldlet to travel. Only in this way could he constantly improve his strength. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the heavens-reaching church is so big. It's impossible for this eldest senior fellow apprentice to make trouble after coming back. Lin Fei didn't care much about this matter. It had nothing to do with him. If Su Tianqing hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei wouldn't have been interested in it at all. Su Tianqing said with a wry smile, "It's nothing." However, this eldest senior brother is back. He didn't come back to rest. It seems that he is ready to inherit the entire heaven-reaching church. He has already conquered the immortal gang and the Elysium in a short time. Hearing this news, Lin Fei was indeed surprised. He knew that the immortal gang and Elysium were very strong, especially the immortal gang, which was the strongest out of the three. This big senior brother was quite interesting. He directly incorporated the small forces of two sections. Didn't that mean that only the Sky Phoenix gang was left now? I'm sure it's true. Su Tianqing nodded. Celestial Gang and Sky Gate are no match for big senior brother. They were suppressed directly. Now, only Sky Phoenix Gang has not made a move. That was indeed beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Such a big thing actually happened when he went out for a trip. At this moment, Su Tianqing added, "I've also heard that this eldest fellow apprentice is going to hold a banquet and invite all the powerful favored ones of our heavens-reaching church. Junior fellow apprentice, you'll also be invited." Su Tianqing took out an invitation. Lin Fei took it and opened it. It was really an invitation. The date was not far away. It was only 5 days later. Is he going to hold a feast at Hongmen? What about the elders of the heavens-reaching church? Don't they have any ideas? After all, there are many elders behind the immortal gang and Elysium. Lin Fei was not a rookie now. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. Since the immortal gang and Elysium could exist in the heavens-reaching church, they naturally had many elders behind them. Big senior brother suppressed the two forces at once. In other words, he had offended the elders behind them. Su Tianqing said with a wry smile, "I'm not sure about this. Anyway, those elders seem to have chosen to stay silent about this matter. I don't know if it's the order of our sect leader." After hearing this, Lin Fei was more sure that this big senior brother had returned to the heavens-reaching church. He had indeed come back with ideas. After suppressing the immortal gang and Elysium by force, he was going to hold a banquet. He was going to suppress all the gods' favored ones. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Fei. He was not too interested in the heavens-reaching church. Now, he was only interested in the spiritual world mountain. If he could go to the spiritual world mountain, it would be the best. As for other things, Lin Fei really did not care. Of course, it would be better if he could get some heavenly divine wood in the heavens-reaching church. After going to the ancient tomb of the Heavenly King, Lin Fei's idea of heavenly divine wood had weakened a lot. It would be great if he could get it, but it did not matter if he could not get it. He had gained a lot from this trip. He had even reached a cooperative relationship with Wuxia. He believed that he would have a great harvest at that time. The sky-reaching church could be regarded as dispensable. Since this big senior brother rarely holds such a banquet, I have to go and have a look. Otherwise, he will think that I am afraid of him. Lin Fei also wanted to see how strong this mysterious big senior brother was. Lin Fei did not go outside to inquire about this big senior brother. He was not in the mood to do so. On the third day, however, Feng Yi, the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang, took the initiative to find him. Lin Fei was a little surprised. What brings such a beauty here? I just came back a few days ago. Your Heavenly Phoenix Gang is really well informed. Feng Yi came to Lin Fei's courtyard with familiarity. As for who let her in, there was no need to think about it. It was most likely Su Tianqing. Now the whole heavens-reaching church is in a panic, but junior brother Lin Fei is quite relaxed. I heard that you went outside. It seems that you have gained something good. No wonder you look so happy. Feng Yi, who was dressed in white, sat in front of Lin Fei. To be honest, she admired Lin Fei. She believed that he should know about the big senior brother. She did not expect that he could still sit still. People need to be in a good mood. If they are in a bad mood, nothing will go smoothly. What do you think? Feng Yi felt that she was indeed far behind Lin Fei. It was not uncommon for him to have such a mentality. You are a loner, but I am different. I am the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang. These simple words expressed Feng Yi's helplessness. Then why did you come to me? If you want to fight against the big senior brother with me, I don't think I can make a decision. Feng Yi shook her head. The big senior brother's strength is unfathomable. I already suspect that he has become a Heavenly King level expert. If it was before, Lin Fei might care about it. But now, he really did not care about a Heavenly King level expert. Peak. Chapter 4592. Lin Fei was a little surprised that they did not join forces to deal with the eldest senior brother. He did not know why Feng Yi came to him. Could it be to remind him to be careful of the eldest senior brother? In the blink of an eye, many thoughts emerged in Lin Fei's mind. As for the eldest senior brother becoming a Heavenly King expert, Lin Fei did not care much about it at all. So what if he became a Heavenly King expert? Killing him was as easy as killing an ant. He had cultivated the Emperor-level Great Tao of Thunder. The power of the Great Tao of Thunder alone could easily destroy the physical body of an expert. Moreover, the human race was not like the demon race, whose physical body was strong to begin with and could not last long. Some of the human race were far inferior. If the eldest senior brother was really ambitious, Lin Fei did not mind teaching him a lesson. I've received news that the sect master of the Sky-Reaching Church might be in trouble. In other words, the Sky-Reaching Church will be in big trouble in a short period of time. You have to be mentally prepared. Feng Yi lowered her voice, and it floated into Lin Fei's ears. She used the ability to transmit her voice. This was quite shocking to Lin Fei and he could not believe it. No way, something happened to the sect master of the Sky-Reaching Church. Are you thinking too much? Our sect master is extremely powerful. Is there anyone who can deal with him? Lin Fei was 100% skeptical about this. Feng Yi continued to lower her voice. Actually, I don't really believe it, but this time, it's really hard not to believe it. I also know that the remaining 9 immortal sects will make things difficult for us soon. What the hell is going on? Even Lin Fei was a little confused. The sect master of the Sky-Reaching Church had just gotten into trouble, and the other immortal sects were already planning to make a move. Did they really think that the Sky-Reaching Church was a piece of bone to be gnawed on? If that was the case, then their thoughts were too simple. If this had been said by someone else, Lin Fei would not have cared much. However, it was said by Feng Yi. If so, the situation would be completely different. This Feng Yi was quite capable and knew a lot of information. It was likely that she had received some secret information. In the following days, junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, you'd better not go out. Otherwise, you will inevitably encounter dangers. Recently, many spies have come to Heaven's Reaching Church. These spies are very powerful. All of them are hiding there. Feng Yi really did come to warn Lin Fei. After all, in her opinion, Lin Fei's strength was still quite strong, and he still had potential in the future. If any accident happened at this time, it would be a bit of a pity. Lin Fei's eyes flickered as he said, I don't think that someone is dealing with Heaven's Reaching Church or conspiring against our spiritual realm or unifying it. The question was too big, so big that Feng Yi did not know how to answer it. I don't know either, but based on the information I've gathered, there should be a lot of movement in our spiritual realm. At the very least, it won't be peaceful for the next few years. In any case, you have to be careful. Lin Fei was not surprised that he could not get a good answer from Feng Yi. It was not bad for her to know this. Are you still going to attend the banquet of the eldest senior fellow apprentice? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Feng Yi nodded. Of course I'm going to meet this big senior brother. After all, he just suppressed the Celestial Gang and Sky Gate. My Sky Phoenix Gang probably already has an idea. He has already arranged for someone to come over and propose to take us in, but I rejected him. After hearing this, Lin Fei became more sure that this eldest senior fellow apprentice might really want to integrate the power of the entire heavens-reaching church, or inherit the entire heavens-reaching church. It was not good news. If this eldest senior fellow apprentice really inherited the entire heavens-reaching church, Lin Fei's chance to get the heavenly divine would be even slimmer. As the saying went, cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. Lin Fei's need for the heavenly wood wasn't very urgent, but anyone who stood in his way would be considered a small part of his enemy. Even if this person was the eldest senior fellow apprentice of the heavens-reaching church and had great strength, Lin Fei would not let him go. Then I'm more eager to meet this eldest senior fellow apprentice and see what he thinks. If he's easy to talk to, I'll naturally talk to him. If he's not easy to talk to, I have a temper. Lin Fei laughed. Feng Yi also laughed after hearing Lin Fei's words. She really hoped that Lin Fei would stand on her side. If Lin Fei stood on the side of the eldest senior fellow apprentice, no one in the entire heavens-reaching church would be able to resist this eldest senior fellow apprentice. Then let's go together. Lin Fei did not refuse Feng Yi's small request, so he nodded. After chatting for a while, Feng Yi left. After Feng Yi left, Lin Fei started to ponder. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a bit abnormal for this eldest senior fellow apprentice to return to the heavens-reaching church at this time. He should have come back with some ideas. This made Lin Fei even more eager to meet this eldest senior fellow apprentice. How could he have the nerve to hold a banquet? A banquet at Hongmen. Lin Fei had been to many banquets at Hongmen, but he had never seen such a banquet at Hongmen. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Feng Yi really came to find Lin Fei. She was still dressed in white, but her complexion seemed to have changed a lot. Obviously, something had happened. Look at you. Did something happen again? Feng Yi did not hide anything from Lin Fei. You won't believe it even if I tell you. Just the day before yesterday, a big event happened in the Kingdom of Demons. I heard that the entire Kingdom of Demons was unified and controlled by a mysterious person. This time, Feng Yi's voice was even softer. Lin Fei's heart trembled when he heard that. The fiendish demon kingdom had actually been incorporated and unified. This was beyond his imagination. He had just returned from that place not long ago. You can't even imagine who the person who took in the demon race is. This Lin Fei was quite interested. I can't say it's the eldest senior fellow apprentice of the Sky-reaching school, right? Lin Fei said. As a result, Feng Yi burst into laughter and rolled her eyes. You think too much. How could it be the eldest senior fellow apprentice of the Sky-reaching school? That made Lin Fei even more curious. Could it be other immortal sects? They shouldn't have such strength. Actually, you won't believe it even if I tell you. The one who incorporated the demon clan is none other than the heavenly demon clan. Lin Fei's heart shook. The heavenly demon clan. Could it be the heavenly demon clan that was thrown into the endless abyss? How could it be? How could they appear again? Lin Fei had read a lot of ancient books and knew that the heavenly demon clan was a very overbearing clan. Their biggest means was to constantly expand their territory and enslave all living creatures. The demon clan used to be enslaved by the heavenly demon clan. It could be regarded as a powerful clan under the heavenly demon clan, which was the so-called warlord level. If this is true, doesn't it mean that our spiritual realm and other worldlets will undergo great changes? Bookseller's website. Chapter 4593. This news was indeed not good news for Lin Fei. Who could have imagined that the Heavenly Demon Clan, which was recorded in the ancient records, had actually reappeared? He had given such a huge gift right off the bat. He had actually conquered the demon nation and enslaved it once again. This was not a good thing for anyone. In the entire spiritual realm, apart from the 10 immortal sects, the most powerful force was the demon nation. After all, those demons cultivated their bodies, and the stronger their bodies, the stronger their battle power would be. In a one-on-one fight, humans were simply no match for them. The stronger the demons were, the more humans they could defeat. Not to mention those monster kings. A monster king could fight against 2, or even 3, or even more human saint kings. Lin Fei originally thought that his return would be a little more peaceful. He did not expect to encounter such a thing again. Although the Heavenly Demon Clan was very far away from him, the situation in the entire Tianhe region would change greatly. This was naturally not what Lin Fei wanted to see, and he was prepared to travel outside. It was no wonder that Feng Yi's expression was so terrible. The appearance of the Heavenly Demon Clan also meant that the peace and quiet in the future was almost equivalent to the disappearance of. From time to time, there would be danger. After all, the thing that the Heavenly Demon Clan liked to do the most was to constantly expand outwards. To expand their territory. It was precisely because of the behavior of the Heavenly Demon Clan that the people of the various worlds were very disgusted, because wherever the Heavenly Demon Clan went, they would either enslave or completely raze everything. For example, many of the star fragments in the outer space had been destroyed by the Heavenly Demon Clan back then. Just imagine how terrifying it was. Leader Feng, this matter is still very far away from us, so there is no need to worry. If it really collapses, there are tall people above it to support it. We just have to be careful on a daily basis, and there is no need to let this affect our mood. Women, when they are in a bad mood, they will become less beautiful. Haven't you heard that? This was what Lin Fei said. Feng Yi, who was originally in a bad mood, couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to know about this. Lin Fei chuckled. I learned all this from the books. After all, there are so many books out there nowadays. You can learn a lot by reading books when you're free. I think you're in a much better mood now. Women should be like this. It had to be said that Lin Fei's words had indeed struck a chord in Feng Yi's heart. He was indeed quite worried when he heard the news, because the appearance of the Heavenly Demon Clan meant that the peace of the entire Tianhe region was about to be completely lost. He thought about it again. Even if the Heavenly Demon Clan appeared, they would be very far away from them. One had to know that the Heavenly Demon Clan was basically no different from rats. He believed that the experts from the other small worlds would definitely not let the Heavenly Demon Clan off. But no matter what, my mood is indeed a lot better. It just so happens that we can go and meet this eldest senior brother. I haven't seen this eldest senior brother for 2 years. I didn't expect him to come back and amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat, catching everyone off guard. Lin Fei and Feng Yi went to the mountain peak where the eldest senior brother was. The banquet held by the eldest senior brother was not held in other palaces. It was held in his own mountain peak. This mountain peak was called the Tongtian Peak. Given such a name, it showed how much this eldest senior brother cared about the Tongtian sect. On the way, Lin Fei also saw many people heading to the Tongtian Peak. However, their expressions were somewhat different. Obviously, they had a lot of things on their minds. Unlike Lin Fei, who basically didn't think too much and went with the flow. When they arrived at the Tongtian Peak, Lin Fei felt that the Tongtian Peak was different. Among all the mountain peaks, the Tongtian Peak was the best one. It was actually connected to a spiritual vein. The spiritual vein poured into the Tongtian peak. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was like a fairyland. This eldest senior brother's place is really good. Even I kind of like it. Lin Fei smiled. In fact, people who come here for the first time and see the Tongtian peak will mostly think the same as you. In the past, the eldest senior brother relied on his strength to suppress everyone and get this Tongtian peak. Do you know why this Tongtian peak is called the Tongtian peak? Because anyone who lives here is very likely to inherit the entire Tongtian sect and become the future sect master. Lin Fei really didn't know such an illusion. He just knew that the Tongtian peak was very good. It could be said that it was more suitable for cultivation than other places. There were already people waiting outside the Tongtian peak. The person at the door had a powerful background. Everyone who came over kept greeting him. Feng Yi saw this person from afar and whispered to Lin Fei, "Do you see him? He is one of the right-hand men of the eldest senior brother of the Tongtian peak. His name is Gu Tong. Isn't it a strange name? This person is quite capable." Lin Fei hadn't been in the Tongtian sect for a long time. He usually spent most of his time outside. Naturally, he didn't know such a person. This eldest senior brother is really ambitious. Even the person beside him is called Gu Tong. It would be strange if he didn't have any ideas. Lin Fei smiled. Feng Yi didn't think so much before, but after hearing Lin Fei's words, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gang leader Feng and junior brother Lin Fei, I didn't expect that you would also come. Eldest senior brother will be very happy to see you. At this time, Gu Tong also noticed them. The former was Feng Yi, while the latter was Lin Fei, who had a great reputation in the Tongtian sect. He had been summoned by sect leader Tongtian. Although Zhang Tai didn't know what they had talked about, it could be seen that sect leader Tongtian appreciated Lin Fei very much. How can I not come to the eldest senior brother's banquet? I have to experience it. Feng Yi smiled and led Lin Fei inside. The Tongtian peak was indeed different from the other peaks. After entering it, Zhang Tai felt his pores were stretched out and he felt very comfortable. At least, Lin Fei hadn't experienced such a comfortable feeling in other peaks. Feng Yi was familiar with this place. She led Lin Fei all the way to a palace on the peak. Many people had gathered at the entrance of the palace. All of them were heaven's favored ones of the Tongtian sect. At this moment, their expressions were not very good. It seems that almost all the heaven's favored ones of the Tongtian sect have come this time. With a glance, Lin Fei made a judgment. Feng Yi nodded and said, "Indeed, all of them have come. Everyone wants to see what kind of means this eldest senior brother has." Apex. Chapter 45-94. Feng Yi's arrival made things a little different. Now, the Heavenly Phoenix Gang was the only small sect left. The Immortal Gang and the Elysium sect had been taken down by the great senior brother, so when they saw Feng Yi, they naturally had a different opinion. They also recognized the young man beside Feng Yi at once. Who else could it be but Lin Fei? It should be known that Lin Fei's influence was not small. It had only taken him a short period of time to become a personal disciple. He had even received the recognition of the sect leader. This was not something that just anyone could do. Now that he appeared together with Feng Yi at the banquet of the great senior brother, everyone naturally had a lot of confidence. At least in their opinion, Feng Yi and Lin Fei still had the ability to fight against the great senior brother. If it was in the past, they would not care so much, but it was different now. The news about the Heavenly Devil clan had spread outside. It just so happened that the heavenly demons had appeared in a small world like the spiritual realm. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before the spiritual realm became a battlefield. The Heavenly Devil clan was beaten into the endless abyss, which was recorded in every generation. They did not expect that they could open a space crack in the endless abyss and directly come to the spiritual realm. This was not a good thing for them. Therefore, when the sky-reaching school encountered such a thing, everyone was a little scared and uneasy. This time, the great senior brother seemed a little unfriendly. Although everyone recognized him as the great senior brother had suppressed the Immortal Gang and the Elysium sect, which brought a lot of pressure to them. No one was willing to give up their current status, so they naturally had to fight with him. Feng Yi smiled as a greeting to them. They walked into the palace. The equipment in the palace had been set up on both sides, but the great senior brother did not appear for the time being. Instead, several capable people of the sky-reaching peak were all here. Feng Yi also introduced them one by one. Of course, she introduced them to Lin Fei. It was also the first time for Lin Fei to come to the sky-reaching peak, but after coming here, he felt that the sky-reaching peak was really quite different. First of all, the cultivation resources were unbelievably abundant. Then, there were these capable subordinates. Each of them had the strength of a half-step heavenly king. From the looks of it, their strength had only increased recently. Their auras were somewhat unstable. Outsiders might not be able to see this small gap, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. This was one of the shortcomings of someone who had just stepped into the half-step heavenly king realm. He could hide it from others, but he could not hide it from him. Lin Fei had a lot of doubts in his heart. Could it be that this eldest senior brother really obtained a lot of good things outside, allowing these capable subordinates to reach the heavens in a single step? From a saint king to a half-step heavenly king, there were several small realms in between. Even if one spent their entire life, they might not be able to cross it. Now, these capable subordinates were actually all half-step heavenly king realm cultivators. Even though he had concealed his cultivation to a certain extent and appeared to be at the level of a saint king, Lin Fei could see it clearly. They had the strength of a half-step heavenly king, which was a bit unusual. Did you see through some secret? Although Feng Yi's strength was also not bad, it was far from Lin Fei's. Naturally, she could not see the subtle changes in these capable subordinates. This eldest senior brother of theirs is indeed a little different. We came at the right time. Let's sit down and eat something first. Feng Yi's heart was in her throat. She did not expect that Lin Fei would actually say such a thing. Go and eat something first. This is eldest senior brother's banquet, and you actually have the nerve to go and eat something. Lin Fei was naturally very calm at this time. No matter what methods this eldest senior brother had, he just had to sit down and take it. As long as it did not affect him, then everything was fine. But if it affected him, then it was a different matter. Since he was already here, he had to eat something first. Lin Fei casually found a place and sat down. The food prepared by this eldest senior brother was very exquisite, and the taste was quite good. He ate several kinds in a row. This caused many people to look at him. Lin Fei was thick-skinned, so he naturally did not pay much attention to these things. After an unknown period of time, the entire hall seemed to have quietened down. Lin Fei knew that the eldest senior brother had arrived, because his aura was like a blazing sun that was burning fiercely. Even if he had not come close, Lin Fei could sense it. The king rank fire great Dao. As soon as the other party came, Lin Fei felt that something was a little different. At any rate, he had refined the emperor rank lightning great Dao heart, so he had a certain level of perception towards these great Daos, especially when they had reached a certain stage. From the rank 1 great Dao heart to the king rank great Dao heart, although it was only a small leap, it was like a chasm, and his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Even if he had not seen this eldest senior brother, Lin Fei knew that this eldest senior brother was indeed very strong. He had actually cultivated the king rank great Dao heart. As expected, a figure appeared at the entrance of the main hall. It was a tall figure, and he gave others a strong visual impact just by standing casually at the entrance. Lin Fei looked over as well, and he felt that this person was slightly different indeed. Those that weren't very strong were practically unable to see through this person. His entire body was covered in light that was extremely dazzling, and it caused others to be unable to open their eyes. Only a person like Lin Fei could disperse this might. Lin Fei even noticed that the hearts of everyone present constricted when they saw this eldest senior brother appear, and their expressions changed slightly. They instinctively lowered their heads, and no one dared to look him in the eye. There were very few people present that could look him in the eye. It was a terrifying form of pressure. Lin Fei was even more clearly aware that this eldest senior brother's entire body was covered in the energy of the king-rank Great Tao. This sort of energy covered the surroundings, so it was as difficult as ascending the heavens to see through this eldest senior brother's ability. Conversely, one would even suffer a certain amount of backlash. This eldest senior brother has some ability. I'm sorry everyone. I was delayed by something just now. The eldest senior brother walked in with large strides. He didn't restrain the pressure emanating from his body at all, and it burned like a scorching sun. With every step he took, there would be traces of the power of fire in the air, permeating through the air like silk threads, directly enveloping everyone's body. This energy didn't possess any offensive ability, but it allowed this eldest senior brother to erupt with power in an instant. Peak. Chapter 4595. Based on this method alone, Lin Fei felt that there was indeed something wrong with this eldest senior brother. Who would cover the hall with fire attribute golden threads? These fire attribute golden threads might seem inconspicuous, but when they were gathered together, they could erupt with unimaginable power in an instant. For example, Lin Fei's body was now surrounded by traces of fire golden silk threads. These golden threads were very inconspicuous, and ordinary people would not be able to detect them at all. It was estimated that only a few people in the entire hall would be able to detect them. This method was quite brilliant. Regardless of whether Yi Shiwen made a move or not, this eldest senior brother would have the advantage of time and place. At that time, he would be able to suppress everyone in one fell swoop. As for whether this was what this guy was thinking or not, Lin Fei did not know. Anyway, this was what he was thinking. He would suppress anyone who was not convinced. It was that simple. It was indeed rare to see such a method set up in advance. At first, Lin Fei thought that would be the case. However, the divine tree of life began to rustle and shake violently. This kind of shaking brought about extreme emotional fluctuations. This kind of situation was very rare. Could it be that this eldest senior brother has something that the divine tree of life is interested in? At that moment, a strange thought came to Lin Fei's mind. He casually suppressed the emotional fluctuations of the divine tree of life and became curious about this eldest senior brother. Ever since he got the divine tree of life, he had rarely felt emotional. Today's situation was really rare, which meant that this eldest senior brother must have something that the divine tree of life was interested in. The eldest senior brother was called Xiaofan. It was a very ordinary name, but it was such an ordinary name that made Xiaofan the eldest senior brother of the sky-reaching church, suppressing everyone. After Xiaofan's words, the hall became much quieter. Feng Yi also transmitted her voice. Eldest senior brother's strength has really improved a lot. I smell a dangerous aura from him. It seems that I will be defeated in a fight. Lin Fei could also hear the unwillingness in Feng Yi's words. She already knew that she was not a match for the eldest senior brother even before the fight started. Such emotional fluctuations were very normal in Lin Fei's view. Senior brother Xiaofan was indeed very strong. It was powerful and exuded a dangerous and terrifying aura. No wonder he could suppress the Celestial Gang and Heaven Gate and take them in. He was indeed capable. Xiaofan waved his hand. Everyone, don't stand. Sit down. Everyone took their seats one after another. Xiaofan sat at the head of the table, while his right-hand men sat on either side of him. Hi, Gao Fan, I'm very happy that all of you can attend my banquet today, especially since all of you have returned from outside. Gao Fan picked up his glass and smiled at everyone. The others also stood up. They still had to give face to their eldest senior brother. Everyone wanted to see what this eldest senior brother Gao Fan was up to today. Everyone drank a cup. The atmosphere at the scene was a little depressing. After Gao Fan clapped his hands, a group of dancers immediately came in. The hall was filled with singing and dancing. Everyone was enjoying the talent show while lowering their heads, trying to guess what this eldest senior brother Gao Fan was going to say. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was quite relaxed. The food here tasted pretty good, especially the wine. He had put in a lot of effort. Feng Yi, who was sitting beside Lin Fei, could not see through Lin Fei. He could still be so calm at this moment. If it was her, she would have been in a mess. This was because eldest senior brother Gao Fan was much stronger than she imagined. 2 years ago, Feng Yi could still exchange a few blows with Gao Fan. Now, even if Feng Yi was given a chance to fight, she felt that she would be defeated within a few moves. Although this thought was very ridiculous, it was the truth. He never doubted his own feelings. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone was waiting for eldest senior brother Gao Fan. At this moment, eldest senior brother Gao Fan stood up and faced the crowd. Everyone should know that I've been cultivating outside for 2 years. This time, I've returned to the sky-reaching church with the hope of bringing everyone to a higher level. That's why I've taken down the immortal gang and the heavenly gate. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths, and they remained silent. Everyone knew that the Real show was here. Whether they could see it clearly was now. Everyone should have heard that the heavenly demon clan is about to appear. Moreover, they've appeared in our spiritual realm. To the sky-reaching church, this is an opportunity and a chance for us to break through. Lin Fei listened with great interest. He had to admit that eldest senior brother Gao Fan was quite good at talking. In particular, his ability to exaggerate was especially strong. Everyone seemed to be paying attention. This eldest senior brother Gao Fan is quite interesting. He talks a lot of nonsense, but in reality, he doesn't say anything useful at all. When Feng Yi heard what Lin Fei said, she almost laughed out loud. She also felt that eldest senior brother Gao Fan's words were quite tasteless. Although the sky-reaching church isn't the top of the 10 major immortal sects, I naturally have a goal now that I've returned. That is to lead the sky-reaching church to the top of the 10 major immortal sects. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan clapped his hands, and a group of people entered from outside. These people were all carrying big boxes. These boxes were placed in the hall, and they were opened casually. Instantly, the treasures shone brilliantly, and the sky was filled with rosy clouds, attracting everyone's attention. These are some treasures that I've brought back from my travels. They're useless to me, but they'll still be of great help to you junior brothers in increasing your strength. The boxes were filled with sage ruler treasures. These sage ruler treasures were offensive and defensive. There were all kinds of treasures, but they were all shrouded in treasure light. Everyone was entranced. After all, it wasn't that easy for disciples like them to obtain a sage ruler treasure. They didn't expect eldest senior brother Gao Fan to bring back so many treasures from his trip. Instantly, their thoughts changed a lot. Eldest senior brother, are these treasures for us? Someone asked, and everyone pricked up their ears. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan smiled and said, of course they're for junior brothers. Don't be anxious, everyone, one for each of you. This time, everyone couldn't sit still anymore. These were sage ruler treasures. Initially, they were worried that today would be a feast at Hongmen. They didn't expect to obtain a sage ruler treasure before it even started. Everyone's breathing quickened. Then I wonder what we're going to do. Sage ruler treasures were indeed attractive, but they also knew that these things shouldn't be that easy to obtain. Peak. Chapter 4596. At this moment, even if Lin Fei saw the Sage King treasures in these boxes, he could not help but be surprised by the means of eldest senior brother Gao Fan. He was really rich, opening the way with treasures right from the start. It was no wonder that the eyes of the geniuses present had changed quite a bit. Even if they were the pride of the heavens, it was almost impossible for them to obtain a good sage ruler treasure. It was already good enough to have one, but most people did not even have one. They could only take a look. And with so many Sage King treasures in front of them, they were constantly attracted. It was already not bad to be able to control them. With the treasures opening the way, Lin Fei felt that there was basically no need to say anything more about what happened next. And in reality, that was really what happened. Eldest senior brother Gao Fan's words were also very simple. He just wanted everyone to support him. Most of them basically chose not to go against the treasures, and each of them took a Sage King treasure. Originally, everyone was still prepared to work together, but they did not expect that with the treasures opening the way, they would be instantly torn apart. Even if some people could withstand the temptation of the treasures, as eldest senior brother Gao Fan took out some powerful elixirs. All of a sudden, their hearts also loosened. A treasure and a suitable elixir directly made them choose to stand on eldest senior brother Gao Fan's side. The main hall was unbelievably quiet. Those who took the Sage King treasures and elixirs all stood to one side, and in the blink of an eye, there were only a few people left. Those who could remain were those who had some wealth, and naturally were not tempted by these Sage King treasures. They resisted the urge. Eldest senior brother, you are amazing. If you want to become the future leader of the sky-reaching church, it is not just you alone. You still have to rely on your strength. A few geniuses were still people who did not give face, and with a cold snort, they directly left the palace. Before they walked out of the palace, they saw a few figures blocking in front of them. A few figures appeared in front of him. They were eldest martial brother Gao Fan's right-hand men. Our eldest senior brother is giving you face. Since you're doubting our eldest senior brother's strength, come and exchange a few moves with us. Let's see who's stronger. You can't even defeat us, yet you still have the nerve to fight our eldest senior brother. Who gave you the courage to do so? His left and right arms were the first to jump out, raising their hands and attacking with treasures. He didn't even ask if they agreed. He just beat them up first. He was quite domineering. Those few geniuses were truly indignant. Who didn't know that they were the lackeys of eldest senior brother Gao Fan? With their strength, how could they not be able to defeat him? But in this exchange, these geniuses felt an immense pressure and were forced to retreat. After a dozen or so moves, they were defeated and laid on the ground, unable to regain their senses. Since when did the strength of the people around eldest senior brother Gao Fan improve so quickly? You can't even beat us, and you still have the nerve to say that. You're worse than trash. After a few loud bangs, the few juniors who had fallen to the ground were directly thrown out and fell outside. That scene was so humiliating that it was witnessed by countless disciples of the heavens-reaching church. Today was the day that eldest senior brother invited the geniuses to a banquet. There were many people outside who were watching a good show. There were also many elders who were paying attention to the situation in the palace. After seeing the geniuses who were thrown out, all of them shook their heads slightly. Clearly, they weren't surprised at all. These disciples are really arrogant. Gao Fan is already giving them face by hosting a banquet to entertain them. I didn't expect them to be so full of themselves. They deserve to suffer a huge loss. Gao Fan has quite a chance to become the future sect leader of the heaven-reaching church. There aren't many people in the heaven-reaching church who can compete with him. The elders were actually standing on eldest senior brother Gao Fan's side. With Gao Fan's strength and the treasures he had opened up, he would naturally gain the support of many elders. The atmosphere in the palace became even more stifling. Those who had chosen the treasures and elixirs previously heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the people around eldest senior brother were pretty strong, but they didn't expect them to be so strong. In a one-on-one fight, they were directly crushed. Fortunately, they didn't stand out. Otherwise, they would have suffered a huge loss. Didn't they see that they were thrown out directly? They would probably become a big joke in the heaven-reaching church for a long time. I still want the elixirs. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few elixirs. After taking them, my strength can also improve. Elixirs are useless to me. Treasures are more useful. I'll choose the treasures. The remaining people quickly made their choice and no longer dared to resist. They couldn't even defeat the people around eldest senior brother, let alone fight with him. They might as well accept the benefits in front of them. After a short while, only Feng Yi and Lin Fei were left in the palace. The others stood on the other side. Eldest senior brother's means are really different. I didn't expect that even the people around you could improve their strength to such a level. No wonder the Immortal Gang and Elysium couldn't defeat you. Feng Yi also stood up. She wasn't surprised by the result at all. She didn't expect the strength of her right-hand men to improve so quickly. Even if it was her, if she really fought with them, she probably wouldn't have much chance of winning. It would probably be good if they could even fight to a draw. Junior sister Feng, it's time for our heaven-reaching church to take another step forward. I think I should lead the heaven-reaching church to a greater place. Naturally, I hope to get your support. Xiaofan smiled. If I say I'm not willing, is eldest senior brother going to fight me personally? That's great. I also want to fight with you and see how big the gap between us is in the past 2 years. Feng Yi didn't choose to lower her head. Xiaofan smiled and shook his head. Your strength has indeed improved very quickly. However, if you fight with me, you won't have any chance of winning. Let's talk again when your strength has improved. Just when Feng Yi was about to say something, she suddenly felt a slight pain on her cheek. Then, she saw a drop of blood drip down. She didn't even know when Xiaofan attacked. I never bully women. In everyone's opinion, Xiaofan was being lenient. He didn't go overboard. It was a very gentlemanly behavior. They could also see the gap between them. Xiaofan's gaze fell on Lin Fei. I think you should be that Lin Fei who caused a lot of trouble. That's right. I'm Lin Fei. Greetings, eldest senior brother Xiaofan. You are quite mighty and domineering. You use treasures and elixirs to open your path. I wonder how you are going to open my path. Those geniuses naturally heard of Lin Fei, but they didn't expect him to be so blunt. Chapter 4597. No one would have thought that Lin Fei would actually say such a thing. Could it be that he could not see the current situation clearly? Everyone was already standing on the side of eldest senior brother Xiaofan. Could it be that he still intended to go against eldest senior brother to the end? There were Sage King treasures and elixirs. Which one of them was not good stuff? Did he not see the example of the previous few people? They were directly thrown out. In front of so many people, they directly became a joke in the sky-reaching church. For a long time, they would have to silently lick their wounds. Who asked them to be so shameful? This was the consequence of offending eldest senior brother Xiaofan. Lin Fei, how can you say that? Is eldest senior brother not good enough for us? What else do you want? Yes, eldest senior brother brought us Sage King treasures. Even if we cultivated for 10 years, we might not be able to get a Sage King treasure. What else do you want? Eldest senior brother Xiaofan did not say anything. Instead, it was the favored one standing behind him who started to criticize him. Obviously, Lin Fei's words were not pleasant to hear. As for whether there was more to it, no one knew. At the very least, in front of them, Lin Fei had become an enemy. If it was not for the fact that everyone could not see through Lin Fei's strength, they reckoned that they would have already taken action. Why would they say a few words? Shut up, all of you shut up. Lin Fei suddenly snorted coldly, and the void shook. Originally, those favored ones still wanted to say something. In an instant, it was as if their hearts had been hit by something, and they could not speak for a moment. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my eldest senior fellow apprentice. Now that my eldest senior fellow apprentice has offered me some benefits, I'd better have a good chat with you. You can't send me away with these mediocre things. After all, I'm already the #1 figure in heaven's reaching church. It was not easy for him to meet this big senior brother Xiaofan, and he seemed to be rich and powerful. No matter what, Lin Fei had to give him a good slash. Especially when the other party was willing, Lin Fei would feel a little embarrassed if he didn't slash him. Feng Yi, who was standing at the side, also felt that Lin Fei was planning to make a fortune. For a moment, he couldn't come back to his senses. Could it be that he really didn't intend to fight against eldest senior brother Xiaofan? In the entire heaven-reaching church, there were only a few people whom Feng Yi thought highly of. Even these geniuses weren't worthy of a second glance from Feng Yi. Instead, it was Lin Fei who she couldn't see through. He definitely had the strength to back it up, but it was unknown what Lin Fei was planning. He hadn't used his full strength yet. Who would have thought that he would actually ask for benefits from Xiaofan at this time? Just as those people were about to say something, eldest senior brother Xiaofan smiled faintly. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed Lin Fei. Junior brother is indeed different. Even your words are so bold. I don't know what you want, but as long as I can take it out, I will satisfy you. For a moment, those geniuses regretted standing behind their eldest senior brother so quickly. If they had known earlier, they would have also asked for something. However, they quickly put away this thought. Asking for something from eldest senior brother Xiaofan was simply courting death. At that time, they would be the ones to suffer losses. Lin Fei would definitely suffer a great loss. No matter what, eldest senior brother Xiaofan would bear a grudge against him. Once eldest senior brother Xiaofan became the leader of the heaven-reaching church, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't have a good life. After eldest senior brother Xiaofan returned to the heaven-reaching church, he naturally knew the situation in the church. Even if he didn't return, his right-hand man would have sent the news to him at a fixed time. This Lin Fei could be considered as one of the more troublesome people in the heaven-reaching church. He was even summoned by the heaven-reaching church's leader. It was said that he was quite appreciative of him. He also improved his strength extremely fast, as if he had a secret. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan would naturally pay attention to this Lin Fei. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, it was indeed similar to what was described in the information. This could be considered as a thorn. Or a thorn with a temper. Big senior brother Xiaofan did not care much about such a troublemaker. After all, he had some strength, and it was normal for him to be a troublemaker. He had seen it just now, and the other party was indeed quite strong. He seemed to have used some kind of technique on his body, and he could not see the details clearly. However, his strength was indeed quite strong. This was also worthy of eldest senior brother Xiaofan's request. Wasn't it just some treasures? It was really nothing to him. If he wanted to get the position of the heaven-reaching church's leader, he had to make all the geniuses submit to him. In this way, it would be easier for his subordinates and superiors to talk to him. Everything would fall into place. He didn't want any other voices to appear, such as this Lin Fei. He was very sure that if he didn't satisfy Lin Fei, he would definitely cause trouble, especially when Lin Fei's strength was a little mysterious. Eldest senior brother is indeed eldest senior brother. Even the way you speak is different. You're really rich and overbearing. I don't have any special requirements. I'm quite fond of some flowers and plants. I wonder if you have a chance to get them for me. After hearing this, everyone was a little dumbfounded and couldn't come back to their senses. What kind of request was this? Was the treasure of a sage ruler not fragrant? Was the elixir not fragrant? What kind of flowers and plants? How could he say that? If it were them, they definitely wouldn't say that. It would be a waste of an opportunity. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan was also slightly stunned when he heard this. This was the most unbelievable thing he had ever heard. He was already prepared to be slashed by Lin Fei. Of course, Lin Fei also had the strength to slash him. If Lin Fei didn't listen to him, he wouldn't mind making Lin Fei spit it out. Are you sure you didn't say wrongly that you want some flowers and plants? At that moment, eldest senior brother Xiaofan felt that Lin Fei was making fun of him. He had never heard of such a request. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. Of course, I personally don't have much interest in other things. However, I'm quite interested in some sacred trees. For example, phoenix wood, dragon flame wood, etc. As long as their ranking is high enough, it's fine. I wonder if eldest senior brother can help me find them. If you can't even do this, I think you're not perfect enough as a eldest senior brother. At least you have to solve the problems of us senior brothers. Feng Yi, who was at the side, knew Lin Fei quite well. Indeed, he seemed to be quite interested in these flowers and plants. Especially when he mentioned that these sacred trees weren't cheap. He was really planning to take a bite out of eldest senior brother Xiaofan. If eldest senior brother Xiaofan couldn't do it, it would undoubtedly give the other senior brothers bad ideas. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed different. He made eldest senior brother Xiaofan feel pressured with just a few words. Compared to him, I'm really much weaker. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4598. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan felt that this Lin Fei was quite interesting. He was completely different from the others. There were not many people in the sky-reaching church who dared to speak to him like this. At the very least, he had learned his lesson from the mistakes of his predecessors. He could tell just by looking at the pride of the heavens behind him. This request is indeed not too much. Isn't it just some flowers and plants? This is indeed a small request. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. It just so happens that I've brought many things back from this trip. Since they are of no use to me, I might as well give them to you. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan laughed. Initially, he thought that this would be enough. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to say, that depends on whether I like them. After all, not all flowers and plants can satisfy me. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan was a little regretful. He should not have agreed to such a sentence earlier. Now, if he took out something and the other party was not satisfied with it, it would be somewhat embarrassing. If the news spread, his eldest senior brother would only say that his eldest senior brother could not even take out such ordinary flowers and plants. Such a thought flashed in his heart. Eldest senior brother Xiaofan suppressed it and did not show it at all. He still smiled indifferently and said, the flowers and plants that I can bring back should be good stuff. I guarantee that you will like them. If you really don't like them, then I don't mind helping you to get some good stuff back. We are fellow disciples, so I have to fulfill this small request of yours. Don't you think so? The pride of the heaven standing behind eldest senior brother Xiaofan all laughed. Eldest senior brother's words carry enormous weight. Who doesn't believe in him? Junior brother Lin Fei, I think you should change your request. How dare you make such a small request? Why don't you ask for a few divine weapons, elixirs, or cultivation methods? At least it's better than your flowers and plants. If I were junior brother Lin Fei, I would definitely not want these flowers and plants. What's the use of these things? I don't know how to refine elixirs, so I might as well get some treasures. This made it seem like Lin Fei did not know what was good for him. He even made a small request. Wasn't this like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? It was a waste of talent. However, eldest senior brother Gao Fan stopped them. Don't say that. After all, everyone has their own hobbies. Since junior brother Lin Fei likes flowers and plants, I'll let him choose slowly. Lin Fei smiled faintly in his heart. Hypocritical guy, aren't you just worried that I won't like these flowers? When the time came, he would embarrass him. That was quite far-fetched. Lin Fei would really do that. After all, it was meaningless to take down the plants that he didn't like. Hua la 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 la. Big senior brother Gao Fan really took something out. The first thing he took out was a flower. This flower was colorful, and in the end, it turned black and shone with a strange glow. The moment he took it out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the black soul grass? I heard that this black soul grass has the effect of strengthening the soul. It's very rare. The first thing he took out made everyone gasp in surprise. Then came the second and third items. Every item that was taken out would make people secretly speechless. They were all good items. To Lin Fei, although these things were not bad, they didn't catch his eye. His expression was very calm. Big senior brother Gao Fan was also observing Lin Fei. When he took out these things, Lin Fei didn't have any reaction at all. In fact, Lin Fei even had a hint of disdain. This made him slightly surprised. Could it be that these things didn't catch his eye? This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He was definitely making things difficult for him. I don't know how these things are to you, but they are all good items. Any one of them would cause people to fight to their deaths outside. Big senior brother Gao Fan was rather satisfied. At the very least, he had brought back a lot of things this time. Didn't you see that the eyes of these geniuses were almost popping out? Their breathing was also a lot faster. Don't think that these flowers and plants weren't valuable. In fact, they were quite valuable. They weren't inferior to those Sage King treasures and elixirs. They're just a so-so. There's nothing good about them. If this is all, then I really don't fancy them. Why don't you take out something more valuable? Lin Fei shook his head with a smile and said in a serious tone. These things were indeed quite good, but they were of no use to him at all. The divine tree of life didn't have any reaction either. If they could make the divine tree of life move a little, Lin Fei would be quite interested. Unfortunately, even the divine tree of life didn't fancy them. Naturally, they weren't anything good. Bear it, bear it. Don't get angry. Otherwise, today's banquet would be held in vain. It wasn't easy to attract these geniuses. He couldn't ruin the whole banquet just because of Lin Fei. Since you want something good, then I'll fulfill your wish. It's just a good opportunity for everyone to broaden their horizons. As the saying goes, traveling thousands of miles in the world gives you thousands of miles of experience. It's still good to travel more. In fact, these geniuses standing behind big senior brother Gao Fan did plan to travel outside. However, their strength wasn't up to standard. The dangers outside were much more dangerous than the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, you only needed to guard against the demons. However, it was different outside. You wouldn't know when you would be killed. Therefore, without a certain strength, you basically didn't dare to go out. Countless disciples of the sky-reaching church had died outside. Therefore, they learned from the mistakes of others. Even the sky-reaching sect said that before reaching the Heavenly King realm, there was basically no need to go out. Fortunately, these years, as long as they reached the peak of the Saint King realm, they could go out. It wasn't easy to reach the peak of the Saint King realm now. Going out was still like a huge mountain that couldn't be crossed. Then I'll definitely open my eyes wide and see what good things Big Senior Brother has brought back. I hope they aren't worthless like these flowers and plants. Feng Yi, who was standing at the side, also felt very satisfied. Just now, she didn't get to fight with Big Senior Brother. Instead, she was lightly attacked by him, which made Feng Yi feel infinite pressure. She actually felt quite sullen. But now, she could hold her head high. Junior brother Lin Fei was really good with words. With just a few words, he put Big Senior Brother Gao Fan in a dilemma. Either he took out some good things, or, I've also heard that eldest senior brother has gone to many places outside. He should be able to find quite a few good items. It's a good opportunity for us to broaden our horizons. Since even junior brother Lin Fei isn't interested in them, you should at least bring out some good items. Feng Yi also added fuel to the fire. No matter what, she had to provoke Big Senior Brother Gao Fan and let him know. Feng Yi was doing it on purpose. If she could make Big Senior Brother Gao Fan unhappy, her mood would be better. As for other things, she didn't think too much about it. I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei has heard of the Tao of Destiny. It just so happens that I have a good thing called the Divine Wood of Destiny. Bookseller House website. Chapter 4599. Everyone was shocked when they heard Gao Fan's words. He didn't expect his eldest senior brother Gao Fan to take out such an item. The Divine Tree of Destiny sounded like a high-class item, but many people had never heard of it before. Some people knew what the Divine Tree of Destiny was. For example, Feng Yi, who was next to Lin Fei. Her beautiful eyes immediately changed, and she sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. This Divine Tree of Destiny is definitely a good item. I heard that once you refine it, you'll be able to obtain a trace of destiny, which is the so-called Great Path of Destiny of the 3,000 Great Paths. This Great Path is extremely powerful, and it's almost on the same level as time and space. At this moment, Feng Yi's heart was abnormally shocked. Who would have thought that Gao Fan could obtain such an item? Such an item was almost no different from a legend, but he actually said it out loud. In other words, he already had the Divine Tree of Destiny. Before everyone could come back to their senses, eldest senior brother Gao Fan had a piece of wood in his hand. The piece of wood was extremely ordinary and inconspicuous. No one would have known that it was the Divine Tree of Destiny when he threw it casually. At this scene, the one who had the biggest reaction was Lin Fei and the Tree of Life in his body. His emotions had also become extremely turbulent. This was the fastest the Tree of Life had ever fluctuated in history. Lin Fei could also feel that the Tree of Life was filled with the desire to devour the Divine Tree of Destiny. This is a small piece of Divine Wood of Destiny that I obtained from the outside world. I don't know if this thing can satisfy junior brother. I feel that if you're not satisfied with this thing, then there really aren't many things in this world that can satisfy you. Gao Fan also felt a little heartache in his heart, but he quickly recovered. This item was rather useless to him. God knew how many people wanted to refine the Divine Tree of Destiny. However, they were unable to refine it. No matter what method was used, the Divine Tree of Destiny was extremely hard. Even divine weapons could not break it or refine it. Indeed, it was useless. Until now, no one knew how to refine the Divine Tree of Destiny. However, this item was rather famous, and anyone who obtained it would want to fight for it. But in the end, refining it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Eldest brother, I've heard that refining the Divine Fate Tree will allow you to obtain a strand of fate, allowing you to cultivate the Grand Tao of Fate. I wonder if that's true. I've also heard that among the 3,000 Grand Taos, the Grand Tao of Destiny can be ranked in the top 50. I heard that among the 3,000 Great Taos, the Great Tao of Destiny can kill people without leaving a trace. As long as you control a person's fate, you can instantly cause all sorts of disasters to happen to that person no matter what they do. Killing them will be as easy as flipping your hand. These geniuses had more or less heard of the great Tao of Destiny. Previously, they hadn't connected it with the Fate Divine Tree. But now, they suddenly realized that the great Tao of Destiny was related to the Fate Divine Tree. Xiaofan laughed out loud. Everyone's guess is correct. This divine tree of destiny can indeed refine a strand of destiny. Moreover, it can use this destiny to cultivate the great Tao of destiny, one of the 3,000 great Taos. Everyone's gaze landed on the divine tree of destiny. However, no matter how they looked at it, they felt that the fate's sacred tree was like a fire stick. There was nothing special about it. If their eldest senior brother hadn't said that this was the legendary divine tree of destiny, everyone wouldn't have believed it to be true. It was really too ordinary, and they didn't have much of an impression of it. In fact, Lin Fei had never thought that his eldest senior brother would have something that would interest him. However, it seemed that he had underestimated his eldest senior brother's capabilities. He actually had something like this. Of course, Lin Fei had heard of the Tao of Destiny. The Tao of Destiny was rather terrifying, and it wasn't inferior to karma. However, there were very few people who cultivated it. In the past, Lin Fei had never heard of anyone who could control destiny. He didn't expect to see destiny appear in front of him today, even though it was just a small piece of the divine tree of destiny. Even a small piece of the divine tree of destiny would be of great help to Lin Fei. After all, he was someone who had the divine tree of life. Lin Fei still hadn't figured out the miraculous effects of the divine tree of life. In any case, as long as the divine tree of life refined the divine tree of destiny, it was very likely that he would obtain a strand of destiny. In other words, it would allow Lin Fei to cultivate the great Tao of destiny out of the 3,000 Taos. Eldest senior brother is indeed different. He can even take out the divine tree of destiny. He's indeed different. As your junior brother, I'm convinced. I'm indeed interested in this item. Of course, Lin Fei was interested in it now. It was a good item. Others might not be able to refine it, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. Lin Fei was certain that his eldest senior brother could take out the divine tree of destiny. He definitely couldn't refine it, or he wouldn't have taken it out. It might even be of little value. Since it's a small request from junior brother, of course I have to satisfy you. It's just a piece of divine tree of destiny. Anyway, it's useless in my hands. Since junior brother likes it, I'll give it to you. Xiaofan laughed. This item was really useless in his hands. As for whether it could be refined in Lin Fei's hands, it definitely wouldn't work. With this item in his hands, Xiaofan could be considered to have a trump card. In the future, he could spread the news to the outside world. For those who wanted to grasp the great Tao of destiny, even a small piece of the divine tree of destiny would cause a huge commotion. By then, Lin Fei would be like a scapegoat. If he were to be targeted by those people, he wouldn't have a good ending. Eldest senior brother, I'm also rather interested in this divine tree of destiny. At this moment, a young man came out from the group of geniuses. He looked at Lin Fei coldly and said. He also came out to get the divine tree of destiny. The great Tao of destiny, one of the 3,000 great Tao, was rather attractive. How could Lin Fei let anyone snatch the divine tree of destiny away at this moment? How could he not see it? This proud son of heaven clearly wanted to exchange a few blows with him, so as to show off his abilities. If he won, he might really be able to get the divine tree of destiny. Who didn't want to cultivate the 3,000 great Tao? There were many people who cultivated the 3,000 great Tao, and most of them were useless. However, it was different for the top 50, especially since the great Tao of destiny was extremely profound and could be killed through destiny. If he really managed to cultivate it, no one could guarantee that it would happen. So what if they took a gamble? Anyway, they didn't think much of Lin Fei. So what if the sect master admired him? It was all about strength. Peak. Chapter 4600. The person who stood out was called Luo Tong. In the sky-reaching church, he was also a well-known God's favored one. His cultivation speed was extremely fast and he was already at the peak of the Sage King stage. There were still many geniuses in the sky-reaching church who had reached this level. If Luo Tong had not cultivated to the peak of the Sage King stage, he would not have stood out to say such a thing. Everyone knew that Lin Fei was quite strong, so he would not have stood out if he did not have some strength. The other geniuses did not say anything after seeing Luo Tong stand out. They were much weaker than Luo Tong, and if he stood out, they would not be able to snatch it away. Moreover, if they stood out now and exchanged a few moves with Lin Fei, they might even leave a good impression in front of their eldest senior brother. Now, their eldest senior brother had Sage King treasures and elixirs, and now he even had the divine wood of destiny. One could imagine that their eldest senior brother had really found a lot of good things in the past 2 years. If they could get a drop of it from their fingers, their cultivation would definitely improve by countless times. No one would be able to resist such temptation. They all wanted to slap themselves for being so slow and missing the best opportunity. They could only watch helplessly as Luo Tong beat them to it. Lin Fei laughed too. There was actually someone who wanted to snatch the divine wood of destiny from him. He really did not know what he was capable of. Could it be that he had not fought for a long time and these people felt that he was really easy to bully? Are you sure you want to exchange a few moves with me? I think we should forget about it. Your small arms and legs are really not a match for me. Lin Fei looked Luo Tong up and down and shook his head. Luo Tong's face darkened and he seemed very unhappy. How dare he say that he had small arms and legs? This is the first time someone has said that I have small arms and legs. It just so happens that I heard that you're quite famous. Last time, I was cultivating in seclusion. This time, we can spar here. Anyway, with eldest senior brother here, we can definitely go all out. What do you think? Luo Tong planned to teach Lin Fei a lesson based on what skinny arms and legs had said. He wanted to let Lin Fei know what it meant to be favored by the heavens. What right does a latecomer like you have to speak in front of me? Let's forget about sparring, because you don't have the qualifications to make me fight you. Lin Fei shook his head and raised his hand to deliver a punch. Block my punch first, then we'll talk. This punch was insignificant and very ordinary. But it was this punch that instantly made Luo Tong feel the aura of danger. He blocked with both hands, and the great Tao around him started to defend. Layers of defense of the great path spread out. In the end, it was instantly pierced through. His entire body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into a large pillar. He sat down paralyzed, and his head tilted to one side as he fainted. See, I've already told you. How can those tiny arms and legs stop me? Silence. It became quiet. Who didn't know Luo Tong's strength? But right now, he was knocked unconscious by a single punch from Lin Fei. That was way too fast. In fact, they didn't even know how strong that punch was. In any case, it was as light as a feather. However, the power that it unleashed was truly unbelievable. The only one present who could see the clues was eldest senior brother Xiaofan. Xiaofan could see very clearly that the strength of that punch was really solid. Who knew how many times it had been condensed for it to be able to explode with such strong power? If one didn't touch it, one wouldn't be able to feel the power of that punch. He was quite shocked by junior brother Lin Fei's strength. Before this, he heard that this person was really strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. He didn't even explode with the power of the great path. This also made Xiaofan realize that Lin Fei was worth roping in. It was really rare to find such a strong body cultivator. Just now, Xiaofan could already confirm what Dao Lin Fei was walking. He was actually walking the hardest body cultivator Dao. The body cultivator Dao was also one of the 3,000 great paths, but it wasn't ranked high. Because it was too hard to cultivate, so until now, no one dared to cultivate it. He didn't expect Lin Fei to cultivate, and from the looks of it, his cultivation level wasn't low either. This was really rare. This also made Gao Fan realize that taking out the Divine Wood of Destiny was indeed the right choice. Gao Fan waved his hand and a divine light landed on Luo Tong, healing his injuries. In the blink of an eye, Luo Tong woke up and his injuries were mostly healed. Feeling the changes in his body, Luo Tong cupped his hands towards Gao Fan. "Thank you, senior brother, for helping me. Otherwise, I would have to rest for at least 2 to 3 months with my injuries." Luo Tong looked at Lin Fei with fear. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so strong that he could seriously injure him with one punch. He was the kind that couldn't take it at all. When the others saw Gao Fan showing off his skills, they all secretly gasped in surprise. This was the Spring Breeze Dao of the 3,000 Great Paths. This great path had a more appropriate name, the Healing Great Path. When injured, it could play an unbelievable role. They had heard of it before, but not many people cultivated it. It was also quite difficult to get started. They didn't expect Gao Fan to have mastered the Healing Great Path and recover Luo Tong's injuries in an instant. He was indeed Gao Fan. "Junior brother Lin Fei, take this Divine Wood of Destiny. If you are interested in this thing, I can bring you to look for it in the future. You might find something." This time, no one dared to object. Didn't they see that Luo Tong was already injured? He couldn't take a punch. At this moment, no one dared to make a move. If they really did, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. They might even be hated by Gao Fan. Just like Luo Tong, he wanted to take advantage of Lin Fei to leave a good impression, but he ended up being defeated by Lin Fei. It's normal to lose after exchanging 30 to 50 moves. Oh right, you were knocked down with one punch. What's the meaning of that? If they didn't know that Luo Tong was very strong, stronger than them, they would have suspected that Luo Tong was going easy on him. This was too unbelievable. Now they were convinced. At the very least, Lin Fei wasn't someone they could fight against. Then I will thank senior brother. If you didn't give me such a good thing, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Fei took the Divine Wood of Destiny with a smile on his face. When this thing was in his hands, the tree of life in his body moved even more. He put it away casually. Feng Yi didn't expect Lin Fei to really put the Divine Wood of Destiny away. Didn't he know that the Divine Wood of Destiny was also a type of lightning? If it exploded, it would definitely be a big deal. Peak. Chapter 4601. Lin Fei did not hold back and took the Divine Tree of Destiny from Gao Fan's hands. This greatly surprised Feng Yi. Could it be that Lin Fei was really planning on not going against Gao Fan? This was out of her expectations. After this scene, everyone seemed to be at peace. Even Gao Fan, the eldest senior brother, was full of smiles. At the very least, the banquet today seemed to be quite successful. He managed to capture all the geniuses in one fell swoop. Even Lin Fei, who was the most difficult to deal with, was easily taken care of. This made Gao Fan realize Lin Fei's potential. He was actually walking the path of body refining. It was a very weak path, but once he walked it, his strength would be unimaginable. At the very least, it was rare to see a body refining cultivator like Lin Fei. It was even rarer to see someone with such a standard. Why did you take eldest senior brother's Divine Tree of Destiny? I thought you would fight him. Feng Yi and Lin Fei could not help but talk when they came out. At the very least, Lin Fei's performance today surprised Feng Yi. Lin Fei chuckled. Didn't you see eldest senior brother giving something away? Everyone has taken something, so if I don't take it, I'll be letting down eldest senior brother's kind intentions. Otherwise, How could I have obtained this fate God would? Putting everything else aside, this thing is really good. Feng Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you know that the divine tree of destiny is not a good thing? Ordinary people would not be able to refine it. Otherwise, why would eldest senior brother take it out so willingly? He is not a generous person. Lin Fei did not care if eldest senior brother was generous or not. Anyway, the divine tree of destiny would be of great use to him. I also heard that eldest brother is especially good at scheming. Don't just look at how you have the divine tree of destiny, you might be tricked if you don't handle it well. You should know that many experts are very interested in the Grand Tao of Destiny. However, it's extremely difficult to enter the Grand Tao of Destiny. I heard that the divine tree of destiny is one of a kind in this world, it has a trace of destiny. That's why there's a saying that if you refine the divine tree of destiny, you can enter the Grand Tao of Destiny. How could Lin Fei not know about this? With his eldest senior brother's temper, it was inevitable that he would scheme against him. The divine tree of destiny would be able to display its full potential in his hands. There's something wrong with your way of thinking. Who said that you can't be enemies with eldest senior brother just because you accepted his things? I really don't know what you're thinking. Lin Fei chuckled again. Haven't you heard of this saying? When the enemy's sugar-coated cannonball hits us, we'll eat the sugar first. As for the cannonball, we'll just return it to him. Feng Yi burst into laughter. She really couldn't react in time. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing. She didn't expect that Lin Fei would actually say such a thing. It really surprised her. No matter how she looked at it, it felt a little weird. Anyway, eldest senior brother is very interested in the position of sect leader. However, it won't be that easy for him to become sect leader. How can he do it without paying a price? Lin Fei wasn't really interested in the position of sect leader. If he had the time, he might as well find some divine trees and study them. After parting ways with Feng Yi, Lin Fei returned to his mountain peak. After returning to his room, Lin Fei took out the divine tree of destiny. He also set up several array formations in the surroundings. He had to see what this divine tree of destiny was. He took it out from the divine tree of life. If it wasn't for Lin Fei himself, it would have been refined by the divine tree of life. The current divine tree of life was very domineering. It would be a piece of cake for him to refine it. The divine tree of destiny was indeed very ordinary in Lin Fei's hands. He couldn't see anything special about it at all. However, there was a trace of fate within the divine tree of destiny. Only someone like Lin Fei could sense it. As expected of a great Tao that is on the same level as time, space, cause and effect. It is indeed different. No wonder people say that once someone grasped the great Tao of destiny, they could completely destroy that person's future through their fate. When he was in the alternate world, Lin Fei had heard of this great Tao of destiny. There were almost no people who cultivated the great Tao of destiny. It was too difficult. He didn't expect that there would be something as good as the divine tree of destiny in the spiritual world. Indeed, this eldest senior brother had come into contact with many factions to even obtain this thing. Now that it was in his hands, he naturally had to maximize its effects. The divine tree of destiny was sent back. This time, with an order, the divine tree of life instantly swallowed the divine tree of destiny and quickly refined it. The divine tree of destiny, which was difficult to refine in the eyes of outsiders, seemed to have returned to the embrace of nature in front of the divine tree of life. It easily melted. All of the divine trees of destiny turned into nothingness, leaving behind only a trace of the aura of fate. Lin Fei could see it clearly. This was fate. The so-called fate had a mysterious aura to it. With a single thought, Lin Fei's fate was in his hands. This trace of fate was condensed from a series of special runes. It exuded a majestic aura, an ancient aura, and a profound aura. It was indeed a very mystical thing. It was no wonder that so many geniuses would be tempted when he took it out. After refining this trace of fate, I'll have a chance to cultivate the great Tao of destiny of the 3,000 great Taos. Let me see if this great Tao of destiny is really that easy to cultivate. There were more than 10 traces of the great Tao of destiny in Lin Fei's hands. In an instant, he gathered all of them together and swallowed them in one gulp. After entering his body, Lin Fei instantly felt different. He felt like he was floating and his vision changed. It was as though he was standing on an eternal river. Standing on this long river, Lin Fei felt what it meant to be insignificant. He instantly understood what it meant. The river beneath his feet should be that trace of fate. This trace of fate was so vast that there was no end in sight. What a mysterious fate. To think that it would allow me to stand on this mysterious river. This god of destiny is truly comparable to the river of time. However, it seems even scarier than the river of time. Lin Fei understood it instantly. There were more traces of fate floating past on this river of destiny. In fact, Lin Fei could even see what these traces of fate represented. They represented a person's past and future. It was rather unbelievable. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. No wonder it said that one has to cultivate the best of the 3,000 great Taos. That's the only way to achieve the best results. By the looks of it, that's really the case. Peak. Chapter 4602. Even though Lin Fei had yet to fully grasp Lin Fei, he could feel how powerful the great Tao of destiny was. Standing on the river of destiny, he could feel the strands of destiny. They were ever-changing and incredibly mysterious. He was even more aware of how lucky he was this time. If big senior brother Xiaofan knew that I can refine the sacred tree of destiny, he would probably cry himself to sleep in the toilet. Lin Fei was quite grateful to big senior brother Xiaofan for making such a huge contribution. Otherwise, where would he find the sacred tree of destiny and how would he be able to control destiny? Even if it was just a small trick of destiny, it could still change his strength by quite a bit. Right now, what Lin Fei needed to do was to completely refine destiny and obtain the great Tao of destiny. For outsiders, it might be difficult, but for Lin Fei, it wasn't as difficult as he imagined it to be. Refining destiny wasn't as difficult as he imagined it to be. With a thought, the river of destiny disappeared. Lin Fei regained his composure. That moment just now was just an illusion. However, that illusion seemed real and yet not real. It was a very mysterious state. It was really difficult for ordinary people to walk out of the river of destiny. Who was Lin Fei? He was an old expert from another world who had reached the undying level. One could imagine how powerful his soul was. The river of destiny couldn't hold him back unless it was the real river of destiny. Otherwise, it would be useless. Lin Fei's heart sank. He started to slowly refine destiny. Refining destiny wasn't difficult. In fact, it could be considered easy. It took him several days to completely refine the dozen strands of destiny. During this period, there were no problems, nor was there any pressure. Lin Fei easily refined destiny just like that. He then grasped the great Tao of destiny. Of the 3,000 great Tao, he had grasped the great Tao of destiny. However, Lin Fei knew that he had only grasped a small part of it. If he wanted the great Tao of destiny to become a powerful system, he would have to constantly absorb destiny. For example, Lin Fei had already grasped destiny. However, it wasn't very strong. In fact, it was very weak. Lin Fei raised his hand and a ball of fate appeared in front of him. This ball of fate wasn't big, and it was like a fruit. However, this ball of fate had mysterious effects and was very profound. The grand Tao of destiny couldn't be used to kill people, but Lin Fei could see the changes in a person. In other words, his future potential. This was something he didn't have in the past, but now that he had grasped fate, he could peek into the other party's fate. Although this fate is a little useless, it's still something to me. I can see through a person. I just don't know what big senior brother Xiaofan's fate is like. I'll have to study it carefully. From the moment he saw his eldest senior brother Xiaofan, Lin Fei felt that there was something wrong with this eldest senior brother. He was a little different. In the 2 years that he had been away, he had obtained so many Saint Ruler treasures, and even the divine tree of destiny. It was a little unbelievable. He did not believe that anyone could be so lucky. To be able to obtain so many treasures in such a short period of time, it was obvious that there should be traces of other forces behind him. It was very normal for Lin Fei to think that way. In the entire sky-reaching school, Xiaofan was probably the only person that could make Lin Fei pay attention to. Therefore, he wanted to find out what Xiaofan's background was and what his future fate would be like. Checking a person's fate was one of the abilities. The second ability was to rely on this fate to lock onto a person's position from a distance. It was also a method. It seemed to be better than Lin Fei's space. After all, his space positioning was still alright, but it was far from being comparable to fate. Space could be used to block or hide. However, fate couldn't be used. It was like a star in the night sky. No matter where you went, you would be able to see this star. It was almost the same principle. This was also a small ability that Lin Fei liked, even though the Grand Tao of Destiny only had these 2 abilities. It looked like a chicken rib, but it was still very useful to Lin Fei. After all, he had already grasped the Grand Tao of Destiny of the 3000 Great Tao. After all, it was one of the top 50 Great Tao. After coming out of the room, Lin Fei found Su Tianqing. Su Tianqing hurried over when he saw Lin Fei coming out. "Junior brother Lin, you came out so soon. I thought you were going to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time." Su Tianqing knew that Lin Fei's performance at the banquet of the sky-reaching school was very amazing. It could be said that he had shocked those favored by the heavens. "I don't have to cultivate in seclusion all the time. Moreover, if I really cultivate in seclusion, not everyone can stay idle for such a long time." Lin Fei laughed. Su Tianqing thought about it and realized that it was really the case. Lin Fei asked Su Tianqing if anything had happened recently. After all, the situation in the sky-reaching school was a little different recently. It was better to pay attention to it if possible. Fortunately, there were not too many things. Since the banquet that day, the entire heavens-reaching church seemed to have become peaceful. Those heavens-favored ones who wanted to take revenge on Zhang Tai all became silent. Apparently, they had already taken the treasures. Of course, they wouldn't say anything more about it because it was not worthwhile. Anyway, they had gained a lot this time. Where could they find a sage king's treasure? It had improved their strength in an instant. Compared to those disciples who did not have a sage king's treasure, the gap between them was gradually widening. By the way, I heard that the traces of the heavenly demon clan have appeared. Just yesterday, they had already broken through several cities. Su Tianqing suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Fei. They took action so quickly. Didn't they just integrate the demon clan? Why did they react so quickly? Lin Fei was shocked. He did not forget the heavenly demon clan, which was a powerful clan suppressed in the endless abyss. Su Tianqing also looked helpless and full of fear. Who knows? Anyway, there are many experts of the heavenly demon clan appearing in various places in the spiritual realm. The elders of the sky-reaching school said that we should not go out if we have nothing to do, so as to avoid being targeted by the experts of the heavenly demon clan. This move was indeed much faster than Lin Fei had imagined. Moreover, I heard that the 10 major immortal sects of the spiritual realm seem to be forming an alliance to fight against the heavenly demon clan. Su Tianqing thought of another thing. I think it's good to form an alliance. However, who will be the leader of this alliance is a problem. I don't want to become a sandbag at that time. Chapter 4603. The celestial demon's movements had sped up quite a bit, which was within Lin Fei's expectations. It was conceivable that the heavenly demons, who had been suppressed in the endless abyss, could come out again. It was conceivable that the heavenly demons should have produced a lot of experts. Even top experts. In this way, they could break the seal and come to the outside small world again. But they didn't expect the spirit realm to be so unlucky. It became the first place they landed. Maybe soon there would be a second, then a third, or even a fourth small world. This also made Lin Fei feel a lot of pressure. He also hoped that his strength would improve. His current combat power was indeed quite strong. With the help of the divine tree of life, he didn't feel any pressure when fighting with Heavenly King experts. In addition, he had a Heavenly King weapon in his hand, so his combat power was even stronger. Moreover, he also had the Emperor Stage Thunder Great Way. Whether it was close combat or long-range combat, ordinary Heavenly King experts were no match for him. Even a peak Heavenly King would not be able to gain any advantage in his hands. Instead, if they were not careful, they might be killed by Lin Fei. You continue to pay attention to the situation outside. Tell me if anything important happens. Lin Fei told Su Tianqing. Lin Fei returned to his room, but this time, he didn't just return to his room. Instead, he began to read those books again. He had to think about how to make his strength stronger. In other words, how to step into the Lord of Heaven level. Lin Fei had a lot of information on hand. Naturally, he knew that Heavenly King experts still cultivated the Great Way. Heavenly King experts were different. It was said that Heavenly King experts needed to cultivate a small world. In reality, some of the more powerful Heavenly King powerhouses would be able to cultivate a faintly discernible Heavenly Passage small world. That was why they could become absolute experts among Heavenly King experts. But to really stabilize the small world, they had to become Heavenly King experts. It was still very difficult to cultivate a small world. It was unknown how many people had been stumped. Therefore, most people were stuck at the Heavenly King level. In order to become a Heavenly Monarch Realm expert, one had to cultivate a complete Grotto Heaven small world, unlike a Heavenly King Realm expert. After reading a lot of materials, he also borrowed some ancient books from the Library of Heaven's Reaching Church. Now that Lin Fei's identity and status were different, it was very easy for him to request to borrow ancient books. After reading through it, he finally understood that if he wanted to cultivate a real Grotto Heaven world, he would need a medium. Where did this medium come from? It was something called a Heavenly Abode Demon Core. This kind of enclave demon core was a very unique existence. It was very rare. However, if one had such an enclave demon core, they would be able to smoothly cultivate their own enclave small world. This was also the safest and fastest method. At the thought of the abode demon core, Lin Fei thought of the spiritual world mountain that would be coming soon. One had to know that the spiritual realm mountain might have the Grotto Heaven demon core, which meant that it could become a true Lord of Heaven level expert. It seems that I still have to focus on the spiritual realm mountain. However, now that the experts of the Heavenly Demon clan have also come out, the entire spiritual realm has become chaotic. When the spiritual realm mountain appears, the situation will definitely be worse and more cruel than it is now. I'm afraid it will not be so easy to get the Heavenly Abode Demon Core. Lin Fei sighed softly. There was nothing he could do about it. I hope Hu Xiaoxiao can help me find something useful. That couldn't be better. That was what he thought, but he also knew that it wasn't that easy to get these good things. For example, this time, he got the Divine Wood of Fate from Gao Fan, which was a stroke of luck. It allowed him to cultivate the Great Way of Destiny, one of the 3,000 Great Ways. Another 10 days passed. He did not have any clue, so he just took it one step at a time. Dong, 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 dong. The loud sound reverberated throughout the heavens-reaching church. Lin Fei also heard the sound and naturally understood what it meant. This was a unique sound in the heavens-reaching church. The heavens-reaching church actually rang the heavenly bell. Lin Fei pushed open the door and walked out. He naturally knew the meaning of the ringing of the heavenly bell. It meant that the personal disciples were going to gather. Su Tianqing also came over. Junior brother Lin Fei, it seems that something has happened. Even the heavenly bell has been rung. Could it be that the heavenly demon clan has made a move again? Su Tianqing was not a personal disciple, so he did not know much about the situation. However, after the heavenly bell rang, it meant that things were definitely not simple. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed out. He arrived at the main hall of the heavens-reaching church. At this moment, several figures landed in the main hall. They were all personal disciples. After everyone saw each other, they greeted each other and stood still. Everyone knew that it was definitely not something good. Feng Yi also came over and stood beside Lin Fei. I thought you were trying to refine the divine tree of destiny again. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Did you suffer a loss? That divine tree of destiny is not that easy to cultivate. She did not think that Lin Fei could completely refine the divine tree of destiny and cultivate the great Tao of destiny of the 3,000 great Taos. If it was really that easy to cultivate, Xiaofan would have succeeded long ago. That guy cultivated several kinds of the 3,000 great Taos. He was very mysterious. You guess. Lin Fei chuckled. Feng Yi did not answer. She did not believe that Lin Fei could refine it. He must have failed many times. He was just trying to make himself look good. There were more and more geniuses in the main hall. After all, there were many personal disciples of the heavens-reaching church. In addition to the legacy disciples, even the elders had come, standing off to the side with serious expressions on their faces. Now, everyone knew that something must have happened. Not long after, the great elder of the heavens-reaching church arrived. The great elder was a top-notch expert. He looked like an immortal and was filled with an ethereal aura. The eldest brother, Xiaofan, followed behind the great elder. Today, this elder has gathered all of you here to inform you of something. The great elder's voice was not very loud, but it fell clearly in everyone's heart. Just now, our heavens-reaching church received the news that Heavenly Devil Clan has started to attack all the major cities in the spiritual realm. Many cities of our heavens-reaching church are outside the spiritual realm. Therefore, after discussing with the elders, I decided to send personal disciples to guard these cities. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this, but they soon understood what was going on. There were many cities in the territory of the heavens-reaching church. These cities supported the entire heavens-reaching church. If they were captured by the Heavenly Demon Clan, it would be equivalent to giving the Heavenly Demon Clan a great opportunity to improve their strength. One should know that the Heavenly Demon Clan had always used evil means. If these people were plundered by them, the strength of the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan would be greatly improved. It was not a good thing for the human clan. Chapter 4604. The moment the Great Elder finished speaking, everyone understood what was going on. The personal disciples present would most likely have to head down to guard those cities. From the Great Elder's words, everyone even knew that people from other sects would be heading down as well. They would definitely not allow the heavenly demon race to plunder the population of the cities and use it to raise their strength. I have a name list here. Whoever's name is called will have to head down to guard the city. The time limit is 3 months, and there will be a change every 3 months. I hope that all of you can do well. The moment he said that, everyone's heart tightened. After all, they were up against the heavenly demon race. Actually, no one was that confident. Who didn't know how powerful the heavenly demon race was? Back then, the heavenly demon race could be said to have affected the entire Great Thousand Worlds. They had spent countless time, effort, and resources to suppress the heavenly demon race. Fighting against the experts of the heavenly demon race was not an easy task, let alone guarding for 3 months. If they were surrounded and attacked by the heavenly demon race, it would not be a good thing. Everyone's thoughts were that it was best not to go, especially before they understood the situation of the heavenly demon race. No one was willing to be the vanguard. Junior brother Lin Fei, I think you might have to guard the city this time. Feng Yi's voice floated over. When Lin Fei heard about guarding the city, he felt that there was a high chance that it would be his turn. To him, it did not matter much whether he went or not. He wanted to see for himself what the heavenly demon race was capable of to make everyone so afraid. Isn't it just guarding the city? There's nothing to be surprised about. If the experts of the heavenly demon race really come, we'll just have to fight it out. It won't be that easy for them to take my life. Lin Fei chuckled, extremely indifferent. Feng Yi was also impressed by Lin Fei. That was the heavenly demon race. The strength of the heavenly demon race was well known. They were especially savage, and the stronger the person, the more they liked them. They relied on their population to raise their strength. Back then, the reason why the 3,000 worlds were in such a huge mess was because the heavenly demon race wanted to raise their strength. That was why they kept expanding and invading their territories. However, they went too far in the end and were suppressed. He didn't expect it to come out again this time. The first place it appeared was in the spirit realm. The spiritual realm became the vanguard. Then I really admire you. The people of the heavenly demon clan are powerful to begin with. If it were me, I wouldn't have the confidence to fight them. Feng Yi said in a serious tone. We know too little about the heavenly demon clan, so little that we don't even know what changes have taken place in the heavenly demon clan after so many years, and what kind of experts have come this time. Names were called out one by one. Those whose names were called all stood up. Their faces were pale, and they were nervous. No one was willing to guard the city, but the entire spiritual realm had changed. Everyone knew what the consequences would be if they didn't go and defend the city. Lin Fei, Tianyuan City. Unsurprisingly, Lin Fei heard his name. From the very beginning, he felt that this matter might have something to do with him. Although he had benefited from his eldest senior brother last time, in fact, he might have some ideas about him at that time. At this time, it was very normal for him to be assigned to guard the Tianyuan City. Of course, Lin Fei knew about this Tianyuan City. It was the most peripheral city of the entire heavens-reaching church. This Tianyuan city was not small, and it produced a lot of ores and materials. It was a city that the heavens-reaching church cared about very much. Everyone looked over, feeling a little happy at his misfortune. Who didn't know that there were traces of the heavenly demon clan outside Tianyuan City? It could be said that Tianyuan City was a place where they had to confront the heavenly demon clan head-on. It was not a small task. Apart from Lin Fei, there were a few other direct disciples who were also assigned to Tianyuan City. One expert like them was not enough. They had to be assigned to other experts. However, everyone was not in a good mood. When the announcement was over, all those whose names were called stayed behind. Feng Yi was lucky this time. It was not her turn to guard the city. There were about 40 or 50 personal disciples who stayed, and they were assigned to guard the cities of the heavens-reaching church. You are the first batch to guard the city. After you arrive, you are allowed to prepare freely. As long as you can keep the heavenly demon clan out, the heavens-reaching church will arrange a Tongshan team for each of you. After hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They all knew how powerful the Tongshan team was. It was a team of people in the same realm, and they had mastered many secret methods. Their fighting capacity was quite strong. It was one of the trump cards of the heavens-reaching church. Unexpectedly, they took it out this time. It was conceivable that the appearance of the heavenly demon clan would bring great pressure to the entire spiritual realm. Lin Fei took advantage of this time to observe Gao Fan. Instead, he used the Great Way of Destiny to observe Gao Fan. There were not many opportunities like this. He had to see what Gao Fan, the eldest senior brother, would be like in the future. Using the Great Way of Destiny to observe a person could only be done by someone who practiced the Great Way of Destiny. The person being observed would not feel anything at all. Previously, Lin Fei had wanted to see what Gao Fan's future would be like. He had not met him for a while. Now, he finally had the chance. The Great Way of Destiny was unleashed, and it landed on Gao Fan. The eldest senior brother, Gao Fan, did not feel anything at all. No matter how strong he was, when faced with this mysterious fate, it was difficult for him to sense anything. A scene appeared in Lin Fei's vision. It was very illusory, but he could see it clearly. Gao Fan, the future eldest senior brother, was actually leading the entire spiritual realm. There were also many powerful existences around him. They were all fragments. They flickered continuously, but they did not last for long. In such a short time, Lin Fei had consumed a lot of energy. However, he finally saw what the situation was. This eldest senior brother Gao Fan was indeed not an honest person. He knew that there was a reason why he had brought back so many sage ruler treasures. Through the Great Way of Destiny, he could see some fragmented images. However, he could tell that the entire spiritual realm would probably fall into the hands of Gao Fan in the future. The figures standing behind Gao Fan were all filled with demonic aura. They seemed very unfamiliar. At least, Lin Fei had not seen such people before. Could they be from the Heavenly Demon Clan? Chapter 4605. After some instructions, everyone left the palace. Lin Fei also returned to his mountain peak. Of course, the news that he was going to guard the city spread as soon as possible. For the disciples of the Heavenly Reaching Church, it was definitely a big deal. Who could imagine that the Heavenly Demon Clan would cause such a big movement as soon as they swept over? The personal disciples of the Heavenly Reaching Church were actually going to guard those cities. Did it not mean that the whole spiritual realm had changed greatly? Lin Fei returned to his mountain peak and found Su Tianxing. He told him about the matter. In fact, he did not tell him much. It was very simple, which was to keep an eye on every move in the sect. He was especially concerned about the situation of his eldest senior brother Gao Fan. Through the great law of destiny, he could see that his eldest senior brother Gao Fan would dominate the whole spiritual realm in the future, and there seemed to be traces of the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan behind him. It was just a guess, but Lin Fei was quite confident in his guess. It was very likely to become a reality. Perhaps this eldest senior brother Gao Fan was not even real. Perhaps he was a fake. Perhaps he was supported by the experts of the Heavenly Demon Clan. He still had to pay attention to this eldest senior brother Gao Fan first. He also understood why his eldest senior brother Gao Fan kicked him out of the Heavenly Reaching Church. He probably felt that he was not easy to deal with and did not have the confidence. If he was not in the Heavenly Reaching Church, the following things would be much easier to handle. No one could compete with his eldest senior brother's sharpness. He was a little different. He believed that his eldest senior brother must have investigated him a lot and knew his temper and temperament. If he were to stay in the Heavenly Reaching Church, he would inevitably cause all kinds of trouble. That was really the case. Lin Fei had obtained a piece of the Divine Wood of Destiny from his eldest senior brother Gao Fan, so he naturally hoped to get some other precious treasures. As long as his eldest senior brother Gao Fan still wanted to be the leader of the Heavenly Reaching Church, the rest would become reasonable. Unfortunately, this eldest senior brother Gao Fan was much smarter than he imagined. He actually knew to kick him out. Although he said that he would go to guard the cities, it was still Tianyuan City. It was unknown whether he had any ulterior motives. However, there was one thing that Lin Fei was certain of. If he were to suffer a great loss at the hands of the Heavenly Demon Clan, and his eldest senior brother would appear as a savior and help him, perhaps he would become eldest senior brother's disciple in a moment of hot-headedness. This was a very normal thing. This method was very appropriate. Lin Fei had nothing to pack. On the second day, Team Tongshan arrived, a team of 100 people. Although they were all Emptiness Realm experts, they had mastered a joint attack formation. They were quite powerful. They would form a connection with each other, and at that time, all of them would have the strength of a Saint King. In addition to them, there were also 5 pro-disciples of the Sky-Reaching School. They were also convinced of Lin Fei's strength, so they cupped their hands and said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, we will listen to you when we go down to guard Tianyuan City." They had all seen Lin Fei defeat the experts on the heavenly ranking with ease. They were also very strong, but compared to Lin Fei, they were far inferior. Whether or not they could survive this trip really depended on Lin Fei. At this time, they had to make things clear. No one was willing to offend Lin Fei at this time. If he sent them out to be cannon fodder, they would die in vain. Especially at this crucial moment. Lin Fei smiled and said, "I am relieved to hear you say this. When we reach Tianyuan City, I will guarantee that you will come back alive. The Heavenly Demon Clan might not be that afraid." With this, they were relieved. They hadn't had much contact with Lin Fei, but they had learned about him from the side. He wasn't a very calculative person. Instead, he was a very trustworthy person. Would they be able to survive this trip with Lin Fei? It all depended on luck. Who is the leader of your Heavenly God team? Lin Fei's gaze landed on the Heavenly God team. With such a team, there were many things he could do. At this time, a man in black armor stood out. "I am the leader of the Heavenly God team. My name is Su Hai." Lin Fei looked at Su Hai. "When we reach Tianyuan City, you have to listen to my orders. Otherwise, you won't have it easy if I make a move." Lin Fei said indifferently. Just a sentence from Su Hai was enough for Lin Fei to tell that Su Hai had a temper. To be able to become the leader of the Heavenly God team and lead a team, he naturally had a certain level of influence. "I got it. When the time comes, we will definitely listen to junior brother Lin Fei." Su Hai's voice was still as powerful as ever. As for whether that would be the case, no one knew. In any case, Lin Fei had already spoken. With this reminder, if they really didn't listen to him, then they couldn't blame him. "Alright, let's go now." So. Everyone turned into streaks of light and flew out. At the same time, the others also followed him to the city under the Heavenly God School. Tianyuan City was at the edge. It didn't take long, just 2 hours. Lin Fei arrived in the sky above Tianyuan City. Tianyuan City was built on a mountain. It was huge and bustling. Looking down from above, Lin Fei could see many caravans. This time, they didn't go out. All of them stayed in Tianyuan City. Lin Fei brought his men and landed in the Tianyuan Pool City Lord's mansion. The City Lord of the City Lord's mansion had already received the order and immediately brought people to welcome them. "Junior brother Lin Fei, you're finally here. Our Tianyuan City can be at ease now." The City Lord's name was Junshan. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s, but in fact, he had lived for thousands of years. Seeing Lin Fei coming down, he spoke enthusiastically. He had also received the news that junior brother Lin Fei would guard Tianyuan City in the future. Speaking of which, Junshan was also very flustered. Recently, he could see the traces of the Heavenly Demon Clan from time to time. Although they didn't attack Tianyuan City, many caravans had been killed. By the time his men arrived, there were no corpses left. As a result, the caravans that were active outside did not dare to go out easily. They were afraid that they would be targeted by the Heavenly Demon clan. Now that junior brother Lin Fei was here, it was the best thing. Jun Shan had also heard of Lin Fei. In the Heavenly Reaching Church, he was a top expert. Few people in the younger generation could compete with him. Even Gao Fan, the first senior brother, was said to have offered good things to recruit him. Chapter 4606. In the study of the City Lord Manor. Jun Shan was reporting the corresponding situation. Originally, he had prepared a welcoming banquet, but it was rejected by Lin Fei. According to his words, what was the need for a banquet at this time? If the Heavenly Fiend clan were to launch a sneak attack during the banquet, it would not be a good thing. Therefore, this banquet was to be pushed back. When the Heavenly Fiend clan was chased away again, they would have a good drink then. Since it was said so, what else could Jun Shan say? He brought Lin Fei to the study of the City Lord Manor. That's the situation. My spies have already found out that there are quite a number of Heavenly Devil clan members in the surroundings. However, they are from the Heavenly Devil clan. However, these Heavenly Fiend clan members are most adept at hiding their tracks. We can't find them in a short time, causing us to lose many scouts. In a short time, we have already lost dozens of scouts. Once this matter was mentioned, Jun Shan had a headache. They did not see any Heavenly Fiend clan members, but they lost dozens of scouts instead. According to my guess, perhaps it won't be long before the Heavenly Fiend clan members make a move on our Tianyuan city. As the City Lord of Tianyuan City, the pressure on Jun Shan was still very great. In particular, many cities had been captured by the Celestial Devil clan. After capturing, all the people in the city would be plundered clean. The Heavenly Fiend clan relied on absorbing the essence and blood of the human race to increase their strength. The more they absorbed, the stronger their strength. In addition, they used the human race as a resource to increase the strength of their treasures. This was also one of the things they were most adept at. Lin Fei was flipping through the information while listening to Jun Shan's words. His brows were slightly furrowed. In that case, there are already traces of the Heavenly Fiend clan members. It's just that you haven't found them yet. But their purpose of attacking our Tianyuan city is very clear. Jun Shan nodded, it is indeed so. Perhaps it will be in the near future, so I have people patrolling night and night. I even activated the array. But you also know that this kind of thing, you also know that the consumption is too great. Of course, Lin Fei knew about this array formation, especially one that covered an entire city. The amount of spirit stones consumed was definitely innumerable. It wasn't something that could be opened all the time. That would really consume a lot of energy. A small Tianyuan city really couldn't handle it. There's no need to activate the formation for the time being. It's too wasteful of spirit stones. Why don't we wait for them to take the initiative before we activate the formation? Lin Fei thought for a moment. As for the rest, what we need to do is to bide our time. If we find out that the heavenly demons want to attack the city, we just need to wait for them to come knocking on our door. Jun Shan was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that Lin Fei would actually say this. He was also a little surprised. Isn't it a bad idea to bide our time? What if the Heavenly Demon clan attacks? Perhaps our Tianyuan city won't be able to defend in time. Lin Fei smiled, you can rest assured about this. If they want to attack, they will have to suppress the whole city. So they will only arrange a part of them to test our Tianyuan city first. The only thing we can do is to capture the first part of the people and understand the progress. Only in this way can we understand each other. Jun Shan was quite smart. His expression changed as if he understood something. Junior brother Lin Fei, you mean that there may be spies of the Heavenly Demon clan in our Tianyuan city, or that some people in our Tianyuan city have already defected and joined the Heavenly Demon clan? Lin Fei smiled but did not speak. After arriving at Tianyuan City, Lin Fei knew that what he had to do now was to face the attack of the Heavenly Demon Clan. However, the Heavenly Demon Clan was dodging like this. It could be seen that the strength of the Heavenly Demon Clan was not very strong. If they wanted to take down Tianyuan City, they could either attack it head-on or disintegrate it from the inside. These were the two paths. And in Lin Fei's view, the Heavenly Demon Clan did not have the ability to attack head-on. As long as they attacked, the experts of the Transcending Heaven cult would come to support them immediately. So the only thing they could do was to disintegrate Tianyuan City from the inside. In other words, they could persuade the experts to defect. This way, they could catch them off guard overnight and plunder the population. Therefore, what Lin Fei wanted to do now was to get rid of all of these spies before doing anything else. Only in this way could Tianyuan City be the safest. As for who were the spies, it was unknown. In any case, Lin Fei felt that these people should be making a move soon. If they did not make a move now, they would lose the opportunity. In an inconspicuous mansion in Tianyuan City, there were more than 10 people inside. These people had different expressions. Now the situation is a bit wrong. The pro-disciple of the Transcending Heaven cult, Lin Fei, has come. The one who spoke was a person wearing armor. If Jun Shan was here, he would definitely recognize this person wearing armor. He was a commander of Tianyuan City. There were a total of 3 commanders in Tianyuan City. They were in charge of the defense of Tianyuan City. Each of them was in charge of a small team of 1,000 people. In the entire Tianyuan City, there was a total of 3,000 people in the cultivation team. Although a cultivation team of 3,000 people was not a lot, in fact, their combat strength was very strong. I've heard of this Lin Fei. His origin is not simple. He is also facing that senior brother. Now that he is here, it won't be easy for us to take Tianyuan City. I suggest that we launch a night attack to catch them off guard and plunder a portion of the population. If one looked carefully at these people, each of them had a different expression. There was a trace of devil chi that was constantly flowing. At this time, the armored person looked at a cloaked person in the corner. This cloaked person was covered from head to toe with a cloak. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but his body gave off a dangerous aura. Lord Wang, what do you think? This Lord Wang was that cloaked person. He snorted lightly. I think a night attack is fine. It's a good opportunity to test how strong that Lin Fei is. Otherwise, he will think that our Heavenly Devil clan is too easy to deal with. The cloaked man stood up and instantly gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Then the cloak was lifted, revealing a face covered with devil marks. Night fell. The entire Tianyuan City was quiet. Although everyone was very nervous and afraid of the appearance of the Heavenly Devil clan, Tianyuan City was still very lively at night. The lights were bright. Especially after the arrival of the pro-disciple Lin Fei, everyone was relieved in their hearts. At least there would not be any danger. Midnight. Tianyuan City was even quieter. Except for a few patrol teams, there was nothing else. A group of people came to the entrance of Tianyuan City's south gate. Commander Tai, what brings you here? Chapter 4607. Lin Fei had been waiting all this while. He was waiting for the people of the Heavenly Fiend clan to make a move. He felt that these people would definitely make a move within 3 to 5 days. He had already arrived at Tianyuan City. If these people still did not make a move, wouldn't they miss the opportunity? Lin Fei was still quite confident in his ability to judge. The Heavenly Fiend clan had always liked to expand and invade non-stop. It was because only in this way could they plunder more people. Only then would they be able to cultivate calmly, and it would be easier for them to produce experts. This was recorded in a lot of information. During this trip, Lin Fei had also looked through the information about the Heavenly Fiend clan that was sent by the sect. The information about the Heavenly Fiend clan was very detailed. And their biggest motivation was to plunder all kinds of living beings, using them as a foundation to cultivate. A huge city could allow them to cultivate a lot of experts. Therefore, they definitely would not miss a big city like Tianyuan City. Because Tianyuan City was a big trading city, the population here was very large. With Lin Fei's understanding, there were about 2 to 3 million people. It could not be compared to those big cities with tens of millions of people. But 2 to 3 million was also considered a big piece of fat meat. As long as the Heavenly Fiend clan had that idea, they would definitely make a move. Even before long, those small villages outside the city would be attacked by the Heavenly Fiend clan. After a long time, the entire spiritual realm would only be left with big cities. There would not be those small cities anymore. Because only in this way could they be more concentrated and protected. Just as Lin Fei was preparing to go rest, his eyes changed slightly. The corner of his mouth raised, and he could not help but smile. It seems that my guess was indeed right. The Heavenly Fiend clan has made a move. They really have their spies in the city. They have roped in a group of people so quickly. No wonder even senior brother Xiaofan seemed to be standing on the side of the Heavenly Fiend clan. In such a short time, Lin Fei already felt the turmoil in Tianyuan City. Auras were chaotic, but there were also auras that were relatively stronger. Lin Fei walked out of the study. At this time, Jun Shan also ran out. His expression also sank, looking a little ugly. Previously, junior brother Lin Fei had just mentioned this matter. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, it would actually erupt so quickly? If it weren't for junior brother Lin Fei's suggestion, Mount Jun wouldn't even dare to think about it. There were actually spies in Tianyuan City, or it could be said that the Heavenly Devil clan had infiltrated in. Junior Marshal brother Lin Fei, I will bring people to destroy them now. Do they really think that Mount Jun is easy to bully? Lin Fei nodded slightly. Jun Shan immediately went out with his men. After Jun Shan left, Su Hai also came over immediately. As the captain of the Tongshan team, he had also sensed the commotion outside. Naturally, he had to report to Lin Fei. You guys just need to observe for now. Don't do anything for the time being. It's just some vanguard troops. There shouldn't be a need for you guys to do anything yet. Lin Fei smiled and walked into the void. When he came out, he was already on top of a building. This was the south gate of Tianyuan City. It was already a mess here. There were endless heavenly devils rushing in. These heavenly devils were emitting demonic energy from head to toe. There were even demonic patterns on their bodies that were extremely clear. At this moment, Lin Fei could finally see clearly. Big senior brother Xiaofan should be colluding with the Heavenly Devil clan. Otherwise, big senior brother wasn't really big senior brother. These people were pretty much the same as the future scenes he had seen. It was just that they were strong and weak. Lin Fei observed silently. He could also see that these heavenly devils were indeed a little different. Especially in terms of speed, they were much higher than the average realm. Especially their close combat methods were also very ferocious. Anyway, the experts in Tianyuan City really weren't a match for these heavenly devils. The coordination of these heavenly devils was rather sharp. In a short period of time, they were caught off guard. At the same time, heavenly devils were constantly surging in from outside. These heavenly devils were very strong. After watching for a while, Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with these heavenly devils. At the very least, the human race would need 2 or 3 people to deal with a single heavenly devil. This was even more ferocious than the demon race. You wouldn't know if you didn't fight. Only after fighting would you know how ferocious they were. It was no wonder that the Heavenly Devil clan could conquer the entire world back then. Lin Fei didn't see any experts. They were all insightful Emptiness Realm experts. These insightful Emptiness Realm Heavenly Devils weren't weak either. Basically, they could fight 3 to 5 rounds with people at the Sage King level. Lin Fei changed a few places and finally found a few experts. Sage King level. Although there weren't many of them, only 5 in total, these 5 Sage King level Heavenly Devils were very strong. Just by relying on the demonic energy on their bodies, the human race experts couldn't get close at all. Everywhere they passed, the human race experts fell to the ground one by one. They directly became dry corpses. Anyone who saw that scene would be shocked. Lin Fei could be considered to have understood the strength of the Heavenly Demon clan. They indeed needed to devour a large amount of qi and blood to increase their strength. This wasn't much different from his previous plundering ability. It was just that they were more tyrannical. Apart from these 5 Sage King level Heavenly Devils, Lin Fei didn't find any other experts. It's time to make a move. If we let this go on, there will be more Heavenly Devils coming in from the outside. This city lord of Junshan also had his eyes on these 5 Heavenly Devils. As soon as they started exchanging blows, he began to lose ground. He wasn't a match at all, and it was a matter of life and death. They were almost killed, and their faces were very pale. Previously, Junshan didn't take the Heavenly Devils seriously. Now that they were fighting, he knew how powerful these Heavenly Devils were. He wasn't a match for them at all. No wonder the Heavenly Devil clan could be so ferocious back then. Junshan, I know you are the city lord of Tianyuan City. If you are willing to surrender now and rely on our Heavenly Devil clan, then I will spare your life. One of the Heavenly Devil kings kept moving. Figures surrounded Junshan, putting him in danger all of a sudden. Junshan also secretly felt bitter. The experts he brought were not a match for them. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left. That's impossible. I will definitely not rely on your Heavenly Devil clan. If you have the ability, kill me first. Otherwise, it's impossible. How could Junshan dare to stand on the side of the Heavenly Devil clan? At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died. After the Heavenly Devil King heard it, he coldly snorted, "It seems that you don't know what's good for you. Then, I will fulfill your wish." All the figures turned into one and attacked in an instant. You want to kill the people of Tianyuan City? I don't think you have the confidence. That cold light pressed down on Junshan's body. A stream of light came over and directly destroyed that cold light. Not far away, Lin Fei smiled faintly and stared at these Heavenly Devils. Not far away, Lin Fei smiled faintly and stared at these Heavenly Devils. Chapter 4608. At the same time. In a mansion of Tianyuan City, someone was observing the situation of the whole city through a treasure. It seems that the experts of Tianyuan City are not so good. That Junshan is also the same. Several Heavenly Demon Kings have already made him helpless. It's good that we can destroy Junshan at this time. Without the Lord of Tianyuan City, the rest will be simple. Unfortunately, that Lin Fei hasn't made a move yet. If all the cities of the Heavenly Reaching Church are like this, then our Heavenly Demon clan will definitely be able to destroy the entire Heavenly Reaching Church and plunder all their people. Especially those disciples of the Heavenly Reaching Church, their qi and blood are vigorous, which is the best for cultivation. These people's faces were gloomy, but when they saw the experts of Tianyuan City retreating or being killed, they all had smiles on their faces. However, when a beam of light appeared, the expressions of these people changed slightly. They finally recognized the person who had arrived. It turned out to be Lin Fei, the pro-disciple of the Heavenly Reaching Church. They didn't expect that this guy would make a move at this time. Since this Lin Fei has made a move, we can observe his strength secretly. If it's just a so-so, then we'll catch him off guard. These Heavenly Demon clan experts didn't care about bullying others with numbers. As long as they could get rid of the other party, it would be a victory. Unlike the people of the spiritual realm who liked to fight alone, it was actually a stupid behavior. In their Heavenly Demon clan, they would be ridiculed. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're finally here. You have to be careful of these people. They should be Heavenly Demon kings. As soon as he saw Lin Fei make a move, Jun Shan heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, he really couldn't resist and thought that he was doomed. Fortunately, junior brother Lin Fei finally made a move and resolved the danger. Jun Shan finally realized how powerful these Heavenly Demon kings were. Even if they made a move, he couldn't stop them at all. No wonder those cities could be breached. These Heavenly Demon kings were really hard to deal with. Leave this place to me. You go and help the others, in case they can't beat them. With that said, Jun Shan immediately withdrew. Originally, a Heavenly Demon king next to him wanted to chase and stop Jun Shan. If Jun Shan wanted to deal with those Heavenly Demons with his strength, he still had a great advantage. As soon as he moved, he saw streams of light chasing after him, blocking his way. Your opponent is me, not anyone else. If you want to leave this place, you can only become a corpse. Instead of living a good life, you actually attack Tianyuan City at night. You are truly audacious. After Lin Fei snorted coldly, the sky-exterminating bow in his hand continuously shot out streams of light. The might of these streams of light was boundless, suppressing these 5 Heavenly Demon kings, making them unable to divert their attention. He could only muster 100 spirits to fight against the flowing light. The people who were observing in the dark also exclaimed secretly. Looks like this Lin Fei is a long-range archer. No wonder he has such confidence. His power is indeed very strong, and the bow in his hands is even at the Heavenly King stage. However, just that alone is not enough. After observing for a while, they heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Fei did not seem to be as powerful as they had imagined. Wasn't it just a long-range means? Once their Heavenly Demon kings got close, they would be able to kill them however they wanted. It would be just a matter of a word. That was what they thought, but in fact, it was really very difficult to execute. One by one, the Heavenly Demon kings kept approaching, trying to get close to Lin Fei, but they were all blocked by Lin Fei's flowing light. This time, the faces of these Heavenly Demon kings turned a little ugly. After the 5 Heavenly Demon kings looked at each other, they actually used a big killer move. In an instant, the 5 of them merged into one. They became a big giant. As soon as this giant appeared, his momentum soared, and he seemed to be close to the level of a Lord of Heaven. You, a small Heavenly King, dare to fight against us. I will let you see our Heavenly Demon clan's Heavenly Demon fusion. After the 5 Heavenly Demons merged into one, their voice was cold, and they raised their huge palms and set off endless Heavenly Demon wind. These winds were full of bloodthirsty aura. However, as soon as the Heavenly Demon wind got close to Lin Fei, there was a loud crackling sound. It turned out that at this time, Lin Fei had also released his Great Path of Thunder. The Great Path of Thunder was Emperor-level thunder, and the power of thunder kept seeping in. Everywhere it passed, the Heavenly Demon wind was instantly disintegrated. If this is all you have under the fusion stage is capable of, then I will really look down on you. Lin Fei chuckled a few times. The power of thunder kept seeping out. Everywhere it passed, there seemed to be thunder swimming in the void. The Heavenly Demon Giant's huge arm directly grabbed forward, trying to use its absolute strength to shake the thunder. As soon as it reached out, it was bombarded by the Great Path of Thunder. In a short period of time, the palm stretched back. The palm was covered with cracks, and the power of thunder seemed to be seeping in. To think that this Lin Fei has grasped the Great Path of Thunder as well. By the looks of it, he should have surpassed the king level and reached the emperor level. If it was just an ordinary great path of thunder, they wouldn't have paid much attention. However, it just so happened that this Lin Fei cultivated the emperor-level great path of thunder. This made them realize that they were in deep trouble. Even with the heavenly demon body, they were still extremely wary of the emperor-level great path of thunder. After all, the great path of thunder specialized in destruction. As for the heavenly demon race, they were extremely concerned about the power of destruction. Against the great path of thunder, they could already feel an immense pressure. There was a loud rumbling sound. A series of lightning bolts descended, and the area around Lin Fei turned into an area of lightning. As the lightning bolts swam, the massive heavenly demon giant felt threatened. Lin Fei did not stop as well. The sky extermination bow in his hands was activated once more, and a series of streaks of light that contained the might of the great path of thunder surged instantly. With a swoosh, the heavenly demon giant was pierced through. The moment the heavenly demon giant raised its palm, it realized that this move had disappeared into thin air. In an instant, it appeared behind him and pierced through his body. It was so sudden that it was hard for it to react, and its face turned even darker. Following that, the streaks of light continued to attack. Even when the great path of thunder opened up, it was still unable to block them. Under the might of these streaks of light, more and more wounds appeared on the heavenly demon giant's body. Swoosh! The 5 heavenly demon kings that had fused with the heavenly demon body collapsed and fell down once more. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At the moment when they dispersed, 5 streaks of light directly attacked. They instantly disappeared from their vision, and then pierced through the space between their eyebrows. The 5 heavenly demon kings instantly fell to the ground. Book House website. Chapter 4609. In fact, when Lin Fei made his move, many people were paying attention to the situation here. For example, Jun Shan. He was the most concerned. After all, he had a deep understanding of the strength of these 5 heavenly demon kings. If it wasn't for junior brother Lin Fei, he would have been killed by these 5 heavenly demon kings. There was also Su Hai in the distance. He was also observing. He could also feel the strength of these heavenly demon kings. He didn't expect that even after using heavenly demon fusion, they still couldn't match Lin Fei's means. They were killed. This also made Su Hai's mind a lot more lively. What made people feel the most uncomfortable should be the experts of the heavenly demon clan hiding in the mansion. They all stood up one after another, somewhat in disbelief. Especially the man in the cloak, his eyes began to narrow, and his whole body released a terrible chill. It seems that I still underestimated this kid. I didn't expect his strength to be so strong. Every arrow can burst out with full strength, and he can even use the great Tao of thunder in it to kill 5 heavenly demon kings. His means are indeed a bit extraordinary. In this first confrontation, it seemed that their heavenly demon clan had temporarily lost the advantage. Without these 5 heavenly demon kings as the vanguard, those heavenly demons behind were not a match at all. The cloaked man also knew that this time it was his turn to make a move. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to catch Tianyuan City off guard today. Don't think that I don't know that you guys are hiding here. All of you get out. Tianyuan City is not a place where you can be so presumptuous. With me, Lin Fei, here, scram as far as you can. I will never let your heavenly demon clan's traces appear. Just when the cloaked man was about to make his move, a stream of light instantly landed in the mansion. Clatter. Thunder exploded all over the sky, and each thunder affected the physical bodies of these heavenly demon clan experts. Half of their bodies became numb. Following that, countless streams of light flew in, followed by a series of muffled sounds. Countless heavenly demon clan experts were killed instantly. The cloaked man soared into the sky and stood in the sky. His expression became even uglier. In just a blink of an eye, almost half of the Heavenly Demon clan experts who gathered together just now were killed or injured. The rest were also heavily injured. After all, it contained the might of the Grand Tao of Lightning, and it was even an Emperor-rank Grand Tao of Lightning. It was simply capable of taking their lives. Damn bastard, he actually dared to kill a member of my Heavenly Demon clan. The cloaked man instantly turned into a black fog and shrouded Lin Fei. How could Lin Fei let him get close? The lightning that filled the sky converged together. One by one, they landed. At the same time, he was constantly moving in the lightning area. The cloaked man instantly appeared behind Lin Fei. Surprisingly, he wasn't affected at all. Rays of cold light pierced towards Lin Fei. It turned out that this cloaked man was actually an expert who had mastered the skills of an assassin. Every ray of cold light was untraceable. This allowed Lin Fei to experience it boldly. In a short period of time, he had been hit by several moves. Even if he was hit a few times, it didn't affect Lin Fei at all. His Heavenly King-level physical body wasn't afraid at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be the person in charge of Tianyuan City. You're quite strong, much stronger than those few Heavenly Demon Kings. However, you probably won't make a move openly. You'll only hide in a dark corner. I'm not sure if I'm right. Actually, ever since Lin Fei came to Tianyuan City, he already knew that there was already a Heavenly Demon clan in Tianyuan City. Initially, he wasn't too sure, but after seeing these Heavenly Demons, he knew that they were all Heavenly Demons. They were quite powerful. They might even be the person in charge in the dark. Once Lin Fei's Tree of Life opened, it was no joke. The special feeling was quite a big reaction. Lin Fei wanted to see if these people had any tricks up their sleeves. After confirming it, he directly shot an arrow over and killed a portion of the Heavenly Demons. He even chased the person in charge of the Heavenly Demon clan out. The cloaked man didn't cause any damage to Lin Fei under the lightning region. He also injured the other party, but the other party's physical body was somewhat unbelievably strong, which also made him understand. This Lin Fei's physical body should be at the Heavenly King level. He walked the path of body refinement and was also a long-range archer. The cloaked man wanted to curse in his heart. How could there be such a guy? People like him were really too difficult to deal with. Especially under the lightning Tao, don't look at how he looked relaxed, in fact, the consumption was very large. Originally, he planned to kill Lin Fei in a single move, but who knew that the other party's strength was much stronger than he imagined. Lin Fei, I've learned your tricks, but I'll remember you. Just wait for the attack of our Heavenly Demon clan. The cloaked man snorted coldly and prepared to go outside. He didn't plan to have any more fights with Lin Fei. Would Lin Fei let him leave? Of course not. After much difficulty, he finally caught a fish. This fish wasn't very big, but its strength was not bad. He snorted coldly. I didn't even say anything to let you leave, but you actually dared to leave. You're quite interesting. Lightning cage, trap me. After Lin Fei grasped the Emperor Lightning Tao, he also learned many techniques. Among them, the lightning cage was one of them. It could instantly turn into a cage, trapping experts. Just as the cloaked man turned around, the entire lightning region turned into a huge ball-shaped cage. Within this cage, the lightning turned into a dragon that kept swimming. This made him feel pressured. Lin Fei used the lightning movement technique and quickly closed in. Just now, you had a good time fighting. Now it's my turn. Let's see if you can take it or not. Lin Fei directly used his fist technique. His fist technique was big and bold. Coupled with the lightning Tao, it was even more domineering. This exchange made him feel that the cloaked man in front of him, the so-called Heavenly Demon, was indeed a little different. The demonic aura around him rippled and formed a certain defense. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he actually couldn't break through this defense in a short time. He was a little surprised. Who knew how many heavenly demon experts like this were out there? If there were more of them, it would really be a little difficult to deal with. I'm not as easy to deal with as you think. Otherwise, our heavenly demon clan wouldn't have forced all the experts in the vast 1,000 domains to suppress us back then. Just you alone won't be enough. The cloaked man seemed very proud and at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei used his fist as a palm and slapped the cloaked man's body. The Tree of Life's plunder ability was activated. Chapter 46:10. The moment Lin Fei struck out with his palm, the cloaked man's expression changed drastically. He couldn't control his entire body and started to tremble subconsciously. All the life energy in his body instantly rushed out. He couldn't control it at all. In the blink of an eye, the cloaked man's strength plummeted. He couldn't suppress it anymore and couldn't break free from the power of Lin Fei's palm. Stop! Stop! If you don't stop, I'm really going to die. Stop! Stop! At this moment, the cloaked man's entire mind went blank. It had always been them who plundered the life essence of humans. There had never been a human who could take away the life essence from them. However, he actually encountered it. It was really hard for him to accept. Compared to the sky demons, Lin Fan's methods were even more tyrannical and savage. In such a short period of time, he went from unease to fear to complete despair. He couldn't help but start begging for mercy. If he didn't beg for mercy, he would really die. He would die without a burial. He didn't expect Lin Fei to be so strong and have mastered such a secret technique. Most importantly, after devouring his life essence, Lin Fan didn't react at all. This was completely unreasonable. He wasn't like the sky demons. Even if they plundered the life essence of humans, they would need time to completely absorb it. It wasn't like nothing had happened at all. He knew that he had met a terrifying person. Such a person just had to be the enemy of the Sky Demon clan. He couldn't wait to send the news back. Only then would the Sky Demon clan know that they would be prepared. Otherwise, no one would be able to defend against the opponent's ultimate move. Now you know to surrender. You were acting all high and mighty just now. However, seeing that you can still speak, you have to absorb a little more. Hua 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 hua. In the time it took to speak, the cloaked man's entire body aged. His aura also became weaker and weaker. It was as if he would die at any moment. At this moment, Lin Fei stopped. He casually squeezed and brought the cloaked man to the ground as if he was carrying a dead dog. You should be glad that I still have some thoughts about you. That's why I didn't kill you. Otherwise, you would have become a pile of pieces by now. The cloaked man really believed what the other party said. In the face of this powerful plundering ability, it would be as easy as flipping a hand for the other party to kill him. He would not be able to resist even if he wanted to. Jun Shan, who had been killing sky fiends, also saw this scene. Although he didn't know how the other party had been defeated, he was sincerely happy for Lin Fei. The Celestial Demon clan didn't seem that scary. Lin Fei casually brought the cloaked man back to the City Lord's mansion. He was now living in the City Lord's mansion. Mount June had been moved outside, giving up the position of the City Lord's mansion. Without the cloaked man's command, the rest of the matter was much simpler. Those celestial demons were no match for the humans. After a round of strangulation, most of the heavenly devils were killed, except for a small number that were suppressed. The entire Tianyuan city was restored to its tranquility. This allowed many human experts to see hope. It turned out that the heavenly demons of the Heavenly Demon clan were actually not that powerful. As long as they united, everything would be easy. A night attack by the heavenly demons ended so easily. Mount June was also very impressed with junior brother Lin Fei. If it wasn't for him overseeing here, Tianyuan City would definitely have suffered a huge loss this time. Whether they could defend was still a problem. As for the other personal disciples, they were also quite convinced with Lin Fei's strength. They had also fought with these heavenly demons before. They knew that these heavenly demons were really not easy to deal with. They were very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, they would be killed. The cloaked man had been brought into the study by Lin Fei. At this time, the cloaked man took off his cloak. He looked unbelievably old and had lost his vitality. This was the consequence of the life energy that had been plundered. Lin Fei indifferently looked at the cloaked man before him. Tell me about your origins. In any case, you should at least let me get to know you. If you don't know how to behave yourself, then I'll just kill you with a palm. In any case, your heavenly demon clan wants to attack Tianyuan City. When the time comes, I'll just capture a few more heavenly demons. However, you'll lose your life. Lin Fei really hoped to know some information from the mouth of this heavenly demon, especially since he was a small fish. Naturally, he would know a lot of information, unlike those small fries. Even if they were caught, they wouldn't be able to gain anything. This cloaked man was different. He was the person in charge of this place. Lin Fei was quite sure about this. The cloaked man also accepted his fate this time. Until now, he still couldn't figure out how this personal disciple of the heavenly reaching immortal sect could have such a great ability. He could even master such a secret technique. My name is Luoku, a heavenly demon king of the heavenly demon clan. Along with Luoku's words, the situation of the heavenly demon clan also emerged in Lin Fei's mind. This Luoku seemed to want to survive. He spoke in great detail. Along the way, Lin Fei had a very deep understanding of the heavenly demon clan. In that case, there aren't many people from your sky demon clan that came out of the endless abyss this time. You just want to establish a base camp in the spiritual realm so that you can expand to the great thousand world. That's what I'm saying. With such a news, Lin Fei felt relieved. It turned out that not all of the heavenly demons came out, but only a part of them. The reason why they could come out was because a crack had appeared in the endless abyss, and they came out of this crack. At first, Lin Fei thought that they had already broken through the endless abyss, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. The endless abyss was such a powerful place, how could it be so easy to break through it? These heavenly demons really knew how to think of a way. They even created a crack in the space, and then descended into the spiritual world through it. It could only be said that the spiritual world had bad luck to encounter such a thing. Our heavenly demon clan has already begun to attack these cities and plunder their population, in order to survive, Luoku explained in great detail. Then what is the strongest realm that your heavenly demon clan sent out? How many people are there? Our heavenly demon clan sent out experts of the heaven monarch realm this time. Because the crack in the space is too small, it can't bear two strong people coming out. Therefore, only heaven monarch realm experts came out. However, our heaven monarch realm experts can burst out the strength of a sovereign emperor through a secret technique, but he is currently recuperating. This news wasn't good news. There was actually a heaven monarch realm heavenly demon who could burst out the strength of a sovereign emperor. Bookseller's website. Chapter 46:11. With such news, Lin Fei knew what to do next. This matter was reported to the sky-reaching church. As for what the higher-ups would do, it was their own business. Lin Fei only needed to guard Tianyuan City. The rest was really not what he needed to care about. After Lin Fei guarded Tianyuan City, traces of the heavenly demon clan appeared in many cities. These heavenly demons moved strangely and liked to infiltrate. They were not like Lin Fei who could sense that something was wrong. At present, Tianyuan City was quite safe. After Lin Fei showed his skills, he also showed his face in Tianyuan City. At least everyone knew that there was such a person. With such a person guarding Tianyuan City, at least there was no need to worry about those heavenly demons attacking. The city lord of Mount Jun also admired Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Now that there were heavenly demons attacking Tianyuan City, Mount Jun also personally supervised it to prevent those heavenly demons from making a comeback. Lin Fei believed that those heavenly demons would not come again for a while, but he had no time to spare. In fact, it was really like this. Ever since the first night raid, no more heavenly demons had appeared. Lin Fei's divine tree of life also covered this area all the time. Once there was a trace of heavenly demons or an invasion, he could quickly grasp it. This was also an invisible means for Lin Fei to deal with the outside world. Therefore, he was quite leisurely now. For a month, there was no trace of heavenly demons at all. However, many cities and the territories of other immortal sects had been breached. From time to time, powerful heavenly demons at the Lord of Heaven realm would take action. Of course, the human clan was not idle either. They also sent out great experts at the Lord of Heaven realm. The battle was fierce. Even if Lin Fei did not personally watch it, he could feel the horrible aura brought by the battle. The only one who did not appear was the powerful heavenly demon who could burst out the strength of the emperor. It seemed that he was really healing. In the second month, Lin Fei finally noticed the traces of heavenly demons. It appeared around Tianyuan City. Their movements were strange, but they could not hide from Lin Fei's eyes and ears at all. He called for Mount Jun. He mentioned the invasion of the heavenly demons. Jun Shan's heart tightened. He immediately led his men to arrest them. This arrest brought back a piece of news. "Junior brother, I think they are really making a comeback this time. Who asked our Tianyuan City to have such a large population? I'm afraid they won't give up until they break through our Tianyuan City." Jun Shan also heaved a rare sigh of relief, but he didn't expect the heavenly demon to come again so soon. It was only a month's time, which made Jun Shan unable to digest it for a while. He interrogated it several times before he was sure. These people were indeed preparing to attack Tianyuan City. This time, it was very likely that a sky fiend at the Lord of Heaven realm would be mobilized. They want to attack our Tianyuan City. It's probably because the pressure on the other cities is too great, so they want to find a good bone to chew. Lin Fei also laughed. He didn't feel too much pressure. As long as it wasn't a powerful heavenly demon, they could still defend. The Lord of Heaven realm experts would naturally be dealt with by the Heaven-reaching Church's Lord of Heaven experts. Moreover, from the collected information, Lin Fei could also see it. There were not many Lord of Heaven realm experts on the side of the heavenly demons. At most, there were 4 or 5. Therefore, they couldn't be too scattered. If they were surrounded, it would be a big loss. Then what should we do now? Should we open the formation at any time? After the previous incident, Jun Shan also realized the power of the heavenly demons and dared not to take it lightly. This time, from their information, it could be seen that the heavenly demons still cared a lot about Tianyuan City. It seemed that they wanted to take down Tianyuan City in one breath. However, now that their spies had been captured, it naturally gave them a chance to be on guard. The formation still needs to be opened. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei felt that the attack of the heavenly demons this time would be fiercer than the last time. It would also be shorter in time. Once they couldn't break through Tianyuan City, the experts of the Heaven-reaching Church would come. At that time, the heavenly demon clan would be the unlucky ones. Lin Fei also made some arrangements at the first time. He had to see what kind of experts had come this time. If they were similar to Luoku, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Luoku's plundering ability was not a joke. Once he got close to them, he could deal with them as he liked. For this attack, Lin Fei was quite concerned. At the same time, on the other side, there were several heavenly demons looking at Tianyuan City in the distance. The spies they had arranged were all killed without exception. They were a little surprised. They also knew that there should be an expert in Tianyuan City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to see through the traces of the heavenly demons so easily. The hiding means of the heavenly demon clan were quite powerful. Because of their powerful means, they could constantly sneak into the city and catch them unprepared. That Lin Fei in Tianyuan City is quite powerful. He killed all our people so quickly. At this time, the expressions of these heavenly demons turned slightly cold. Of course, they had heard of this Lin Fei. They didn't pay much attention to him at first, but when Luo Ke planned to attack at night, he was actually defeated by this Lin Fei. Until now, they were still a little puzzled. It was said that this Lin Fei had mastered a lot of means, which made Luo Ke suffer a big loss. Now, even he was sent to the heaven-reaching church. That kid is nothing to worry about. I heard that he is just a holy king. He has a treasure of a heavenly king, and his combat power is quite fierce. The strength of these 5 heavenly demons was very strong. The leader was in existence at the peak of heavenly king. He could burst out the combat power of a lord of heaven. So far, no one could make him burst out the combat power of a lord of heaven. Those human clan experts could not withstand a single blow. They found our traces. Then we might as well mobilize the army and give them a pressure of Mount Tai. Let them fall into chaos on their own first. The way the heavenly demons attacked the city was very simple. The first was to infiltrate and bribe, and the second was to attack. Under normal circumstances, they liked to infiltrate and bribe, and the effect was very good. It was the same this time. Just as Lin Fei was about to sit and wait for the heavenly demons to make their move, someone came. He had always wanted to see someone. It was that Hu Xiaofan. He had searched all the way here. As for being able to find him, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The other party had the great karma technique. Silently, he came to Lin Fei's city lord residence. He avoided everyone. Lin Fei, how have you been? Your name made us look for you for a long time. Booksellers reading website.
Chapter 29. Su Fengnian estimated the time. The white-haired old man should have finished squatting in the latrine, got up and left the inner room. He put on his beautiful clothes and shouted, "Cucumber!" The servant girl who wished she could never wear yellow clothes in her life immediately went to the other courtyard and brought 3 cucumbers. Su Fengnian took one in his hand and 2 under his armpit, munching on them as he walked. At first, he was worried that the old man's courtyard would be smelly, but when he got closer, he realized that he was worrying too much. The latrine of the prince's mansion prepared countless spices. Even if the old man defecated like he was wielding a knife, the smell would not spread too far. Not only did the old man defecate, he also took a bath and changed into a clean set of clothes. He sat on the steps and lowered his head to stroke the blade. Without raising his head, he asked, "Doll, are you really not afraid?" Su Fengnian sat beside him and chuckled. "Old Huang said you are not only the best knife user in the world, you have never killed anyone in your life, so I am not afraid." The old man laughed and shook his head. "This is half true and half false. I don't kill people indiscriminately, but I am not the best knife user. Doll, your mouth is too slippery. I don't like it." Su Fengnian smiled mischievously. "As long as Miss likes me, it's fine if old grandpa doesn't like me. Anyway, after beating up the turtle of Wudong Mountain, we will go our separate ways. But if old grandpa still misses the food in the prince's mansion, you are welcome to stay and eat." The old man chuckled and asked, "What is the rank of that Wudong Mountain Grand Master?" Su Fengnian thought for a while and said, "Shouldn't be high, but his seniority is outrageous. A Wudong Mountain Taoist priest who is less than 30 years old, how high can his rank be? Besides, there is no name of him in Jianghu." Old Kuei nodded in realization and said, "Oh, that should be the youngest junior brother of the Wudong Mountain chief Wang Zhonglo, who cultivates the Great Yellow Court Pass. Grandpa has heard about him when I entered the Cold Land back then. His martial arts aptitude is average, but he specializes in Dao techniques and great techniques, which is somewhat mysterious." Su Fengnian asked the question he was most concerned about. Old Grandpa, can you beat him? The old man said, Doll, Grandpa will give you a word. Whether you can beat him or not, you will only know after you fight, right? Su Fengnian couldn't help but grumble. You sound so heroic, but what happened in the end? Didn't you stay at the bottom of the lake for more than 10 years? Old Kuei knocked Su Fengnian's head with a knife. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Su Fengnian piled a smile on his face and said with a mischievous grin, Then let's go to that bullshit Wudong Mountain and make a ruckus? The old man suddenly stood up, his figure enveloping Su Fengnian's whole body, the two chains clanging. Yes. Wudong Mountain had 2 ponds, 4 pools, 9 wells, 24 deep streams, 36 cliffs, 81 peaks, a nunnery, and a 10-mile palace. With the Taishan Palace on the Jade Pillar Peak as the center, the 81 peaks surrounded the peak, and the palace was tilted, forming the famous 81 peaks. For thousands of years, countless people who pursued the path of immortality retreated to Wudong, or sat on the cliff, or hid in the immortal's coffin, listening to the heavenly music, watching the mist and clouds, and the green mountains and rivers, leaving behind countless legends. Wudong was the Taoist holy land of the previous dynasty, firmly suppressing Mount Longhu. After the establishment of the Liang dynasty, Mount Longhu became the ancestral court of Taoism. Wudong had been silent for hundreds of years, but no one dared to underestimate this mountain's 1,000 years of heritage. Although the current leader Wang Zhongluo occupied one of the top 10 positions, legend has it that the immortal guides the way broke through the turbulent surging waves river. Regardless of whether it was a rumor or an exaggeration, in the end, he was still a virtuous and respected Taoist old immortal. Especially when he cultivated the most difficult and time-consuming Great Yellow Court Pass. It gave the whole Wudong Mountain a kind of unspoken air that spoke louder than words. 200 Bailiang cavalry mighty and mighty. A tall and sturdy old warrior wearing a black robe, dragging a long saber on the ground as he ran, dust flying. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. A group of people rushed straight to the Wudong Mountain Gate's Black Tortoise in Prosperity Memorial Arch. The leading rider actually directly stepped on his horse, passing through the memorial arch before pulling the reins. In the 100 years of Jianghu, the only one who dared to look down on the martial arts world sect was Su Rintu, whose name made the older generation of Jianghu people pale. Tiger father dog son? His Royal Highness Su Fengnian, riding on a vigorous Bailiang military horse, laughed self-deprecatingly. Looking at the group of Taoist priests who were attracted by this grand formation, he gloomily shouted, I'll give you half an hour, make that green ox rider roll out. This group of Wudong Mountain Taoist priests was in a difficult position. It wasn't that they didn't know that there was a martial granduncle on the mountain with the same seniority as Jade Pillar Peak who liked to ride the green ox, but they were only ordinary Taoist priests of the Jade Pure Palace at the foot of the mountain. Not to mention that they couldn't move that martial granduncle. Even if the martial granduncle was easy to talk to, it would take at least half an hour to run to Taishan Palace, and 2 hours to go back and forth. The incoming people were aggressive. Could they wait? Jade Pillar Peak was divided into 2 big and small lotus peaks. The big lotus peak had more than 10 heavenly paradises for secluded cultivation, while the small lotus peak on one side of the cliff belonged to one person by default. This person was brought up the mountain by the previous generation's Wudong sect leader at the age of 5 and was accepted as a secluded disciple. At a young age, he became martial brothers with the current generation's sect leader, Wang Zhongluo. Wudong Mountain's 9 palaces and 13 temples. The majority of the several thousand yellow-crowned Taoist priests, who saw this young man had to respectfully address him as martial granduncle. The younger ones even had to call him Taishang martial granduncle. Fortunately, this young ancestor had never left the mountain. He had only seen the memorial arch of the Black Tortoise Dangxing when he entered the mountain. Afterwards, he had never approached it, nor did he even look at it from afar. For the past 20 years or so, if he wasn't at Jade Pillar Peak's Taiching Palace, then he was at Big and Small Lotus Peaks riding the green ox. Those who were lucky enough to see his true appearance would all return and tell others that his martial granduncle had an extremely good temper, was extremely knowledgeable, and was extremely elegant. The mountain gate was noisy, but on the edge of Small Lotus Peak's precipitous cliff, the Turtle Camel Tablet, it was very quiet. A young Taoist priest with an elegant appearance was lying on the back of a stone turtle, basking in the sun. He waved his hand, and a green ox grazing in the distance came forward. Several volumes of Taoist scriptures were hanging from the ox's horns. He took one down and was just about to flip through it when he suddenly pinched his fingers and jumped off the turtle's back. He found a withered branch and drew a dense array of heavenly stems and earthly branches on the ground. His expression slightly changed, and he continuously muttered to himself before finally sighing heavily. He carefully tidied his Taoist robe sleeves and collar, flipped over the ox, and rode down Small Lotus Peak with a book hanging from its horns. He was half chanting and half singing, straight as a string, dead on the edge of the road, curved like a hook, conferred the title of Marquis, who drags the tail along the way, who leaves the bones in the hall. After leaving Small Lotus Peak, he released the green ox and carefully took down a volume of Taoist scriptures with the cover of the Spiritual Source Song. He read it as he walked, and with great interest, he went straight to the foot of Wudong Mountain. On the way, there would occasionally be Taoist priests who would stop and call him martial uncle or martial granduncle. He would smile and greet them, and was very amiable and approachable. Everyone only felt that this young senior was really diligent. He was indeed worthy of being the martial granduncle who had annotated countless ancient books in the Jade Pure Palace. It was no wonder that the headmaster praised him as, "The martial arts and orthodoxy of the world will be shouldered by him." But they didn't know that this martial granduncle who had an extremely good reputation was currently reading an erotic novel that was most despised by Taoists. It was just that it was pasted on the cover of the Spiritual Source Song. The Taoist priest flipped through the book over and over again, and because he couldn't bear to part with it, he borrowed it from His Royal Highness in the past. As he neared the foot of the mountain, he flipped the page over and over again dozens of times. Only then did he reluctantly put it away, and with a face full of righteousness he said, "Even if you beat me black and blue, I will definitely not return this book."